chat, we are live after that short break with round number 9 of Tata Steel Chess. And भाई round number 8 में थोड़ा सा कमबैक की किरणें हमें देखने को मिली. क्या वो किरणें एक फुल ऑन लाइट बीम में ट्रांसफर होंगी, अभी पता लगेगा. वेलकम साज भाई, डे नंबर 9 एंड इंडियन प्लेयर्स आर एट इट अगेन.
Oh, yes, sir. I think much needed rest for all the players and for all of us as well.
एंड
And भाई
कमेंटेटर्स भाई.
कल गुकेश को मतलब गुकेश ने तो कल एकदम बढ़िया सा कमबैक किया. But
हाँ,
today he plays against Bluebaum, the candidate. And that will be very interesting to see, bhai, how he
बिल्कुल.
fares up with the candidate.
Absolutely agree, and it's a statement. And of course, let's not forget Arjun Erigaisi, जो हमारे सामने है, playing against Hans Niemann. भाई, that's an important matchup as well. जिस पे सबकी आंखें होंगी, and the mind games have started as Hans Niemann gets up while Arjun calculates. And of course, we have, of course, Aravindh as well playing. Who plays against? I'm trying to
Pragg,
find.
bhai.
He's playing Pragg. Bare baap re, Pragg against
Yes,
Aravindh है यार.
sir. And
That's a
the
crazy matchup.
buddies, I think they have been friends for like some 15 years. I'm not even kidding. Like
Oh.
at least 15 years they are working together. They're spending time with each other. So it's this match is very very
You know,
interesting to me to see how like Pragg will play against him. Yeah.
साज भाई, बॉलीवुड मूवीज में दो भाई की लड़ाई सिर्फ एक
Hmm.
लड़की के ऊपर होती है. एंड चेस की इकोसिस्टम में लड़ाई सिर्फ गेम हारने पे हो सकती है. सो इट इज
भाई
डेफिनेटली अ
लड़ाई
हाई
से याद
स्टेक्स
है भाई
गेम.
दूसरे कैमरे पे जाओ भाई वहां पे राकेश भाई दिख रहे थे.
अरे भाई
अर्जुन के
राकेश भाई,
कैंप
बाय
पे
द
जाओ
वे.
भाई ये देयर इज
अरे
राकेश भाई.
लेट्स गो. राकेश ओपी इन द चैट. भाई रुकना नहीं चाहिए भाई. ही हैज अ लेओवर इन एम्स्टरडम. तो लेओवर में एक नॉर्मल इंसान एयरपोर्ट पे जाके मतलब लाउंज में जाता है, और ये बंदा भाई लॉन्च करने भाई सीधा टाटा स्टील जाता है भाई. रिकॉर्ड कर
भाई
रहे हैं
वो
कैमरा से. हाँ.
कैमरा लॉन्च कर रहा है भाई. व्हाट इज दिस
एंड एंड द
डेडिकेशन.
बेस्ट पार्ट इज ही इज अलाउड टू शूट विद द फोन भाई, जिसके लिए फिडे के लिए मैंने पैर पढ़ लिए भाई उन्होंने किया था. तो हैट्स ऑफ टाटा स्टील. एंड प्राइम फोटो भाई, प्राइम फोटो, प्राइम है भाई, A+.
अरे इनसेन भाई क्या बात है भाई. राकेश भाई मतलब सिर्फ एक दिन के लिए गए. जस्ट फॉर अ फ्यू आवर्स ही इज देयर बिकॉज ही हैज अ लाइक अ फ्लाइट फ्रॉम एम्स्टर्डम और समथिंग लाइक दैट. एंड he specifically traveled to Vike just to get some content here. Yeah, I mean, what
दैट इज
dedication.
सो नाइस. दैट इज सो नाइस. आई थिंक वो दिखाता है कि कितना डेडिकेशन है भाई हमारी इंडियन टीम में स्पेशली, एंड ऑफ कोर्स चेसकॉम ओवरऑल. कुडोस राकेश भाई. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि भाई उनकी एयरलाइन थोड़ी सी अगर और डिले हो जाए ठंड की वजह से, तो हमें और कंटेंट मिलेगा. फर्स्ट टाइम एवर आई एम चीयरिंग फॉर अ फ्लाइट गेटिंग डिलेड, सहज भाई.
भाई आजकल तो बहुत सारी फ्लाइट्स डिले हो रही हैं because of the
ओह
cold weather
ठीक.
and everything, but hoping that doesn't happen, Rakesh bhai, because I still want him to go to Nuremberg. It will be, he's going to visit his significant
भाई
other. And by the way, we do have lift off between
लेट्स गो.
Arjun and Hans and Sahil bhai. बिना देखे बताना उसने पहली चाल क्या चली.
मैंने मेरी आंखें, हाँ, मैंने निकाल के रखी हुई थी साज में. मैंने देखा
अरे
नहीं कि
too
उसने नाइट
good
ऑफ 3
bhai.
खेला हुआ है.
You're too fast for me. By knight f3. Who expected this? Not me,
भाई
bhai.
some crazy prep. एंड सहज भाई, I know we this is crazy, but let's wish you गुकेश, बिकॉज वहां पे भी सरप्राइज है भाई. नाइट्स बिफोर बिशप्स का प्रिंसिपल फेंक दिया है डस्टबिन में गुकेश ने.
Oh yes, bishop c4 भाई ये क्या चाल है. I think generally you play bishop c4 when you want to play d4 or f4 or something like this. और अगर गुकेश ने f4 यहाँ पे फेंक दिया भाई तो मेरा गोल्डन पॉन रोएगा भाई
भाई लेवी
बहुत बुरी
रोजन के
तरह.
कोर्स बिकेंगे भाई. लाइक दिस इज व्हाट ही रेकमेंड्स, नाइट C3 एंड F4 करके फेंक देने का. दैट्स द ओपनिंग ही रेकमेंड्स. वी आल्सो सी फियोना इन द बैक रिकॉर्डिंग कंटेंट. पानी पीने लग गए हैं यहाँ पे हमारे मैथ्यूस ब्लूबम जी. ऑलरेडी स्ट्रेस में आंखें पकड़ रहे हैं. साज भाई, वी आर विनिंग.
हाँ भाई looks like it. He plays c6. अभी तक मेन स्ट्रीम थ्योरी नाइट f3 के बाद बेसिकली ट्रांसपोज हो गया है बट ब्लैक ने c6 कमिट कर दिया. तो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट. जनरली इट्स नॉट अ बैड थिंग क्योंकि d5 हैज आल्सो हैपेंड, challenging him in the center, and then black plays a5, bishop d6. So black gets some, extra center in this position, more space, but white on the other hand can target this pawn on d5 with something like bishop g5 and so on. And okay, he goes bishop b4 check, already territory that I haven't seen before.
Yeah, bishop b4, not the main move. Bishop d6 was the main weapon, although still relatively well known. So it will not be a surprise 100% for Gukesh, who plays c3, and now the bishop drops back. I think Rasaj bhai, मेरा दिमाग कह रहा है, maybe the idea is कि knight को c3 आने नहीं देंगे. हमने force किया c3. Now the knight has to probably go to d2.
Oh yes, and Gukesh बोल रहा है मुझे पता है भाई I know this. I'm just gonna take this pawn, which feels like a very illogical move because your pawn was in the center and black's pawn on c6 as well, not as advanced. So taking this pawn definitely feels not normal. But we know this is
Hello,
Gukesh's bet.
Moto. Prime photo, bhai. We have a literally a tagline incoming. Prime photo, bhai. राकेश भाई को देख के मजा आता है यार. I don't know why. Like whenever we have a team on site, like कोई बंदा on site होता है ना, you feel like भाई ये अपना ही event है. I don't know Sasha if you feel that way.
हाँ भाई.
है ना?
करेक्ट भाई.
लाइक
करेक्ट करेक्ट
वर्ल्ड कप
करेक्ट.
में हम लोग थे वहां पे, लाइक इट फेल्ट लाइक कि मतलब ऐसे बोलते हैं ना अपना ही इवेंट है भाई, मतलब क्रेजी कर रहे हैं. एंड इट रियली फील्स नाइस टू सी राकेश भाई देयर हु इज रिकॉर्डिंग कंटेंट विद गुकेश, अर्जुन
मेरा
एंड ऑफ कोर्स.
क्वेश्चन ये है कि
हाँ.
राकेश भाई की जैकेट सब और बाकी सब बंदों की जैकेट से डिफरेंट क्यों है? इनको गोल्ड जैकेट मिली है भाई. आई फील लाइक ही इज गेटिंग सम वीवीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट.
Ooh, maybe it's like also, like Republic Day था कल, तो वो थोड़ा ऑरेंज कलर टाइप इंक्लूड कर दिया उसके अंदर. आई डोंट नो, मे बी आई एम बीइंग टू
हम्म.
ड्रामेटिक हियर, बट और आके जैसे चिल घूम रहे हैं, ऐसे पता ही नहीं कि वहां कैमरा है, ऐसे पता ही नहीं कि हम लोग लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं. राकेश भाई नो आइडिया कि हम कौन सी गेम पे फोकस कर रहे होंगे.
क्रेजी क्रेजी. यो भाई यार इस इसका स्क्रीनशॉट तो बनता है भाई. बाय द वे इन द बैक द गाय विद द ग्लासेस दैट जेरोम वंडनबर्ग ही इज द ऑर्गेनाइजर फॉर टाटा स्टील. So he's the man responsible for having this event every single year. Like one of the main persons for this event. And I have this memory of him. Once I played this tournament called Amsterdam Cultural Village, which used to be the qualifiers for the Tata Steel, Masters section. एंड वहां पर अगर आप फर्स्ट आते हो तो आप सी ग्रुप में खेल सकते हो. बट वंस व्हाट
ओह.
हैपेंड वाज आई हैड अ ग्रेट इवेंट लाइक अंटिल द पेनल्टीमेट राउंड. आई वाज लीडिंग द इवेंट एंड लास्ट राउंड में अगर मैं ड्रॉ करता हूँ तो आई विल कम फर्स्ट in the event and I'll qualify to the C group and I will make a grandmaster norm. And I ended up losing that match. And I remember I was in one of the, let's say, not in the best place because of course I lost two things, yeah, grandmaster norm and a qualification. Then Jerome just comes up to me and he says, I'm so sorry that, you're not going to be able to play the C group because all the players are now announced. This was the final one. But you'll be happy to know that next year, you are the first person to be invited to this to
Oh,
the
that's
C
so
group.
sweet.
It
That's so
was
sweet.
it's a moment that moments like these really really make you appreciate the environment of chess, the people around chess, and it's something that I will never forget. So he's a great guy,
Yeah.
for that.
या एब्सोल्युटली. एंड आई थिंक तभी ये लेगेसी बन पाती है कि इमेजिन करो 80+ इयर्स से वर्ल्ड के टॉप प्लेयर्स बार बार यहां आ रहे हैं. लाइक मैग्नस आई थिंक मेंशन्ड रिसेंटली इन इंटरव्यू, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, ही वाज टेम्प्टेड टू प्ले टाटा स्टील. ही रियली वांटेड टू प्ले, but then he became a father, so he was like, "Nay, maybe I should pay more attention there." And like, imagine, like Magnus doesn't want to play classical, but he was really tempted to be here. I think it only happens when you treat the players well. And Saj bhai, I think hopefully the results will also kind of be amazing for us treatment के साथ साथ. And फिलहाल के लिए अगर position देखें, Bishop G5, which is both players playing very quickly as of now.
Oh, yes. And Gukesh, wow, plays C4. Not at all a
भाई.
normal preparation, but we know that Gukesh has spent his rest day pretty productively. From
Yeah.
the way that he is playing the first 10 moves, only has spent 1.5 minutes so far and is making some very, very interesting decisions. First one being, of course, taking the pawn on d5, and secondly, pushing the pawn twice, which is again breaking some principles. But from the bar and from the follow up of this game, we can see that it promises to be a very exciting match.
Yeah, and C3, C4, this opening
And
line was very
C5.
popular. Wow. Very popular opening line from when chess was chaturanga. एक एक खेलते थे लोग, but दो खत्म allowed है. कुछ शायद पता नहीं होगा. But now knight d2 Sahaj bhai. Like apparently C5 was the best. So it feels like maybe again your cloud coming into the picture. Yeah, C5 was great, but maybe didn't allow enough winning chances. So he plays knight to d2 with some even potentially dangerous ideas.
Correct. And the only weird thing in this position for me is that bishop on b3. So
Hmm.
generally speaking, this bishop should be on g2 and white's pawn should be on g3. Now that looks like Benoni,
Hmm.
reverse Benoni, अब जो black से खेलते हो आप. But this bishop on b3, it remains to be seen what is the purpose of it, how it fits into the position. When we speak about Benoni in general, this fianchetto bishop is the sort of the soul of the entire, because It controls the entire diagonal, controls the e4 square, but b3 पे थोड़ा out of place लग रहा है मुझे.
I agree. I mean, pawn से blocked है भाई. So literally that's a deep idea. You know, ऐसे ideas usually 5-10 move आगे समझ में आते हैं. You know, for example, ऐसे कई बार shortcut देखा होगा आपने, आपकी गाड़ी चला रहे हो, you take a shortcut. Starting with it's all जंगली area. You know, लगता है कहाँ आ गए. But suddenly, couple of turns down, you escape into the main road and you kind of save a lot of time. So कुछ ऐसा crazy idea हो Gukesh का. And it forces opponent to think already. So Bluebaum जी out of prep, इमेजिन रेस्ट नहीं था, उन्होंने कुछ डीप प्रेप करी होगी. एंड फिलहाल के लिए द गुड न्यूज इज वी आर इन गुकेश प्रेप, नॉट ब्लूबाम्स. एंड सहज भाई, ये एक लेसन हो सकता है ब्लूबाम के लिए, इवन फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स, जब वो गेम हारेंगे.
Why? I think Bluebaum is a very, very solid player. And Uska strategy is, very clear because he keeps things solid and he waits for his opponent to over push and then he strikes. So it's not clear yet how this game is gonna unfold. But right now, I do agree with you that for Gukesh, it looks fantastic. I
Yeah.
think because he's got his prep on the board, there is a nice imbalance. There's a lot of pieces present, not a lot of trades. Very Gukesh-like position. He should feel comfortable here.
And you know what, Chad, before we move to Arjun's and Pragg's game, I really want to check out the standings first. We started a couple of minutes late, so we couldn't go to the standings. Just to establish context, Sahaj bhai, because abhi kya hai कि we are in round number 9, 5 round pending hai, 9, 10, 11 और 13, if my maths is not, that bad. 5 round mein, imagine where the leader would be. Let's imagine 3 points. Yeah, 3 or 5 should be pretty doable. So 8.5 is where you really want to be if you want to win the event. When you look at 8.5 with 5 rounds to go, Aravindh has no chance. Pragg, I think, has no chance, 5 rounds remaining. Arjun winning 5 on 5, I mean, that's, while it's possible, it's very unlikely. I think Gukesh has the best chance of finishing in first place, or let's say even second place. That's what we are hoping for. So Arjun and Gukesh, best hopes for India right now. Super important for them to jump into the first half of the standings. That should happen by the end of today. Only then things are moving in the right direction.
True, bhai. And I think for Gukesh also, it's 4.5 out of 5 that he has to score, which is okay, theoretically possible, but still very, very unlikely. But agar kisi ka best chance hai, I would say like top 3 is something that is still well within our reach. But first आना, I'm not sure if that's possible, considering the fact कि भाई दोनों जो leaders आपको दिख रहे हैं first और second पे, they are playing against each other. So one player is definitely going on 6 points, and it could be possible that Nodirbek wins and he goes on 6.5. And Sahil bhai, a very interesting fact for you, if you didn't know this, but Sindarov actually has a fantastic classical score against Abdusattorov, like some 5-1 or 6-1 or something like that. In fact, even Yakuboev has a very good score against Abdusattorov. Did you know this?
I didn't know this, but it kind of resembles what Arjun and Gukesh have, right? So Gukesh kind of became the world champion, but Arjun has a fantastic record. Like it's very interesting to me कि ऐसा कुछ dynamic फिर से दिख रहा है हमें. So मजा आएगा chat. And of course, like first place is tough. It will require Nodirbek losing a game, for example, and staying behind. But even then, I think top 3 में अगर एक या दो Indians आ सकते हैं, that's still a possibility. Let's hope for the best. If Gukesh finishes second or Arjun finishes second, they will gain a bunch of rating, and still that would be a great finish from where we are right now. So let's hope for the best. And of course, let's not forget chat, ये सिर्फ शुरुआत है इस साल की. अभी freestyle world championship starts on 13th Feb. That's literally a world championship title जहां पे अर्जुन खेलेंगे. SCC finals आ रहा है. There is Norway chess. There is candidates. Saad bhai, how excited are you about the candidates? By 4 Indians actually participating for 2 potential world championship titles.
I think it's, for me, it's the highlight because, personally also, like, candidates is one of the first events that I started being a commentator. So, life is going a full circle. So personally also, it's a very big thing for me. And I think overall, I think for the chess world, this is, I think, the biggest event besides the world championship. But okay, world championship में सिर्फ 2 players रहते हैं, तो candidates become slightly more exciting for me because there's more names. There's more things happening just because there are more players on the board. So I'm very, very excited to see how or who will qualify. By 3 players in the women's candidates is huge.
Yep, and आपने कहा it's come a full circle for you, Sahaj bhai, for all of us, and hopefully we can give a lot of circles in front of our opponent's name as well when we play them and get that 1 point, and hopefully Pragg Divya, Vaishali, Hampi can kind of, if we have winners, if we win both candidates, imagine Pragg as the winner of the open section candidate, then Hampi, Divya, Vaishali as the winner, one of them. I mean, that's gonna put Indian chess in a new direction completely. That will be insane. So मजा आएगा chat. Good things to look forward to. इसलिए फॉर्म ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, नॉट नेसेसरली द फर्स्ट प्लेस. आर वी मूविंग इन द राइट डायरेक्शन? That is important. So, Sajbhai, as these are calculated, but a couple of updates. Rookie one played by Gukesh. What do you make of the position right now?
I think he's still very much in his prep, even though he's playing quickly. Bar seems to slightly prefer black, but I think position is very complicated. Again, the problem is there's bishop on b3. Not sure what's going to happen with this, but we know that Gukesh is in his prep, so it's comfortable for him. I think let's also take a look at Arjun versus Hans, because some exciting chess is happening there, and Arjun again doing Arjun things. Started with knight f3 as well, and then he goes c4. Symmetrical English we have in front of us. Plays d4, takes, black plays e6, and uske baad a3. Kind of sidestepping g3 is the main move here for white. Black plays bishop c5, knight b3, kicking the bishop away. Goes bishop b6, and now bishop f4, I believe, is a kind of a new move in this position because c5 is more logical. So again, this is Arjun territory. Black plays d5 and Arjun goes c5, moves the bishop back to c7, and I think either Arjun is not making a move because he's simply not at the board. But look at the follow-up here. He will take the bishop on c7, then he will play knight b5 and give a check on d6, and Hans ko bolega wo goodbye to your castling. Already, I think, looking very, very promising for Arjun.
And that is the best variation, actually. It is going to happen, Sajbhai. That is theory in very few games played, like 6 games in this position. But the problem is, objectively, Black has a great record on chess.com from this position. So I think Arjun's prep will be crucial. He needs to prove a point why spoiling the castling is of such importance, because otherwise, I think Black's structure looks very strong and it does seem to have a great record. So knight on the board, knight d6 checking coming. And a good question of chat, Sajbhai. Sajbhai, एक चीज बताओ, you are imagining Pragg and Vaishali as first in candidates. फिर नीचे आते हैं players. Like then फिर दुख होता है. Like expectation हमें कम रखनी चाहिए क्या? I personally feel कि भाई expectations maybe not super unrealistic रखनी चाहिए, but high की तरफ रखनी चाहिए, because then you're excited and give your best. Imagine, Sajbhai, you are playing the candidates. लगता नहीं मैं जीत पाऊंगा यार, लगता नहीं है भाई, अपने कहा भाई Bluebaum खेल रहा है candidates यार, so tough to win that one. You will not give your best, you will not prepare the best, you will already downgrade yourself rather than believing भाई ये candidates मेरा ही है, मैं ही जीतूंगा कोई भी आ जाए. What do you think, Sajbhai?
Correct, bhai. I think if the moment we start sort of thinking कि भाई जीतना is not okay, that's even more sad. Because अभी वो expectations है Pragg के साथ, Divya, Hampi, and Vaishali, of course, and because we expect great things from them, and I think that's अगर वो expectation कम होती है तो it's only sadder for the players and sadder for us as viewers and as broadcasters and so on. So I think expectations तो high रखने ही चाहिए भाई.
बिल्कुल. एंड इससे बेटर है प्यार करो और दिल तुड़वा लो, ना कि प्यार ही ना करो. क्यों साज भाई?
बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल सत्य वचन.
इसी के साथ ही भाई, प्यार के साथ ही आई थिंक अर्जुन सीट से उठ चुके हैं, बिकॉज ही स्टिल इन हिज प्रेप. सो वन लुक एट द प्रग वर्सेस अरविंद गेम, साज भाई, वहां कहां पहुंची गेम?
तो आई थिंक we didn't basically Ragozan हुआ बोर्ड पे. टेक्स पे मैंने छोड़ा था. I mean last when I looked at this, I don't think we have looked at it yet, but takes queen a4 check, knight c6 पे bishop g5. So far very much mainstream theory. h6 takes e3, castle and rook c1. Basically so far like nothing crazy has happened here. So we are still very much in opening territory for both players. I would be surprised here if, I mean, actually, Arvind is thinking that is a bit surprising for me, because for sure he has this position in his files. Yeah, Rook D8, and I'm sure even I have this position in my files. So Rook D8 and Queen G6 is the move here.
Even I have the position in my files. Right? And that's but I think Arvind के लिए
for sure, yeah. This is like main line after main line. कुछ change ही नहीं किया आपने अभी तक.
I think the sad part is it's not the position itself; it's the last few games. Arvind, I think, in the last 5 games has 1 point with 2 draws, and both games I think he was technically losing. So I think it's more about his confidence. Has lost 13 points in this tournament. He needs that win. But we have black pieces against Pragg already. You feel like, okay, I'm under pressure. So super important last few games in this tournament for Arvind. It could decide his career. Let's hope so. He gets some good results, good wins under his belt.
And also considering the fact that Arvind was not winning, but okay, he was pushing. At some point, he was winning against Arjun,
Hmm.
but didn't manage to capitalize on that. So that was a golden opportunity for Arvind to take down India number one and get back to the 2700 club. But that didn't happen. So yeah, this is a bit worrying for Arvind for sure. And Pragg bhi bhai, pehle do losses ke baad, Pragg has made all draws. So he has made
Hmm.
6 draws back to back. So he's also looking to pick up a couple of wins and get
Yeah.
back, into the leaderboard. That's also important for him. Remember, he's the candidate. So confidence increase करना बहुत जरूरी है भाई.
बहुत ज़रूरी, and I think 6 draws does give you a solid foundation to go for the kill in the final few rounds, and he would look to capitalize on Arvind's form here as well. बहुत important. And दो क्वेश्चन चैट किया. पहला, यस, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप नवंबर दिसंबर में ही होती है, हमेशा तभी होती है, बिकॉज मैग्नस अपने बर्थडे पे ऑफन जीतते थे, तो इस बार भी तभी होगी. एंड सेकंड क्वेश्चन, यार, कमेंटेटर्स कर्स, द थिंग इज, अगर हम नहीं करेंगे कोई और कर्स कर लेगा भाई. सो कमेंटेटर्स दुनिया में बहुत है, एंड अब हम लोग लो एक्सपेक्टेशन रख ले, बट बाकी लोग कर्स करते हैं, इससे माइट एज वेल जस्ट गिव आवर बेस्ट, एंजॉय द इवेंट टू द फुलेस्ट. एंड कर्स वर्स भाई भगवान के ऊपर है, जो होना है वो होगा. हम लोग क्या इतना इतना पावर देना खुद को भाई ऑल्सो फील्स रॉन्ग, आई थिंक.
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट. कमेंटेटर्स का नहीं होता भाई. आई थिंक नॉट रियल. But yeah, so I think we have looked at all the Indian boards overall. Let's also take a quick look at the tournament leaders. The two Uzbek players, Sindarov versus Abdusattorov. One is on 5.5 points, who's the tournament leader. That's Abdusattorov. And then Sindarov is the only player on 5 points, only half a point behind. And this match is very important for the standings because एक player 6 point पे जरूर आएगा रिगार्डलेस ऑफ द रिजल्ट. एक 6.5 पे भी हो सकता है और उसके कम चांसेस है, बट क्योंकि ब्लैक से खेल रहा है वो एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. एंड इफ वी लुक एट द पोजिशन, and first of all, before diving into the position, we should look at the time difference. Abdusattorov has not even spent 2 minutes in this position with the black pieces, that is. And Sindarov right now is taking a long think and trying to see कि भाई what has Abdusattorov prepared in this position. By the way, ये Slav से आई थी. So d4, d5, c4, c6. This is Slav. Knight f3, knight f6. He plays g3, bishop to g4, knight e5, bishop f5. यहाँ पे कोई trap होता था, if I remember correctly. But yeah, takes is the position, is the current position, and right now he's thinking, भाई.
या ट्रैप होगा तो मैं फंसाऊंगा उसमें, बट सीखा नहीं मैं क्लियरली, क्योंकि मुझे याद नहीं है समझ भाई.
वही तो है
बट
ट्रैप इस पोजीशन में. नाइट e5 बिशप f5 के बाद कुछ ट्रैप होता है, मेरे को याद नहीं है वो, बट लेकिन आई एम श्योर देयर इज
इज इट
समथिंग
द
देयर.
फिरूजा कारुआना ट्रैप यू टॉकिंग अबाउट? बट दैट वाज अ बिट डिफरेंट. याद है जब वो 9 मूव्स में फिरूजा लॉस्ट अगेंस्ट
But he
कारुआना? आई
did.
थिंक इट वाज,
I think Fabi didn't play d4 in that game, if I'm not
आई
mistaken.
थिंक D4 इज द,
Sorry,
ओके ओके.
Firuza didn't play d4. Firuza was white.
अच्छा
No, Fabi was white.
अच्छा.
Fabi was white. Firuza was black.
ओके ओके, मे
But
बी
he
आई थिंक
didn't
विद
play
सिमिलर
d4.
स्ट्रक्चर दो, बट ओके
Yeah,
एनीवेज
similar
आई थिंक.
structure. I agree.
हाँ.
Maybe that's what I'm confusing it with. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
साथ में जब आप बोलते हो वॉट, तो मेरे रोंगटे खड़े होते हैं भाई, मेरे खुद के, लाइक इट्स स्पॉन्टेनियस. लोग कहते हैं भाई रात के 12 बजे होता है, चिल्लाया मत करो भाई, कांट कंट्रोल इट भाई, आई विश आई कुड, लाइक वाह, ऐसे ऐसे निकलेगा. लाइक एट द एंड इट्स ऑलवेज गोना बी वॉट यार, मतलब यार चेस में ना कुछ भी होता है भाई. मुकेश में जो ब्लंडर हुआ था, इट वाज अ वॉट मोमेंट, आई थिंक अ
वो
क्लियर
तो
वॉट
भाई,
मोमेंट.
I cannot believe that. I still cannot believe that happened. I'm sure even Gukesh, when he looks back and tries to think about it, it's like, ये कैसे हो सकता है? It just
हाँ.
feels so elementary. But yeah, I'm guessing it was just a complete blind spot, and it's good to just completely ignore those things. Yeah.
या साजा, ब्लाइंड स्पॉट से याद आया, ब्लैक क्वीन और किंग के बीच में एक ब्लाइंड स्पॉट आ चुका है इन द अर्जुन गेम, बिकॉज क्वीन इज ऑन E5, किंग इज ऑन E8. दूरियां बढ़ती जा रही हैं कपल में, ऐसे तो डिवोर्स हो जाएगा साज भाई. क्या करें, क्या, व्हाट कैन ब्लैक डू टू यूनाइट बोथ द मेजर पीसेस?
तभी तो किया उसने किंग E7, क्वीन के थोड़ा पास.
हम्म. बीच
दूरियां
में
नहीं
बस
है जरूरी.
बीच में बस अंबुजा सीमेंट है, दीवार, तो वो
हाँ,
टूट नहीं रही
एग्जैक्टली.
है.
वो नहीं,
सो
ये नहीं
स्पॉन्सर
टूटेगा
अंबुजा
भाई.
सीमेंट, यू कैन डू इट. यस.
भाई मैगी हो गया, अंबुजा सीमेंट भी आ गया भाई. अब तो स्पॉन्सरशिप मिलनी चाहिए भाई.
भाई मिलनी चाहिए, कोई तो करे यार. एनीवेज, बाय द वे, लुक एट दिस हियर चैट. कैन एनीबॉडी गेस द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक? कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन, अर्जुन को पानी पीते हुए देखते हुए साज भाई, ऐसे, मतलब जस्ट टू एनालाइज की हैंड्स क्या सोच रहे हैं. व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक? चैट, कम ऑन. साज में क्या लग रहा है?
रुक D8 भाई. सिंपल डेवलपमेंट.
Very natural. I think second best move in the position. Very, very good move. एंड आई थिंक उसका किंग F8 एंड योर किंग बिकम्स वेरी सेफ एंड अर्जुन को प्रूव करना पड़ेगा कि यहाँ पे व्हाट कॉम्पोजिशन डज ही हैव. D4 I think is I mean it's possible but it feels like maybe it's I think पहले black has a few problems to solve. I think rook D8 does solve that problem.
तो व्हाट इज द बेस्ट मूव देन भाई?
It is G5.
क्या बात कर रहे हो
You
भाई,
know,
G5 इज क्रेजी.
Sajbhai D4 is saying I'm not going to address the problem. Rook D8 is saying I'm going to solve the problem. G5 is what problem?
भाई F4 आ रहा है शायद इसके लिए.
Wait, what? नहीं मैं समझ गया but like it's crazy यार. G5. Wow.
I mean क्वीन को E5 पे रखना इज मे बी लुकिंग गुड. भाई आपका कंप्यूटर बहुत ही कौन सा क्या स्पेक्स है आपके कंप्यूटर के भाई? बहुत स्ट्रांग है आपकी मशीन.
मेरी मशीन स्ट्रांग है क्या? थैंक यू साज भाई.
बहुत
आपको कैसे
बहुत
पता?
स्ट्रांग है भाई बिकॉज
आपको कैसे
इट्स
पता?
इट्स एबल. हाँ.
आपको कैसे
No,
पता?
I can tell by the change in evaluation in mine that it's much stronger than mine right now. तो कुछ
थैंक
आपने
यू साज
आपने
भाई.
i9 लिया लग रहा है.
हाँ मेरा आई9 है भाई. हाँ. यस.
अच्छा पता था मुझे भाई. क्रेजी ह्यूज. डोंट डोंट
बिल्कुल
वरी भाई,
आई9 भाई.
एक महीने के अंदर मेरे पास भी i9 आ रहा है भाई.
भाई
देन
9.
अब तब आएगा
आपको
असली
कौन सा है?
मजा.
आपको कौन सा है भाई?
मैं अभी अभी आया नहीं है भाई, मैं साउथ अफ्रीका से लूंगा. अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ
नहीं
साउथ
अभी अभी
अफ्रीका.
कौन सा है आपके पास?
अभी i7 8 Gen.
तो ऑफ कोर्स 9 बिगर देन 7 हो साज भाई को तो पता ही है हमें.
हाँ बट लेकिन यूजुअली जब आप जनरेशन मतलब i7 होता तो मे बी फर्क उतना ज्यादा नहीं होता, बट यहाँ पे आपको बहुत क्लियरली दिख रहा है फर्क.
हाँ तो जनरेशन गैप भी नहीं है
कब लिया
और
आपने
7
लैपटॉप
और
ये?
9. हाँ समझ गया भाई. 9 बिगर देन 7 भाई. दैट्स द मोटो भाई. सो गेट 9.
अरे भाई
चैट.
लैपटॉप का बता दो.
हाँ तो बढ़िया भाई. गेट i9 चैट. दैट्स द मोटिवेशन. आपको जल्दी वैल बैर चेंज चाहिए, जल्दी वॉट सुनना है तो गेट i9. बट या
साहिल भाई
हैंस जी ने
इग्नोरिंग
अभी
माय क्वेश्चंस.
हैंस भाई ने G5 नहीं खेला है. तो हैंस भाई का तो i9 नहीं है आई थिंक. वो सोच रहे क्या करना है. नाइट E4 बाय द वे इज ऑल्सो अ मूव जस्ट टू एक्सचेंज दैट नाइट ऑन D6 एंड क्रिएट प्रेशर ऑन F2. सो मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन है हैंस के लिए और बहुत सारे आंसर करेक्ट है. तो देखते हैं कौन सा वाला चूज करेंगे.
आई थिंक i9 चूज करना चाहिए चैट.
चैट
व्हाट डू यू
चाहती है
व्हाट डू यू
i9
थिंक?
बट है नहीं ना उनके पास i9. क्या करेंगे? अगर है ही नहीं
हाँ
तो क्या
भाई
कर
मेरा
सकते
भी
हैं?
i9 ही है नेक्स्ट वाला. आई जस्ट लुक्ड. आई जस्ट
नेक्स्ट
चेक जस्ट
वाला
टू बी श्योर.
दो दो है क्या लैपटॉप आपके पास रखने वाले हो?
एक ही है भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा ओके. ठीक.
मतलब व्हाट डू यू मीन? अभी तो पुराना वाला यूज कर रहा हूँ ना मैं, मेरा रेजर जो है.
अच्छा सॉरी पुराना यूज कर रहे हो. ओके गॉट गॉट.
हाँ
वही
अभी तो
दो है
पुराना
मतलब.
वाला. चैट में लिख भी रहे भाई, सहज भाई को रिप्लाई दे दो साहिल भाई.
कौन सा
कितनी
किसी का
स्वीट है
रिप्लाई
यार
भाई?
चैट. सो क्यूट.
किसका रिप्लाई? मैं तो सबका जवाब दे दिया यार.
हाँ हाँ ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स. साहिल भाई ने अपना जोक मार के खत्म कर दिया भाई, मेरे जोक पे फोकस करो बस.
मीनवाइल जोक से याद आया. नहीं यार किसी तरह का नाम नहीं ले सकता मैं यहाँ पे यार. शिट. अरे यार हर चीज सिंक करने की जरूरत नहीं है चैट. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट आई हैव लर्नड राइट नाउ. जोक से याद आया. मैं मेरी गेम नहीं नहीं लेट्स गो टू गुकेश गेम. आज भाई एक बार नजर मारते हैं कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियन की गेम में बिशप F5 जो आखिरी चाल थी D3 पॉन की
हम्म.
तरफ नजर. आर वी गोना डिफेंड दैट पॉन समहाउ या फिर वी आर गोना गो क्रेजी समहाउ?
आपके क्वेश्चन से लगता है कि नहीं, वी आर नॉट गोना डिफेंड दैट पॉन. बट क्वेश्चन इज हाउ डू यू नॉट डिफेंड द पॉन? बिकॉज क्वीन ई टू फील्स वेरी लॉजिकल टू मी. बट आई सी इट्स नॉट द बेस्ट मूव. बट
भाई
क्यों
क्वीन.
दया?
भाई क्वीन E2 के बाद सारे दरवाजे टूट जाएंगे भाई. H6 बिशप हिला रुक E8 और E4 दरवाजा तोड़ दो रानी की तरफ.
अरे क्रेजी. टेक्स. क्वीन टेक्स. अच्छा ये अगेन पोजीशन खराब इसलिए कि बिशप B3 पे पड़ा हुआ है. बता रहा हूँ मैं, कोई बिशप G2 पे होना चाहिए.
हाँ.
बिशप G2 पे होता तो दिस इज लाइक अ ड्रीम पोजीशन फॉर अ बेनोनी प्लेयर. ड्रीम.
एंड चैट डू यू नो व्हाट द बेस्ट मूव हियर इज? किसी को गेस करना है क्या?
भाई
किसी
चैट
को
ने
अगर
ऑलरेडी पूछ लिया भाई वो क्वेश्चन.
क्या सवाल था भाई?
कि व्हाट अबाउट दिस मूव?
लैपटॉप. अच्छा 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 मूव. अच्छा मूव्स की बात कर रहे हैं क्या हम? अच्छा ओ आई मिसअंडरस्टूड. ओके
भाई
मूव्स में आई डोंट
लैपटॉप
नो.
कौन सा पहले ये बताओ आप.
लैपटॉप मुझे देखना पड़ेगा. दिस इज लाइक आई थिंक लेनोवो समथिंग.
और लेनो लीजन.
हाँ लीजन का जो बेस वाला है आई थिंक.
लीजन वाई.
आई डोंट नो व्हाई साज भाई. मुझे नहीं पता क्यों लिया मैंने. मतलब स्पेक्स अच्छे थे.
भाई लीजन वाई बोला मैंने.
तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ पता नहीं क्यों लिया.
बढ़िया
लाइक
मशीन है
लाइक
लेकिन वो.
मैं सिर्फ स्पेक्स ही
लेनोवो
देखे
के
हैं भाई।
लैपटॉप्स आर वेरी गुड, यू नो व्हेन चैट थोड़ा आपको इंटेल दे रहा हूँ एक चेस प्लेयर्स के उस पर्सपेक्टिव से. When I went for a training camp with the Grandmaster Vladimir Chuchalov, he's the coach of Fabiano Caruana. And वहाँ पर ना वो of course he trains you with chess, but he also helps you with getting like a very good machine at a good price. तो because he knows exactly कौन से specs आपको चाहिए होते हैं, कौन मतलब क्या, जैसे आपको graphics कार्ड उतना अच्छा नहीं चाहिए होता, he knows exactly आपको कौन से specs चाहिए रहते हैं. And the only machine he recommends is Lenovo. Like I know this for a fact. So you did good, भाई.
बट यू नो बी केयरफुल, मैंने पहले लेनोवो मंगाया था तो उसका स्क्रीन टूटा हुआ आया था, टुक मी 2 months टू रिटर्न दैट एंड आई हैड माय हार्ट इन माय माउथ फॉर दोस 2 months बिकॉज इतना पैसा खर्च करने के बाद ब्रोकन लैपटॉप मिला मुझे. सो बी गो टू अ स्टोर, इंस्पेक्ट द लैपटॉप एंड ओनली देन गेट इट. डोंट ऑर्डर ऑन ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म भाई, ऐसी महंगी चीज़ भाई. ओ माय गॉड, क्या पापड़ बेलने पड़े थे भाई मुझे, तब से मैं शेफ बन गया यार वो पापड़ बेलने के बाद. एंड मीन
Crazy,
वाइल चैट,
beautiful.
हाँ हाँ, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू भाई, बहुत ह्यूज था भाई, बहुत ह्यूज था. एंड साज भाई
अंकित
मीनवाइल,
भाई, गंदी गंदी चीजें लिख रहे हो आप चैट में.
अंकित भाई कौन है?
अंकित भाई.
हाँ तो इसलिए साज भाई बिशप एफ के बाद हम क्या करें? अपेरेंटली बिशप A4 इज द बेस्ट मूव. कि अगर आप D3 पे प्यादा मारते हो, जेलस होते हो, थोड़े से ऐसे लालची होते हो, तो बिशप टेक्स D7 एंड नाइट से मारोगे तो आप सिंगल रहोगे वैलेंटाइंस डे पे. सो क्वीन से मारना जरूरी है. बट नाउ नाइट टेक्स C5, नॉट बिशप 6 बट नाइट टेक्स C5, पॉन वापस मिल गया. एंड अपेरेंटली व्हाइट इज स्लाइटली बेटर, ऑल्दो इट्स डिबेटेबल. या ब्लैक आल्सो हैज सम
बेटर हो
प्रॉप्स.
बट सिंगल तो अभी भी हो ना भाई वैलेंटाइंस डे पे.
Saj bhai, 1% better every day. There are like 20 days to go. 1% better, 20 times multiply करेंगे तो enough
भाई
to get a
वन
date,
परसेंट
Saj bhai.
बेटर अगर एवरी डे हो ऐसे तो मतलब 100 दिन में आपको 100% हो जाओगे आप.
Exactly भाई, 20 दिन में it's enough to get a date, Saj भाई. अगर कोई बंदा मेहनत करे
हाँ,
तो 1%
तो
better every day.
20% अगर आप हो तो आपको डेट मिल जाएगी, तो ये आप कहना चाहते
भाई 1% ही 20% नहीं होगा ना भाई. 1%, 101, 102.1. साज भाई मैथ्स, भाई मैथ्स इस दिस इज व्हाई हमारे पेरेंट्स कहते थे मैथ्स इज
हैं.
इंपॉर्टेंट
मैथ
भाई.
इज
मैथ्स
मैथिंग
इज
टुडे
इंपॉर्टेंट.
भाई, क्रेजी.
हाँ, E = MC² भाई, रट लो भाई, सबके सब पेपर में आ
अरे
जाएगा.
अमेजिंग अमेजिंग. लगता है कुछ अकाउंटिंग पढ़ी है आपने.
भाई अकाउंटिंग, हो माय गॉड भाई, वर्ल्ड कप में हम लोग जब इंडियंस बाहर हो गए थे तो सागर भाई से अकाउंटिंग ही तो सीख रहे थे. भाई चेस भाई,
ओह
भाई
यस, ही
चेस
इज
तो,
अ सीए. दैट्स ट्रू, दैट्स ट्रू.
भाई चेस तो बचा नहीं था कुछ करने के लिए, तो हम अकाउंटिंग ही सीधे चैट रोज सुबह सागर भाई यूज्ड टू होस्ट दोस, याद है वो क्या था वो, मास्टर क्लासेस.
या
तो
आई
एक
डिड वन
घंटे
ऑफ
की
देम
चेस,
एक्चुअली.
हाँ 1 घंटे की चेस मास्टर क्लास, 4 घंटे की सीए की होती थी, तो हम तो वही सीखते थे भाई.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, तभी तो वही वैसे ही तो आपको मतलब कॉम्पनसेशन मिलता था मास्टर क्लास का, सीए की क्लासेस.
यस.
क्रेजी. Power of compounding. Exactly, chat. Hi Sahaj, I'm 37 and my interest in chess has recently opted for learning. Do you coach beginners or is my brain officially too vintage to learn the London system? I love the way you approach this. I love the way you've asked the question. I love the energy as well. I do sometimes one-on-one, but utna zyada nahi karta main. Maybe I'll look into some group classes, but you can definitely reach out to me bhai. Instagram pe or Discord pe kahin pe, and we can take it
And
further.
about the London system, bhai, you are never ever too old to play the London system. Bhai, that I can guarantee you. You could be 99 years old and you will still understand the London system. इसलिए it is a great opening.
Bhai, like we talk about liking the London system so much, and but let me tell you, until I wrote a course on London system, I never played London system before that. So
Wow.
it was only like at 24, 25 that I started playing the London system, and I started appreciating the opening for what it is. पहले even I didn't like it for white. Black से भी कोई खेलता रहा था, I felt super comfortable कि भाई ये क्या घटिया opening है. So you are never too late. I think it's just about appreciating chess in a very different way, but it's really nice, I think.
Yeah. Lansam, I used to play very well. Yeah, it's a great opening. What is limit x tends to 0 sin x by x? अभी मैं थोड़ा अभी एक दोस्त से पूछ के बताता हूँ भाई. इसका अच्छा दोस्त है मेरा, चेट जीपीटी नाम है उसका, बहुत बढ़िया दोस्त है मेरा साज भाई. आई थिंक यू आई विल इंट्रोड्यूस टू हिम सून, वेरी वेरी सून, नेक्स्ट
उससे
इवेंट.
मैचेस अच्छे होते हैं, राइट.
हाँ, बहुत अच्छे मैचेस खेलने में help करता है मेरी.
मैचेस, यस.
एंड साल में किस गेम पे चले हम, बिकॉज यहाँ पे अभी एक प्रारंभ नहीं कर रहे हैं मूव्स, तो थोड़ा इंतजार करना
मैं
पड़ेगा।
अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे जा सकते हैं, बट यूजुअली वही हो रहा है जो नॉर्मली होता है कि अर्जुन बोर्ड पे नहीं होगा। Like, अभी कैमरा नहीं है, बट जैसे ही होगा, देखो मैंने बोला था अर्जुन नहीं होगा बोर्ड पे। ही मस्ट बी वॉकिंग अराउंड एंड हिज अपोनेंट इज थिंकिंग, आधे घंटे का डिफरेंस एज यूजुअल। तो Arjun doing Arjun things. He has prepped really well. But yeah, Hans is also like super solid. He's on 4.5 points, tied third position. He has won 2 games against Fedoseev and Arvind, and he has lost 1 game against Vincent. So overall, Hans also has good chances to be in top three, even winning this tournament, considering how like his next few matches go. So very very important match for us. But yeah, but I think हमारी preparation is unmatched. I have to say, like Indian players की preparation is unmatched because we are seeing again and again Arjun, Gukesh, I think throwing ऐसा बहुत rarely होता है, मतलब basically negligible होता है कि first 1 घंटा खत्म हुआ and we have less time on the clock. Think about it.
That's true. That's true. And a queen c1 move is typical of that preparation. Why not queen c2 bhai? Like looks like developing, but nahi, queen c1 back rank पे खेलेंगे. It is clear preparation. And I think मजा आएगा देखने में कि actual में idea क्या है. For example, chat यहाँ पे queen c1 as आज mentioned f4 is the crazy idea. अगर यहाँ a6 खेलते हो आप थोड़े से नूब हो, आप कहते हो भाई मैं तो कुछ भी कर सकता हूं, देन यहाँ पे a6 के बाद सडनली f4 is very strong, queen h5, and now you can play e3, and apparently somehow this position is really bad after bishop e2, queen थोड़ी सी awkward सी लग रही है, just like the latest movie I saw yesterday, which I really really regret. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे साज भाई थोड़ा awkward है. Hans needs to come up with the correct move right now.
Yeah, and that's why he is thinking so much. And by the way, anyone wondering why he went for queen c1 and queen c2? Basically, अगर पोजीशन में एक ही बिशप रहता है, अभी इस पोजीशन में सिर्फ जैसे लाइट स्क्वायर बिशप इज द ओनली वन रिमेनिंग, तो जनरली दिस इज लाइक अ जनरल प्रिंसिपल कि आपको अपनी क्वीन दूसरे स्क्वायर पे रखनी है, दूसरे कलर के स्क्वायर पे रखनी है, बिकॉज अगर क्वीन c1 पे रहती है तो इट कंट्रोल्स मोर डार्क स्क्वायर्स, जो आपका बिशप नहीं कर सकता. दैट्स अ वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट स्ट्रेटेजिक प्रिंसिपल. And it will apply to like 90% of the positions, and this is like one reason to understand why queen c1 is better. And of course f4 ka idea jo sahil bhai ne mention kiya, that is of course the one of the most important things in this position, and he
भाई
just plays rook d8.
दिस इज मी वाइल वाटरिंग माय प्लांट्स भाई, बिल्कुल ऐसे ही उन्होंने मीम हैंस ने हाथ रुक के ऊपर रखा हुआ था. एंड ही प्लेज योर मूव्स आज भाई वेरी सॉलिड, उनको रिस्क लेना नहीं है. रुक d8, this is what he understands is the best way to play, and he does it. And now apparently just e3, and white is like doing okay, like not so bad. E3 nice move.
E3 is very nice idea again to play f4, I guess, later on. But yeah, e3 looks very, again,
And
solidifying your stance on the dark squares is very, very important here.
Pranay bhai, thanks a lot for this bet. And by the way, nice idea भाई चैट भाई. साथ में any plans chessable course में भी टिकू भाई कोर्स बनाते हैं भाई.
अरे भाई, मैं सोच रहा था उस कोर्स का टाइटल क्या रहेगा.
Oof. रुको, I have a name,
Chat, come
मतलब
up with some interesting title for the course जो टिक्कू भाई और मैं कर सकते हैं. Like be creative, but okay,
but
like something we can actually present to
हाँ,
Chessable as well. Like इतना crazy नहीं कि हम बोल भी ना पाए उनको, ठीक है, तो कुछ सोचो ऐसा कुछ crazy.
एंड ऊपर से इससे बेटर
हम कर
मार्केटिंग
सकते
नहीं हो
हैं
सकती भाई, हर स्ट्रीम पे पेल सकते हो उसको भाई.
भाई, एग्जैक्टली हम
हिलाज
कर
वाज
सकते
माय
हैं.
रिकमेंडेशन, बट आई थिंक मे बी चेसेबल विल नॉट लाइक इट चैट, तो कुछ और सोच सकते हैं.
किसी ने लिखा टू स्टूपिड. ये लिखा हिलाज नहीं भाई, नो वेज.
एक था ना मूवी थी टू स्टेट्स, वी कैन राइट टू मेंटल स्टेट्स.
हाँ नाइस भाई, टू मेंटल स्टेट, उसमें
वो
एक
राकेश है
आपका
के
एक
सामने. कैन वी
कौन.
गो, इज दैट राकेश? आई थिंक दैट्स राकेश नो.
ये इट्स राकेश भाई विद अ
अच्छा,
जैकेट.
वो 10 मिनट का एक टाइम मिला होगा ना स्टार्टिंग में, मे बी दे आस्क्ड कैन यू मूव द बोट टू द स्लाइटली राइट, थोड़ा सा जस्ट वांट टू सी राकेश एनालाइजिंग द पोजीशन. भाई क्या, ओहो ओहो 40 में आगे, ओहो.
40
लव
मूव
यू राकेश
आगे.
भाई.
क्रेजी भाई. द स्टॉपेबल तो नहीं होगा यार. बहुत बढ़िया, कुछ सोच, आप सोचो, अभी आपको बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, बट आप सोचो थोड़ा बढ़िया सा. अगर हम प्रेजेंट करते हैं, वी कैन एक्चुअली go ahead with this. I think it's a nice idea.
How did studying at DPS Faridabad and help Sahil to become a strong chess commentator? I have a lot of stories actually that did help me. Not necessarily from DPS Faridabad, but definitely from college and later on in my life. Like I think when you go have a normal life, which is not typical, you have more stories to share. So that definitely helps. By क्योंकि chess की stories काफी similar होती हैं, so it adds a new perspective. राकेश भाई, क्या थे टिक्कू भाई थोड़े से नया ऑर्गेनिज्म में क्यों ट्रांसफर हो रहा है? अरे इट्स ग्लैड टू सी समबडी ऑन साइट यार, मतलब मजा आता है देख के।
भाई इमेजिन चेसेबल कोर्स का नाम द टू ऑर्गेनिजम्स।
मतलब साहज भाई पैसा तो मिलेगा नहीं, कैंसल भी साथ में करवाएंगे मतलब। ये लोग, ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट कहाँ से आया है
भाई
एक्चुअली?
टू ऑर्गेनिजम्स और
कहाँ से
सुनो
आया
सुनो
है
सुनो, उसमें पता
कॉन्टेक्स्ट?
क्या करेंगे, उसमें क्या करेंगे, मैं कोर्स करता हूँ फिर आप वीडियो करना एंड चैट को बोलेंगे ईस्टर एग्स, लुक फॉर द ईस्टर एग्स।
नहीं, आई थिंक वी कैन नेम इट समथिंग, आई डोंट नो, मैगी के कुछ बन सकता है। नहीं, नॉट मैगी, वी कैन ईट नूडल्स व्हाइल डूइंग टेकिंग द कोर्स। और ये
भाई आई लव दिस आइडिया, टू ऑर्गेनिजम्स और आप वीडियो करो बस हर टॉपिक से पहले वेलकम टू दिस चैप्टर ऑफ द टू ऑर्गेनिजम्स कोर्स, एंड फिर हम बोलेंगे बीच में भाई ईस्टर ईस्टर एग है चैट, फॉर टू फाइंड द
वेट
ईस्टर एग यू
व्हाट?
हैव टू बाय द कोर्स।
अरे बाप रे, सोचते हैं भाई, चैट कुछ बढ़िया आइडिया होगा तो भाई लिखना भाई चैट में, विल थिंक अबाउट दिस। व्हाट फेज द गेम वुड इट बी फॉर? एनीथिंग भाई, वही तो टाइटल विल डिसाइड द फेज ऑफ द गेम भाई। ओपनिंग है तो यू नो लाइक डिपेंड्स। पीछे वो, ओके ओके, दैट्स अ टॉल गाय फॉर श्योर, बट आई डोंट नो हु दैट इज। बाय द वे,
मैगी
दैट ही
कार्लसन
वुड बी
विद
अ
टू
कंटेंडर
नोज,
फॉर द वर्ल्ड्स
हाउ टू,
टॉलेस्ट मैन, या भाई दैट गाय इज वेरी टॉल, नो?
नहीं नहीं वो है कोई स्टेज कोई स्टेप्स है वहां पे आई थिंक।
नहीं भाई, लुक
नहीं
एट
नहीं
दैट, देयर इज
पहले
नो।
भी ना उस जगह पे एक और भी, अच्छा नहीं एक्चुअली यूर राइट, ओह
नहीं भाई, ही
वाओ।
इज वेरी टॉल। आई थिंक दैट्स लाइक 7.5 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
नहीं नहीं
राकेश भाई को
7 फीट तो नहीं है भाई, बट या ओके, आई मीन यू आर इन नेदरलैंड्स, या डच पीपल आर वेरी टॉल इन जनरल।
या ट्रू, ट्रू। 7 feet तो है आई थिंक।
ह्यूज इफ ट्रू, लिटरली
राकेश को बोलते हैं ना भाई, उससे पूछे कितना लंबा है, आई एम काइंड ऑफ क्यूरियस।
ह्यूज इफ ट्रू।
बाय द मुकेश हैज मेड अ मिस्टेक।
क्या बात कर रहे हो, कह दो कि
भाई
झूठ है।
नहीं करेंगे कोर्स भाई, नहीं करेंगे कोर्स रुकेश भाई, आप रेस्ट मत लो भाई, ये मत करो यार। और आप अपना रिजेक्शन ऐसे वॉइस मत करो यार। भाई
नहीं
बिशप
नहीं
का नाइट। हाँ
गलती नहीं है भाई, I'll tell you his thought process. His thought process
हाँ।
is he wants, first of all, 18 मिनट सोचा तो no prep here chat, very important. But Gukesh का thought process is कि he wants black to take on e4, which by the way is the best move in the position. You go rook takes e4, black plays h6, best move again. Bishop f6, queen f6, and now you have a nice imbalance in the position. You've got opposite colored bishops, which Gukesh evaluates as, let's say, troubling. Not necessarily good or bad, but he thinks, okay, यहाँ पे गेम लंबा चल सकता है. So that's his thought process. I don't think he's that much worse. I think इससे ये पक्का है कि गेम लंबा चलेगा भाई, for sure.
एंड यू नो साज भाई, द थिंग इज वो नाइट C5 पे जब आएगा, आई थिंक दैट्स गोना बी अ नाइटमेयर फॉर श्योर। एंड एक चीज है चैट, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट, ब्लू बाम पिछली तीनों गेम जीत रहे थे, एंड समहाउ आई थिंक ही ड्रू ऑल थ्री। सो कहीं ना
हाँ भाई
कहीं
तो
पे वो
चार
भी
कर देते हैं
सोच,
ना उसको.
हाँ एक्चुअली, सो आई थिंक कहीं ना मुझे लग रहा है कि उनका कॉन्फिडेंस माइट नॉट बी दैट हाई, सो देयर इज स्टिल पोटेंशियल फॉर गुकेश टू टेक अ स्लाइटली वर्स पोजीशन and still kind of move forward and push. So I would not be too worried about this, but of course, objectively, maybe a slight mistake here, and that's what I was trying to consider कि भाई मारूं कि ना मारूं, मारो या ना मारो भाई, ये हो सकता है कोर्स का नाम, मारो या ना मारो।
Huge if true.
यू नो
भाई भाई आपने
सर भाई,
स्पेक्स कहाँ से बनवाए भाई, लोकल दिल्ली की शॉप हमारे घर के पास, आई मीन दे आर मेकिंग स्पेक्स फॉर अस फॉर, लाइक दे यूज्ड टू डू इट फॉर माय मॉम, फॉर माय ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स, सो इट्स द सेम पर्सन. ये अच्छा लगा या खराब लगा आपको इसलिए पूछ रहे हो?
साज भाई मारो या ना मारो, टॉपिक पीस एक्सचेंजेस,
इंटरेस्टिंग, वी कैन डू दैट.
है ना? मारो या ना मारो,
कर सकते हैं भाई, अगर इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड आई कैन टेक इट फॉरवर्ड.
मारो या ना मारो के साथ क्या?
एग्जैक्टली.
नॉट श्योर अबाउट दैट वन, बट सोचते सोचते सोचते, लेट्स नॉट कम टू कंक्लूजन टू क्विकली।
ओ या.
टाइम
So
पास मत करो,
94
वाओ।
on
हाँ,
paper a slight mistake, but practically I think a great choice for Gukesh. I think game lamba chalega. That is what it guarantees. So I think that's great news. Let's check in with Pragg because we haven't done that in a quite some time. We left it at I think Rook C1 where it was some preparation, and of course after some thought he did end up playing Rook D8. एंड ही गोज बिशप D3, ब्लैक प्लेस बिशप G4. भाई ये क्या है, बिशप E2 अब क्यों भाई, पहले बिशप E2 खेल देते. अभी बिशप D3 के बाद क्यों? अच्छा, क्वीन G6 का थ्रेट होगा कुछ. So yeah, bishop D3 here, bishop E2, black goes bishop F5. No draw by the way, bishop D3 वापस नहीं आ रहा. तो शॉर्ट कासल के बाद we are in मेन स्ट्रीम टेरिटरी. एक जो सबसे वियर्ड चीज यहाँ पे इस पोजीशन में ये है, वो है अरविंद का टाइम. लाइक आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई इज ही 25 minutes below here.
That's a good point actually. I didn't even notice that because opening ऐसी कुछ crazy नहीं लग रही. And it feels like Arvind is, it's just the pressure talking, Saj, and it's not going to get easier until he wins that game. वो mental dialogue आप जितना भी fix कर लो, at the end it has to be backed by evidence, and he needs that one win. And today it's not going to be easy. White is so solid here.
या अग्रीड भाई. आई थिंक वेरी वेरी सॉलिड गेम. ये बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. तो लेट्स सी हाउ Pragg plays. I think short castle is the best move. Of course, the imbalance is black having two bishops, white having sort of slightly better placed pieces, and the pawn structure for white is better also because black का ये जो pawn chain है b7, c6, c7 and d5. This pawn wants to be on c6 so that we can connect all of them together. And d5 के pawn पे उतना pressure ना है. But because of the double bishop, it's a nice compensation to have right now. The position looking equalish for now.
Yeah. And by the way, great suggestion actually, Saj bhai. Title How to Win by Luck. I actually love that title. I don't know why. Like it just feels so tempting.
Chat, do you know why Sahil bhai loves that title? Would love
Hey,
to.
come on.
Do you know, chat, ki why Sahil bhai loves the title How to Win by Luck? Just yes or no भी लिख दो तो समझ आ जाएगा मुझे. Let me know, chat.
Right. It feels very tempting because if you're playing strong players, I think if luck is on your side, it can really, change the course of the game by. Luck is super important. जब normally
Correct.
नहीं जीतते luck के इंतजार से, we can luck की help से जीत सकते हैं. Why are people wearing
अर्जुन
jackets?
भाई, अर्जुन ने भी एक स्लाइट इनएक्यूरेसी कर दी है.
अरे यार.
Which is he played f4 immediately. He should have gone e3 and f4, but he played f4 immediately, and he goes queen h5, and now he's thinking.
I wonder what's the difference though between both these options.
Bhai, the difference is that if you play e3 now, then black can go queen g6 and prevent you from developing this bishop to d3. Had you played e3 एक चाल पहले, like f4 से पहले अगर आप e3 खेलते, तो queen g6 पे नहीं बैठ सकती उतना easily. So then I could play bishop d3 or f4 and go short castle easier. But he goes e3 now, and we'll see if Hans actually plays queen g6. By the way, it's also clear, more or less, that Arjun is also out of his prep now with a healthy 20-minute advantage.
That's a good point because he did take 9 minutes for f4. I think he still understands the ideas, but exact maybe position ke bare mein he doesn't know. And it depends on how well Hans knows this position. Hans, by the way, has been a revelation, of course, became very popular in 2022 December after all that happened. And he kind of, I think, कमाल किया वैसे हैंस ने तो यार मतलब like just to think about what he said he kind of achieved, but on the other hand also he's gotten kind of semi stuck, like मतलब वो होता है like just below that top level, like वो world top 20 में भी आ चुके हैं, 15 में भी आई थी वो बीच में आ गए थे, world top 10 बस उनको ब्रेक करना रह गया. That will change his life of course, and this
But I
tournament,
feel
winning this
like,
tournament for
first
example,
of all, I think his life has changed dramatically. And secondly, I feel like calling it stuck is not fair, bhai, because I think he's still growing. He's still growing as a player. He's still growing as a person. And I think he's done, of course, what he has done in the last like 3 years is nothing short of impressive. Yeah, 4 साल पहले Hans 2500 का player था. And considering the fact that he, not getting invites to the top events and all of that, being sort of working largely by himself, breaking 2700, 2750 is no joke. Like I remember he started creating his own tournaments. Yeah, वो Anish Giri के पास गया था, and then he like just to have games against top players. So he did all of that on his own. So that's very, very impressive.
True. And I think from his perspective, winning that one major event is so important because that signals to organizers across the world कि भाई I won that event. I can do it against anybody. Give me more opportunities. So that's why for him, this is not just a matter of a tournament. It means a lot more. It means a lot more invites across the year in 2026. So and chess की दुनिया में से हिकारू ने आपको सुना होगा बोलते हुए कि top players के लिए a lot of money that they get depends around the players, the invites that they get for these big events. So I think invites are very, very important for somebody like Hans to face the top players of the world consistently. Do you think Hans wouldn't be so famous? Magnus Carlsen? Of course, he wouldn't be so famous. I mean, at one point, chat literally, I think he was the most famous chess player in the world. Yeah, like more like everybody knew Hans was. In fact, he mentioned he was playing an event. कोई Uber इसका driver है कहता है आप वही बंदा हो ना भाई like तुम वही हो ना भाई. So that's how popular he got. Like everybody who knew like who Hans was. So I think at the end, it I don't know if it helped him or made it worse. Like it's very hard to kind of guess that, but yeah, he did become a popular face because of that controversy.
For sure भाई, for sure. And I mean, I heard somewhere कि कोई Netflix की कोई documentary आ रही है about this whole entire जो मैग्नस के साथ सीन हुआ था हंस का. And I'm actually really looking forward to it. I'm not sure when it's coming out, but I heard from like some people that it's in the works, and I'm very very excited for it. Bhai.
Yeah, will be crazy अगर ऐसा कुछ है. And मैंने देखा था ट्रेलर एक जुड़ित पुलगार की डॉक्यूमेंट्री का साहज भाई. That's coming
Ooh.
out very soon. And मैंने 5-6 दिन पहले ट्रेलर देखा था. Amazing trailer. And definitely check that one out on Netflix because Queen's Gambit आई थी तो it became a sensation. We want such moments for chess overall, especially for Indian chess. तो
भाई
देखना
फिर
जरूर
तो
भाई.
क्वींस गैम्बिट का सीजन 2 बनाओ भाई. अभी तो उसने सिर्फ उसी को ही हराया ना. वर्ल्ड चैंपियन थोड़ी बनी वो.
भाई यही है सीजन 2 भाई एक्चुअल में. If you
नहीं नहीं
think about
भाई,
it,
सीजन 2 बना उसका. मैं यूजुअली मतलब मानता नहीं हूँ उसमें. मुझे लगता है कि यूजुअली सीजन 2 से मतलब क्वालिटी ड्रॉप हो जाती है, बट आई फील लाइक वो स्टोरी अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है. आई फील लाइक देयर इज स्टिल लाइक वे मोर कैरेक्टर डेवलपमेंट,
you
लाइक
know,
हर एज अ प्लेयर एज वेल.
Anna Taylor-Joy, like she was the actress, right? The main
या.
one who was Beth Herman. Her Twitter was hacked at one point, 2024 mein or 2023 mein, and somebody tweeted out Queen's Gambit 2 is coming. So like everybody genuinely thought it's coming because it came from her account, but it was just hacked. So yeah, difficult, but maybe we might get something else on Netflix soon. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, let's do a roundup. Let's have all the games on the board and on the screen, all the Masters games. Try to figure out कितने results आ दिखेंगे और Indian games में हमारी क्या expectations है. Saj bhai, first of all, number of results. What's your prediction?
1, 2 for sure, 3 and 3 results भाई. आई थिंक मे बी 4 एक्चुअली. उसमें से सिर्फ एक ही इंडियन प्लेयर है लेकिन.
कौन से 4 आप देख रहे हो? कौन से 3 देख रहे हो?
I think Van versus Erdogmus is going to be a result.
Hmm.
I think Sindarov versus Abdusattorov for sure looks like a result to me. Look at that position,
Hmm.
white. Double pawns on the e file, double bishops for Sindarov. It's an end game, but it looks very, very
Hmm.
complicated and exciting actually to play as white. So Sindarov के अच्छे
Hmm.
chances हैं यहाँ पे. Although
Hmm.
Abdusattorov का time देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे. But yeah, I think Jorden versus Keymer maybe a result looking likely. And then Arjun versus Hans maybe a result is likely. Baki games mein I'm not so sure.
I kind
Like
of agree. I
Gukesh
think
Bluebaum is a good
हाँ.
chance, but I feel like only result is possible कि अगर कोई player over press करे तो. But that's not, we can't
I feel
predict
like
that.
ओवर प्रेस के बाद सीधा गुकेश का नाम दिमाग में आता है. I don't know why.
Exactly.
But
और गुकेश over press कर right.
I think the only chance is if let's say Bluebaum also, like he lands in time pressure. I think we've seen him collapse on multiple occasions. So I also feel like team result maybe is correct. And Indian games, I think Gukesh Bluebaum, of course, is very interesting. Arjun against Niemann, by the way, Queen G6 not played by Niemann. So let's go to that board and check out कि क्या चल रहा है. So miss कर दिया Hans Niemann a golden opportunity to equalize, and now after knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, suddenly white is doing okay again. And look at this variation. Now white ki ikloti chal is bishop b5. Feels logical, right? You develop bishop, prepare castling. But now there is queen h4 check as the tricky move. And you have to play, I mean, you can't move the king, so g3, but now queen h3. And look at this chat. Apparently the best white can do. There is one move, queen c2, which is possible. But the second option is bishop f1, queen h5, bishop e2, queen h3. And guess what, Chad? What is this?
इट्स अ रेपिटेशन जो आई थिंक नहीं होने वाला. आई थिंक अर्जुन 100% गोस क्वीन से टू अगर ये पोजीशन आती है बोर्ड पे. I'll bet the Maggies. I'll do whatever it takes. But yeah, but उसके बाद का फॉलो अप देखा आपने साहिल भाई?
दिखाओ भाई क्या फॉलो होगा दूसरे
It
बाद।
is e5,
हाँ।
bishop takes c6, pawn takes
हम्म।
c6, and now knight f5 only move to play knight c6 check. And black बोलता है आप पे pawn attack कर रहे हो, नहीं चाहिए मुझे. You can take it. Rook d3 takes, king f8, and I don't know why knight e5, rook e3 check by king f2, rook f3 check. Crazy. Wow. And
या एंड
takes and okay, Arjun is in. I would say Arjun is in deep trouble here, bhai.
आई डोंट नो व्हाई यू आर सरप्राइज्ड साज, दिस इज वेरी नॉर्मल एनालिसिस या आई मीन अभी मेरा एक डायनासोर फ्रेंड भी है जो बगल में पढ़ रहता है, लाइक ही टीच दे शोड मी दिस लाइन यस्टरडे ओनली, एंड ऑफ कोर्स जब एलियंस परसों आएंगे तो उसमें भी ऐसी कुछ गेम चलेगी, सो वेरी रिलेटेबल साज भाई, वेरी
भाई
रिलेटेबल।
अर्जुन है तो कुछ भी रिलेटेबल है भाई. किंग d4 पे पहुंच रहा है ऐसे ऐसे करके कहीं कभी ना कभी, आगे जाके फ्रॉम व्हाट आई कैन सी. सो या कुछ बहुत क्रेजी हो सकता है अनलेस अर्जुन गोस फॉर द ड्रॉ, व्हिच आई डोंट थिंक ही विल. बट राइट नाउ आई थिंक द क्वेश्चन इज डज ही गो फॉर बिशप b5, बिकॉज बिशप b5 का पॉइंट ये भी है कि ब्लैक अभी ब्लैक क्वीन h4 चेक थ्रेटन नहीं कर रहा है. अभी ब्लैक e5
हम्म।
थ्रेटन कर रहा है टू एक्टिवेट हिज बिशप, एंड बिशप b5 इज अ मूव दैट काइंड ऑफ टारगेट्स द पॉन, टारगेट्स द नाइट, एंड इसलिए ब्लैक क्वीन h4 चेक खेल रहा है उसके बाद. लेट्स सी व्हाट
या
अर्जुन प्लेज.
Yeah, and Arjun is thinking. So as we discussed, he is out of prep and chat. Yes, I didn't see the video. I've seen the thumbnail of the video जहाँ पे Max is doing like guess the yellow something with team liquid. So देखूंगा मैं जरूर, and we can discuss it बाद में. Have you seen that साज भाई?
नहीं नहीं भाई, नॉट येट, नॉट
देखिए कल
येट.
डिस्कस करते हैं उसको चैट, ठीक है?
फॉर
Meanwhile,
श्योर भाई,
Gukesh
for
game
sure.
please. Gukesh game में कुछ हुआ है क्या? Do we have any updates?
या सो बेसिकली वही हुआ जो लाइन हम देख रहे थे. टेक्स टेक्स h6, takes, and now Gukesh has just basically retreated his rook back to e1, and I think because knight c5 was a threat in this position. And yeah, I mean, we have opposite colored bishops. One move that I think is going to be very important to look after is the move c5, even if it means sacrificing the pawn. Maybe not right now, but future में जाके c5 जैसी move बहुत dangerous हो सकती है यहाँ पे, because it will activate the bishop, and black could land up in some trouble. So I like knight c5, a5, these types of moves where you keep the pawn at bay and you have some e4 plans in the future also.
या एंड साथ में बिकॉज वहाँ पे सब लोग सोच रहे हैं, एक क्वेश्चन लंदन सिस्टम के बारे में आया था, मे यू कैन गो टू द गेम ऑफ यॉर्डन वैन फॉरेस्ट जहाँ पे वी डिड हैव द लंदन एंड सी
Mm-hmm.
हाउ अ क्रिएटिव पोजीशन वी गॉटन नाउ, लाइक इट्स नॉट द टिपिकल लंदन. अगर स्टार्टिंग से जाए, वाइट अलाउड द कैप्चर ऑफ द बिशप ऑन f4 एंड डबल
Mm-hmm.
पॉन भी हो गए, बट सडनली नाइट c3 खेल दिया c3 के बदले, एच पॉन पूरा अंत तक ले गए h6 तक. And now after bishop b5, queenside castling 95, and white is just somewhat better, yeah, without any risk whatsoever. This is the dream London.
Exactly. I think London is also an opening if you want to be sort of ambitious, you can be. And this h4, h5, h6 looks very, very nice. Knight c3 also looks very nice. And bishop b5, मारने के बाद knight e5, I think you are just you cannot hope for a better position than that. It's like a dream for a London player. So I think I like Jordan's chances here.
Yeah. And meanwhile, why did no top players support Hans during match? I think top players in general wouldn't take sides publicly, right? Because they don't know कि क्या है, क्या सिचुएशन है भाई. बहुत चीजें होती हैं दुनिया में एंड आपको पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं होती, एंड इवन दो पब्लिकली यू माइट नॉट सपोर्ट वन और द अदर, यू माइट प्राइवेटली डू सो. आई थिंक वो प्रखर का कंट्रोवर्सी हुआ था, याद है जब वो प्रॉपर विद हुआ था वो. एनीवेज, तो लाइक people were supporting him privately but not publicly, so at the end वो एक because we don't have enough context, I think कई बार वो चीज मिसिंग होती है.
और
But
ये
anyways,
बहुत
I think
सेंसिटिव टॉपिक है वैसे भी, बिकॉज
hmm,
इट कैन डिस्ट्रॉय समवंस करियर, इट कैन डिस्ट्रॉय, बिकॉज एक बार अगर वो आपने एक बार अगर ये किया ना, तो पीपल आर नेवर कंफर्टेबल प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट यू. सो इट्स अ वेरी सेंसिटिव सब्जेक्ट फॉर एनीवन, फॉर एनी टॉप चेस प्लेयर.
yeah. And meanwhile, सेंसस सब्जेक्ट से याद आया, अर्जुन की गेम पे चलते हैं because he's still not played, and the only as of now अर्जुन गेम सबसे बेस्ट लग रही है साथ में. Which game is the one which excites you the most among Indian players?
I have to say it's Gukesh's position right now,
Ooh.
because वहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा meat is possible ना. Okay, अर्जुन का गेम भी like in the next few moves जो हमने वो line देखी with bishop b5, bishop c6 and rook coming to d3, that also promises to be very exciting, but it hasn't happened yet, so we don't know what will be the follow up there.
Yeah. whose career will destroying today? Your crush, I mean, किसी का भी नहीं भाई, मजाक कर रहे थे.
Hmm.
Pragg game में जाएंगे. I think Pragg game, nothing has happened, only Pragg Castle, so no changes just yet. Meanwhile, Arjun बोर्ड पे बैठा है, opponent नहीं है. That's a rare occasion as well. कि opponent आराम से chill कर रहा है. Saj bhai, can we also check out Vedant's game once? I think really want to see how he's doing.
Oh yes, let's take a look. Good call there. He's playing against the legend himself, Ivanchuk,
Oof.
with the white
Bhai,
pieces.
he has a nice position, by the way. I like his position.
Yeah, but still opening territory, I think.
हाँ
More or
हाँ.
less opening territory. Just Sveshnikov वगैरह से कुछ तो आई है. White has domination on the light squares, and h4 is a nice move. Nice addition there. I'm guessing he played it to kick the bishop from g5 at some point. And yeah, it looks very nice. Basically, this pawn on c3 is also super important so that knight doesn't come to d4. Maybe black can play a4 in this position to have a3 plans. And white
Yeah.
कुछ king side पे करेगा crazy. Like I mean, maybe g4. G4 just feels too committal to me. I don't know. But I want to create some attack on the king side. I feel you are so many pieces of mine are on the king side.
Huh. I mean, the H pawn also, yeah, is such a great resource to have there. And you can see Ivanchuk there thinking right now, trying to defend this. As of now, bar also favors white a bit. Time situation also roughly balanced. So Vedant having good chances to at least get some points here. Meanwhile, maybe the result of the leader Saj, because that endgame that you mentioned was very interesting. And there could be something very cute about to happen in this position. Because after B takes C6, Black just played e6
भाई
and
also
now
नौदरवेक
we
का
can
टाइम
take on
देखो भाई आप
b7.
कितना
हाँ.
प्रिपेयर करके भाई कोई नौदरवेक को बताओ भाई सोचना भी है. But if you take this, black takes here, white takes here, black takes here. This is like a simple enough position that's going to end up in a draw. Okay, maybe Sindarov has some chances. Because a pawn is something you can take in the future. But if Nodirbek knows this, he has studied this position, then no chance. Yeah, I think he completely avoided a whole game here.
भाई क्या मतलब क्या प्रिपरेशन है भाई, मतलब 18 मूव हो चुके हैं, नोदरबेक ने भी सोचना चालू भी नहीं किया यार. एंड कोई कह रहा है देखो चैट लाइफ चेस रिजेंबल्स लाइफ, कोई कह रहा है मेरी क्रश नहीं पट रही. तो भाई थोड़ी अपने जिसको आती है पटानी उससे थोड़ा टिप्स ले लो. फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे नोदरबेक ने क्या किया, ही बेसिकली प्री प्रिपेयर्ड द एंटायर गेम, घर से ही प्रिपरेशन करके आया है कि पॉइंट घर लेके जाए. वैसे ही आप भी तैयारी कर सकते हो दोस्त से हेल्प लेके. भाई यार थोड़ा प्रिपरेशन करो कि क्या बोलना चाहिए, कब क्या बोलना चाहिए. सहज भाई, डू यू हैव एनी टिप्स सहज भाई, आपसे कोई पूछे चेस अच्छा खेलने की?
Um, by tactics. मैं वो उसको करूंगा तो लोग जोक मारना शुरू कर देंगे. But yeah, that is the best भाई. And खेलते रहो भाई. That is also very important.
खेलते रहो भाई, खेलते रहो.
What is the rating of Ivanchuk? I think he's around 2600 now, but at his peak, he was 2780. He was world number two, I believe, at his peak. So, of course, he's not in his, I would say he's not in his prime anymore, but still a very, very strong player.
Hmm. Do you think Gukesh should have a change in the coaching team? Maybe something surely seems off. I think players usually don't change the core part of their team. For example, Gayeski, Ho, yeah, so on. But they might change the people who are there for one project. For example, Vincent Keymer might not be part of Gukesh's
Hmm.
World Championship journey this time. It would not even be a shocker. So they'll be like a core team. And then कुछ लोग होते हैं join करते हैं temporarily, they can be replaced, for example. So some changes for sure, but I don't think to the core team there'll be any major changes.
भाई ये तो चले ही जा रहा है भाई सोच ही नहीं रहा है लाइक 20 चालें हो गई हैं एंड नॉदरबेक ने 5 मिनट भी नहीं लिया भाई अभी तक दैट इज क्रेजी यू आर
भाई
लिटरली इन द
गेम तो
एंड गेम
वाओ. भाई थैनोस को थोड़ा इंस्पिरेशन लेना चाहिए था यार नोटबुक से. एंड गेम में जाते कैसे हैं, लाइक इवन विदाउट द टाइम स्टोन ही फील्स लाइक ही सीन मोर ऑफ द फ्यूचर देन थैनोस एवर डिड. सो yeah, kudos to Nodirbek, but as of now the game still goes on. Will he equalize completely? Only time will tell. And let's go to the game of Gukesh ki wo game chale aaya nahi, Bluebaum still let's go to Arjun maybe Saj bhai, because that's the game that I'm very excited about.
तो ed4 के बाद अर्जुन इज स्टिल थिंकिंग आई थिंक फॉर अबाउट 10 minutes. He has to look at queen c2 and bishop b5. We were looking at bishop b5 earlier जहाँ पे बहुत crazy position आ रही है. But let's see what happens there. But don't you think it's insulting for Ivanchuk to play in challenges section? I would never imagine Anand or Kramnik or Peter Leko playing in challenges. wouldn't say it's insulting. I think आपकी rating को ये justify करता है because Ivanchuk, I think Ivanchuk is a player who just loves playing chess. तो I think उनके लिए कौन से सेक्शन में खेल रहे हो क्या कर रहे हो doesn't matter. Like I think he just enjoys playing. Doesn't matter who he's playing against. And also 2600 की rating में challenger section is very very good because the younger players get to play someone like Ivanchuk who has been world number 2 at his peak. Of course that's for any youngster that's like a huge thing. And I think for Ivanchuk it's also good because he gets to play chess. भाई 2600 की रेटिंग में आप अगर you play the likes of Arjun Arvind, I mean then you run a very big risk कि आप ओपनिंग से बाहर ही नहीं निकल पाओगे because they are just so dangerous there. So
And also, I
yeah,
think
I,
there's a
I don't
slight
think it's
difference
insulting.
between, yeah, between Ivanchuk and, for example, Vichy, for example, like five-time world champion. Ivanchuk is a legend, of course, but a five-time world champion who's even now like in the world top 13, by the way, which is crazy when you think about this. थोड़ा सा difference है हल्का सा, so maybe it's a bit different for both. But I agree. I think Ivanchuk loves the game so much. Bhai. He loves the game so much. He matlab like he would rather play. He would just rather play than worry about the category at all. So yeah, and we get to see him play, and youngsters get to play against him and gain experience. That's exactly what Vedant is doing right now.
Correct, bhai. Correct. Vedant ke liye, I think it's a treat, yeah, to play against Ivanchuk. I have to say, like, this is like
Yeah.
this would be one of your highlights. For me, it would be a highlight to play against Ivanchuk in a classical game.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, Arjun abhi bhi sochte hue ye game super important. It's India number one versus, as Hikaru put it, the future first American world champion. By Hikaru ne khud bola apne word se bhai. If you doubt me, go to Chesscom India, check out the recent video he posted. Hikaru ne apne labzon se ye शब्द कहे हैं भाई.
क्या बात कर रहे हो really?
वीडियो का
Huge
टाइटल
if
थोड़ा सा
true.
वैसा है. वीडियो का टाइटल थोड़ा ऐसा है भाई, तो
हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा.
इट कैन मीन अदर स्टफ, बट यस, कहा तो है.
Hmm. So Arjun is thinking 13 minutes in, एकदम proper deep thought. I think बनता भी है यहाँ पे because the position can get very very crazy. And meanwhile, I think Abdusattorov का match बहुत जल्दी खत्म होने वाला है भाई. I think top board could be a draw in the next hour. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this match finishes like in the next hour.
Yeah, I think it would not be surprising at all. And also, I think while we should not switch games to that board, but Dogmas की game के बारे में I'm also very curious because that youngster is in tied second in third place, sorry. So can he defeat Thai Dai Van Nguyen and suddenly catch up with the second place and potentially be a threat to the first place? I mean, imagine if that 14-year-old wins Tata Steel. That's gonna be an inspiration for everybody in the world, yeah.
For sure. भाई 14 साल की उम्र में doing this is अर्जुन को हराना. I mean, Jordan को हराना is no joke. So and finishing
Yeah.
third like after 8 rounds is insane. I mean, imagine भाई 15 साल की उम्र में क्या करेगा ये अगर 14 में कर रहा है तो.
भाई डर लग रहा है, डर लग रहा है भाई, कांपते हुए. बाय द वे, गुकेश डोमराजू की गेम में एक मूव आ चुकी है. आफ्टर रुकी वन नाइट C5, आई थिंक द मोस्ट लॉजिकल मूव, बिशप C2 खेला वापस बचाते हुए. एंड नाउ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, व्हाइट का प्लान है B4 टू किक द नाइट, सो पॉन टू A5. एंड साज यूजुअली व्हाइट यहाँ पे A3 B4 प्लान करता है, बट आई एम गेसिंग A3 के बाद इंस्टेंटली A4, एंड ये फिर से यहाँ पे एक बाइंड सी बन गई.
Exactly. And that doesn't look pleasant at all. And I think iske alawa you can play B3, A3
हम्म.
and B4, but that's just too slow. एंड
हम्म.
ब्लैक जैसे व्हाइट को A3 B4 खेलना है उसी तरह से ब्लैक को भी E4 एक सक्सेसफुली लाना है इस पोजीशन में. Whether you do it with F5 and E4, whether you do it with Rook E8, Rook D8 and E4, I mean you have to calculate all of that. Um, but yeah, B3 will just be too slow in this position.
एंड सच बताया, अभी किसी ने निवला रोसेजू जी ने इंडियन फ्लैग्स चैट में डाले. आई डोंट नो, आई फेल्ट वेरी नाइस अबाउट इट. लाइक मतलब 2024 में वी यूज्ड टू सी इट अ लॉट बिकॉज इंडियंस हर इवेंट जीत रहे थे. सो वेरी हैप्पी टू सी द फ्लैग्स. आई थिंक बड़ा मजा आएगा 2026 में. फ्लैग्स डालने के बहुत मौके मिलेंगे, एंड होपफुली वी गेट दोज वीडियो शॉट्स ऑफ लाइक प्लेयर्स विद द फ्लैग्स सेलिब्रेटिंग, या मतलब सम एपिक
भाई
विक्ट्री.
वो
तो
वॉक
ये
जो
साल
करी
बड़ा
थी
होगा.
याद है गुकेश ने एंड तानिया ने.
ओहो भाई.
That walk was crazy.
Yeah, that walk was insane, and I think maybe I'm mistaken. That was choreographed by Chessbase India. So kudos to Saga Bhai for that idea. But I mean, Gokesh वैसे करते हुए देखते हुए, every Indian player was amazing.
Agreed, bhai.
So,
So a5 के बाद, by the way, Gukesh has played knight d2 to keep an eye on the e4 square. I think he's getting ready for this knight e4, knight e4, rook e4 की position जहाँ पे सिर्फ opposite colored bishop रहेंगे. Bhai,
bhai,
I don't know the draw रहेगा भाई. This is like this is there's a lot of chess left here.
really?
I'm
Are you
guessing
sure?
we'll reach a I'm guessing we'll reach a situation जहाँ पे white will sacrifice a pawn on like the c pawn and the bishop will get active on c4 and Gukesh will try to win that. I'm guessing that's the feeling I'm getting here. कभी कुछ
Yeah,
a3 b4 c5 अगर ये कुछ ये तीन पॉन्स इन दो पॉन्स के लिए एक्सचेंज कर दो और बिशप को एक्टिवेट कर दो. ब्लैक का बिशप एक्टिवेट नहीं हो रहा है.
I mean, yeah, but somehow the fact that the bar, kind of shows black as better tells me that black ke paas bhi potential hoga. So, for example, let's say black just plays rook e8. I'm just wondering like a normal move. And now you play knight e4, trying to exchange. Knight takes, rook takes. Um, it's still very difficult that the bishop, yeah. For example, आपका queen d2, bishop d1, bishop f3, bishop d5, and it's a long, long path.
बट आई
So
लाइक दिस
draw ke
a3
chances.
a3 b4 c5 यार. ऐसे ऐसे बिशप को इस डायगोनल पे एक्टिवेट किया तो बेटर है. लाइक समवेयर ऑन दिस
हाँ.
डायगोनल. मेरे थोड़े माउस स्किल्स खराब है अभी. बट दिस डायगोनल समवेयर हियर.
Hmm. Yeah, but it still looks long. Yeah, A3 पे maybe A4 and it's I mean A4 तो नहीं A4 तो मर जाएगा but A3 के ऊपर maybe Queen E7 I don't know if it's still gonna be difficult. But yeah,
भाई
meanwhile
आई
हाँ
विल से गुकेश विंस दिस मैच. एक एक मैगी लगाने का थोड़ा अगर आप ऑड्स देते हो तो आई एम रेडी.
come on
आई
odds
थिंक
नहीं यार Gukesh पे bet लगा रहे हो against a much
भाई
weaker player yeah
टेक
you can't
ऑब्जेक्टिवली
have
ही इज
odds
वर्स. ऑब्जेक्टिवली ही इज वर्स.
हाँ
एक
but you can't have odds against Bluebaum like that
I'm
would be
giving you
like
two results. Now I'm giving you two results also, and I'm saying this in a worse
see
position.
Gukesh will not lose we know he will not lose this so I mean it's technically one result only
I
he
mean,
will not lose.
but you are getting both of the other results now. Bhai,
नहीं
it's
मुझे एक
possible to
मुझे
lose.
चाहिए
Of
नहीं विन
course, it's
चाहिए नहीं
possible
मुझे
to lose.
मुकेश का विन चाहिए नहीं मुझे आई थिंक आई टेक द ड्रॉ तो 1:1 मैगी आई एम इन
तो अच्छा तो अब अगर ब्लू बॉम जीत गया तो बेट इज कैंसिल.
आपने गुकेश का विन चूज किया मैंने ड्रॉ यस इफ वी
हाँ,
विंस देन
चलो डन.
बेट इज
चलो
कैंसिल्ड
डन.
यस
आई थिंक
ठीक है
गुकेश
डन
विंस.
चलो एंड मैगी कहाँ है भैया हमारी कितने काउंटर पे थी आई थिंक 7 से मैंने कुछ तो कम किया था एक
6 पे थे हम.
6 पे थे हाँ हाँ 6 ठीक है कूल चलो लेट्स सी मीनवाइल चैट मैगी बैठ गया शायद बिल्कुल भाई मैगी बाय द वे प्लीज कुछ करो भाई कुछ तो मैगी भिजवा दो कम से कम खा लेंगे थोड़ी सी
भाई फिर से ऐसा ना
मीनवाइल
हो जाए कि ब्लू बॉम की विनिंग पोजीशन हो और वो फिर से वो कर दे एंड देन गुकेश जीत जाए. दैट इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल भाई.
भाई युकेश जीतेगा तो
बिकॉज
ऑलवेज
ब्लू
हैप्पी
बॉम
विद दैट
कर
वन
रहा है ये बार बार.
हाँ वो तो है सो
आज भाई एयर
चैट
गैम्बिट बिल्कुल होगी भाई इसी गेम
चैट
पे.
बाय द वे आई थिंक कौन सी है अनीश गिरी इज अपेरेंटली बेटर अगेंस्ट फेदोसीव एनी टिप्पणी साहज भाई ऑन दिस शतरंज की मैच
भाई अनीश हैज won 2 matches in a row. तो एकदम his confidence must be booming right now. वो भी गुकेश और नोदिरबेक. And I think the only player who has done this in the past was Arjun. जो last year when he beat Gukesh and Nodirbek in the last 2 rounds. So it must be amazing. And today also, भाई he's got best like developed pieces. Pawn on e5 is great. Black थोड़ा passive लग रहा है overall. Not I wouldn't say it's like some crazy advantage, but yeah, he definitely has a good space advantage in the position.
या ब्लैक पैसिव और इनविजिबल भी लग रहा है आई डोंट सी हिम देयर एट द बोर्ड सो विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग ऑन हाउ ही टैकल्स दिस क्योंकि एफ पॉन अगर बढ़ने लगा F4 F5 ओ माय गॉड द बिशप इज ट्रैप्ड सो काफी पोटेंशियल है यहाँ पे व्हाइट की पोजीशन में अनीश गिरी भाई 3 विंस इन द रो वुड बी इनसेन एंड उनकी कैंडिडेट्स के कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए दिस वुड बी अ ह्यूज बूस्ट इफ यू कैन विन दिस वन एज वेल
Yeah, for sure. अगर वो फेडोसीव को हरा देता है तो he is basically 1 point away from the lead. That's how good Nodirbek is doing right now, by the way. Like he's on 5.5 out of 8. And I mean, it just this goes to show, yeah,
एंड
how well he's
ऑल्सो
doing.
if Arjun even draws which is pretty normal and Anish were to win he's gonna cross Arjun and become the new world number 6 by the way
Ooh,
bhai wait
interesting.
what he will cross Nodirbek also if Nodirbek draws he's gonna become the new world number 5
बाप रे.
bhai Anish really sudden turnaround and he was the bottom of the table
भाई अगर नॉदिरबेक भी हार गया, could be world number 4 also. Just putting it out there.
नहीं
He's
काइमर
not
है ना भाई
that
काइमर
far away.
काइमर
He's
है ना
only
काइमर है
2757.
ना भाई काइमर
हाँ काइमर है, राइट, यू
फाइव
आर राइट,
फाइव हो
राइट।
सकता है. ही जस्ट नीड्स टू विन एंड नोटरबेक एंड अर्जुन अगर ना जीतते तो ही विल बिकम वर्ल्ड नंबर 5. भाई दैट इज क्रेजी. सो इट्स अ लॉन्ग इवेंट एग्जैक्टली. सो मोटिवेशन फॉर द इंडियन प्लेयर्स दैट कम बैक हो सकता है. आप करो कम बैक. एंड मीनवाइल लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ अर्जुन जहां पे स्टिल नो मूव्स. कहां है चालें?
और चैट, अगर आपको अर्जुन का टाइम देख के लग रहा है कि बहुत है अभी, तो और सोच सकते हो, ये गलत है टाइम फॉर श्योर।
हाँ.
आई थिंक अर्जुन का टाइम और हांस का टाइम इज मोर और लेस बराबर राइट नाउ।
इट्स
या
125.
125 एंड
या
123। Yeah, thanks for the full screen by the way, समय भाई ओपी भाई। He knows the moments.
Yeah, knowing the moments is so important. And this is one of those. अर्जुन के लिए भाई क्या वो बढ़िया चाल निकाल सकते हैं. Bishop to b5 as we discussed is the only way for white to push for an edge. Of course there's queen c2 as an option, bishop c4, yeah, whatever, but bishop e2 भी होगा कहीं ना कहीं, but bishop b5 the best weapon for white.
Yeah, Bishop B5 पे हमने देखा था Queen H4, Queen H3, and I think this is what he's calculating right now. Rare sight of Arjun। अच्छा, मैं सोचा अर्जुन बोर्ड पे देख रहा है, यूजुअली दैट्स अ रेयर साइट।
But look at Purav Jha. I've not seen, I don't follow him that much, but chat सवाल है. Who, if you had to take popular creators, ठीक है, like मतलब जो top के creators, let's say starting with I don't know, Carrie Minati. Who would be the Carrie Minati of the chess world, chat? If you had to take one person, कौन होगा भाई? साल भाई, any
But to be honest, maybe I don't know, people won't like this, but I don't think I've seen Carrie Minati that much.
या मैंने भी बहुत पहले का उसका कंटेंट देखा है.
बहुत रेयर देखा है मैंने Carrie Minati। I don't really
हाँ.
know his personality like that.
विदित, अरे कुछ भी भाई. हिकारू.
टिक्कू भाई,
टिक्कू तो नहीं हो सकता, हमारा
आपके
से
स्कूल से
स्कूल
है ना?
स्कूल में तो बहुत लोग थे भाई, बट हमारे स्कूल स्कूल ही कॉमन है बस.
हम्म।
और सिटी फरीदाबाद, बस दैट्स इट.
एंड चश्मा लगाते हो दोनों।
वो तो आप भी लगाते साल भाई.
ह्यूज गिफ्टर।
सो हिकारू, ओके. एंड हु इज द, आई डोंट नो, हु इज द कंट्रोवर्शियल क्रिएटर? आई डोंट नो इफ दिस इज अ कंट्रोवर्शियल क्रिएटर. नाम आ रहे हैं बट आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ से इट. या
हाँ भाई, वो तो छोड़ ही दो।
हाँ यार, फालतू में क्लिप एंड शिप हो जाएगा मेरा. अरे लिंक, ये क्या है भाई? व्हाट? ये सब करते रहो, चेस तो होता रहेगा भाई. चेस हो नहीं रहा है ना भाई. वी वेटिंग फॉर द चेस टू हैपन. Actually, Arjun, of course, he's not thinking about these questions. He's thinking about real chess problems over the board. And out of prep है तो इतना आसान नहीं है भाई खेलना.
Yeah, correct. And especially when the position is so dynamic. By the way, Abdusattorov finally thinks for the first time, and he's made a move. He played knight c7 in the end game. Basically, एक घंटे का फर्क almost incoming for these two players. But Sindarov has good chances in the end game. But okay, with correct play, it should be a draw. I'm guessing it could be a draw in the next like 30 minutes.
It will be very likely, I think. Advantage है, but हल्की फुल्की है. And also black has the outside pass pawn, so you have to always keep an eye. White के पास भी bishop pair है, but double pawn भी है, so okay. I think draw would be a very likely result between two players in the same country. And also nobody would like to risk everything, right? कोई crazy variation है. Do I want to risk it? I mean, I'm already in first place. I'm already in second place. Let's not go all in. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे draw के chances very very high.
Yeah, same for Sindarov. Sindarov, I think, got heavily caught in some opening preparation. That is
By the
for
way, big
sure.
update. Arjun has played bishop e2. No, bishop b5 and queen h4 played in 6 seconds by Hans Niemann. And Arjun now plays the only move in the position, pawn to g3 and queen h3. Sahaj bhai, 1:100 odds doge to I'll take it. Bishop f1, queen h5, bishop e2.
He plays bishop f1. Why is he going for a draw?
I am ready for 1:50 odds, Sahaj bhai, if you're ready. बताओ.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? एक बार बिशप f1 खेल भी दिया उसने तब।
बताओ भाई जल्दी.
भाई एक सेकंड, क्वीन h5 के बाद क्वीन c2 रहेगा ना मेरे पास? अच्छा नहीं, क्वीन f3 है तब। हाँ, 92 में भी आई हैव।
हाँ तो लेट्स गो फॉर इट ना साज भाई.
100 तो नहीं दे रहा भाई मैं आपको, बिशप
50,
f1 खेलने
लास्ट
के
टाइम
बाद
की तरह,
100 तो नहीं दे
लास्ट
रहा
टाइम
मैं।
की तरह, लास्ट टाइम की तरह.
100 तो नहीं, नहीं भाई, ये पोजीशन डिफरेंट है। बिकॉज चांस
Come on.
देयर इज आल्सो अ चांस कि हांस डजंट टेक अ ड्रॉ। So he plays queen h5. Wow.
कम ऑन साज भाई जल्दी बताओ.
नहीं नहीं भाई, नो नो, देयर इज अ चांस कि ही गोस फॉर इट।
1:25,
थोड़ा
come
डर लग
on.
रहा है भाई। एक्चुअली यू नो व्हाट, you're on not 50 though, I'll give you like भाई बिशप e2।
Done, 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 done. Sold, sold.
नहीं
You
नहीं
said
नहीं,
it, bhai.
I
You are on.
didn't,
You
no
said it, you
no,
are on.
I
Chat is
didn't
sold.
accept।
It's
नहीं नहीं
sold. You
भाई
said it.
भाई, he's
नहीं,
taking
नहीं,
a
नहीं,
draw।
नहीं, नहीं, नहीं. You said it, Sajbhai.
भाई
You are on. शब्द बोल चुके थे
I
साज भाई
didn't
आप.
I didn't I didn't we didn't specify the details।
नहीं हो गई थी भाई. 21-1. You are on.
भाई
It was
but okay, like the more crazy part is Arjun thinks he's worse because it was his prep। No ways he takes a draw, come on, no ways। He's
सोल्ड
gonna
भाई.
play
चैट मेरे
92 or
साथ है.
something।
जो चैट मेरे साथ कभी नहीं होती आज वो ही मेरे साथ है भाई. सोल्ड भाई. 25 मैगी
कोई
इनकमिंग.
चैट में आपके साथ नहीं है भाई।
कम ऑन
चैट
चैट
नहीं
यार. इस
होना
बार
साथ
तो
में,
यू हैव टू
सच सच
स्टैंड
बोलना, नहीं
साइड ऑफ द
होना।
ट्रूथ. आपको ट्रूथ के साथ रहना पड़ेगा चैट. कम ऑन.
नहीं नहीं,
लेट्स
वी
गो.
डिडंट
सच्चाई के साथ.
भाई बिशप e2 अगेन।
ओ माय गॉड. लेट्स गो भाई.
भाई
ड्रॉ.
भाई
25 मैगी.
भाई डबल फुल स्क्रीन कर दो यहाँ तो।
लेट्स गो भाई.
नहीं, आई
मैगी.
रिजेक्टेड।
मैगी नूडल्स. लेट्स गो
मैंने बोला
भाई.
कि थोड़ा स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ेगा
नहीं
कि
यू
मैं 50 तो
यू
नहीं
सेड इट
करूंगा।
भाई.
फिर उसके बाद ये
नहीं नहीं
बोला
वो
50 नहीं करूंगा मैम, नहीं 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 नहीं।
नहीं 25
तो
यू अग्रीड. यू
भाई
अग्रीड भाई.
नो आई डिडंट, 25 पे बात ही नहीं हुई है। जबरदस्ती 25।
अरे मैंने बोला ना 25.
ना
यू
ना
आर
ना
ऑन. यू
ना,
सेड यू आर ऑन.
आई
यू आर ऑन.
आई आई डू नॉट एक्सेप्ट दिस। आई डू नॉट एक्सेप्ट अर्जुन मेकिंग अ ड्रॉ इधर भाई, कम ऑन।
ओ भाई
व्हाइट
मजा
से
आ
इतना
गया भाई.
जल्दी ड्रॉ, वो भी आपकी प्रेप थी बोर्ड पे।
वाह मजा आ गया भाई. बट लेकिन ड्रॉ यार. दैट्स अ बिग शॉक टू बी ऑनेस्ट. कि
क्रेजी
भाई
भाई।
मतलब Arjun not pushing with the white pieces. And he
वो
claims a draw. Hans Niemann is claiming a draw. Let's go full screen. Hans Niemann claiming a draw against Arjun.
wow, and it is, he is correct by the way. It would be a 3 full repetition and it's, wow, it's a draw.
Wow. The quickest result
Insane।
for an Indian player in this event, chat. I don't think we've seen the game end this quickly, right? मेरे हिसाब से, at least among Indians.
वो भी अर्जुन भाई, आई एम genuinely shocked।
Saj bhai, I'll
I
give you
am
great odds. 1
genuinely
is to
shocked
100. कर लो.
भाई।
But Saj bhai, you have to give me one Maggie at least. Just be fair. यार ये तो बनता था. I
भाई
put the
you know
bet.
what, I'll be fair,
हाँ
we'll call it कि जो भी मैं प्लस था वो अब जीरो हो
हाँ.
गया।
अरे भाई तो काफी जनरस है भाई. तो एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं
ठीक है,
कर
आई एम बीइंग
रहा था.
सुपर जनरस बिकॉज देयर वाज अ मिसकम्युनिकेशन बट आई वांटेड टू बी फेयर फॉर
हाँ
बोथ ऑफ अस, तो विल
हाँ.
स्टार्ट विद जीरो। ठीक है, सब
ओ
कुछ
चलो
जीरो हो
डन.
गया बस।
डन भाई. बट भाई भाई इट्स सरप्राइजिंग कि अर्जुन एरिगैसी taking a draw with white in an opening. He actually found his prep. Yeah, he played what he wanted to, and he didn't push on. So that's quite anti-Arjun. But I think also maybe it is in the spirit of the position. Yeah, like he didn't want to take any risk, and he goes to how many points? 4 points now. Where does that put him in the standings? Can we have one brief look at the standings just for 10 seconds? And even Pragg is shocked. Bhai, ye kya ho gaya?
Yeah, and also Hans will be on 5 out of 9 now भाई।
Yeah, good results for Hans as well with the black pieces. So that's a quick result. पहली बार हमें देखने को मिल रहा है. And there you see it. Arjun कहाँ है भाई? अच्छा, oh, he's still
10th
on the
place पे
right
भाई।
side only, chat.
भाई Hans, by the way, making a draw with black pieces that quickly, I think that's great for him।
Yeah, that's amazing. And chat, that's why you see
ये तो 2
Gukesh
रेस्ट डेज हो
winning.
गए भाई, बैक टू बैक।
हाँ, but Gukesh को जीतो ना. If Gukesh wins, he goes to 5 points, chat. I think that's where our comeback lies. If Gukesh goes to 5, Nodirbek draws, he's on 6. We'll be only 1 point behind. There is some hope for us here.
चैट, मैं ना आपको एक टास्क, सोचो इसके बारे में, या आपको सर्च करना, आप सर्च भी करो। चेक द लास्ट टाइम अर्जुन was playing with the white pieces and he made a draw in under 20 moves। like I challenge you, 3 साल के अंदर आपको कोई ऐसा मैच नहीं देखेगा अर्जुन का। आई एम genuinely surprised with this। I think he definitely thought कि if he plays anything else he could lose the match, like he would definitely not be worse but he would lose the match, that's why he didn't take any more risks। crazy।
Crazy bhai. And I think iska matlab hai Gukesh is now the best bet for us. He has a genuine chance if he can win this. Let's go to his board, Sahaj bhai. But as of now, the bar says, bhai, chances chodo, worse hai Gukesh. But yeah, this is very interesting.
भाई बट
One of
लेकिन
the
उसने B3 खेला ना, यही तो कह रहे थे हम, B3 A3 B4 जो थोड़ा स्लो लग रहा था देख के।
and chat, एक interesting idea यहाँ पे. And Sahaj bhai would love to test you on this one also. काफी curious, I think. Black to play. What is the best move for black? And chat, अपना beginner brain use करना है यहाँ पे. ठीक है, so you might find this quicker than Sahaj bhai actually for the first time. So what is the best move for black here? Imagine
Okay,
कब तुम्हें गेम खेलना है,
my
black से जीतना
guess,
है.
you said beginner move, so I'm thinking like rook a d8 or rook f8, something like this.
नहीं नहीं,
That's what I'm
Sahaj bhai,
thinking.
even more beginner जाना है हमें.
इससे ज्यादा beginner क्या भाई? Development comes first.
Yes, Mr. जापान जी भाई, जापान में चेस स्ट्रांग हो रहा है. एंड यस अभिमन्यु भाई, इट इज क्वीन d6 विद द आइडिया ऑफ
Oh,
कल को नाइट जब भी आएगा ऊपर, बाद में f5 e4
भाई
एंड
e4
क्वीन
का भी plan.
h8. Exactly. So very beginner chess, and black is apparently slightly better. In fact, maybe more than
भाई
slightly better.
टेक्स के बाद आपको pawn से e4 मारना है. रुक से
Wow.
मारोगे तो f5 e4 के बाद you are cooked. You have to go d takes e4, and if you play d takes e4, this is okay. You are admitting your worst.
Bhai, I would even
भाई
sack that pawn, yeah.
भाई
d3.
played. भाई
Oh
played.
wow. Wow. Complete technical. I agree with you. I think Arjun, it's a practical. This draw is not so
Arjun
bad.
Arjun's Erigaisi's last recorded draw with white pieces that occurred within 20 moves was against opponent Peter Lecco on November 12, 2025. Yes, bhai, but that was because he had defeated Peter Lecco with the black
Yes.
pieces, and that's a match. So
Yeah.
draw karne se he was qualifying. So I wouldn't really count that
Yeah.
as a like a
And he was
metric. Yeah,
better.
I don't. That's not a good reference there.
He was
बट
better in that game
थिंक ऑफ
also.
एनी
So.
क्लासिकल इवेंट जहाँ पे आप ड्रॉ करने से क्वालिफाई नहीं कर रहे हो बेसिकली वहां पे तो आप
Mhm.
बनता है ना. आई थिंक ही वाज विनिंग देयर आल्सो इफ आई एम नॉट
He
मिस्टेकन
was
बट
winning.
ओके ड्रॉ
Yes.
बनता था
Yes.
उधर.
He was winning. He was winning. He was spoiled it a bit, but he was still better. But he agreed to a draw. But regardless, chat Queen d6 played by Gukesh's opponent, and right now Gukesh in desperate trouble. Chat let, for example, let's say you play a3 here, which is the second best move, by the way. We are already looking at the second best move in the position. Apparently, e4 is one of the best moves already.
भाई ऑफ कोर्स दैट्स द होल प्लान.
Yeah, and now g3, e takes d3, just taking a free pawn, मजे में खा गए. Bishop b1, and now f5. Yeah, I mean, even this looks like dangerous, and this is the second best move. And the best move is what Sahaj mentioned: knight e4 takes, and now takes with the pawn. And Sahaj
ये
in
तो नहीं
that
हो रहा भाई.
endgame,
ये नहीं होगा. इस पे
I
भाई हम जीरो पे आ गए ना. एक मैगी ऑन दैट.
I agree.
गुकेश
I
डजंट
am
प्ले
on
नाइट
that
ई4.
board, bhai. I don't think this will happen, but I think this has to happen because otherwise Gukesh is just clearly worse.
Yeah, but he's not going to admit that he is worse. Maybe he plays g3 for example to keep things more like. g3 में क्या हो रहा है भाई? g3 में आप f5 खेलते हो. I see that.
हाँ.
I go a3. ठीक है. खराब क्यों है मेरी?
Apparently there is just knight d7.
पर वो क्लियर नहीं है
हाँ, maybe you're
मतलब
correct.
ऑपोजिट. नाइट d7 जा रहे हो आप. b4 खेला. मैं बोल रहा था सैप पॉन सैक होगा ये पक्का.
b4, yeah, takes,
b4 ab4
takes, queen b4.
क्वीन b4. ओके लाइक कुछ एक्टिविटी चाहिए इस बिशप से यार. c5 वगैरह कुछ बट वो आ नहीं रहा. रुक b1 रुक b7 आ रहा है क्या? हाँ,
Maybe
वो
I
अच्छा
take
नहीं
on
लग रहा
a1
लेकिन देख.
first then. I take on a1 first and then take on b4.
भाई आई थिंक गुकेश इज इन ट्रबल देन इफ दिस इज नॉट वर्किंग.
Because then you can't play rook b1, knight hanging d2 pe. So you can't really play rook b1 then. So overall, Chad Gukesh is under huge trouble here, I think, regardless of this, whatever he plays. And what d4 wala as Saja mentioned is very unlikely because that's saying ki bhai, I'm just going to defend for the next 50 moves.
ये
Draw
b4
would
तो नहीं
be,
मारोगे आप.
huh, draw would be very lucky, Kritika here. I think Gukesh has to defend, and queen d6 is a sign that black senses the moment, right? I mean, he knows कि Valentine's Day pass है, अभी ही download करना पड़ेगा कोई app, and that is Chesscom. Like he knows.
So Chad, question for you. What do you think is the likely result here? Do you think Gukesh win, draw or loss? I mean, we've done a breakdown of the position. We've shown you possible outcomes. What is your feeling based on how much you've watched chess, how much you've watched Gukesh, and all of that? Win, draw, or loss for Gukesh? A lot of people saying win actually.
एक बंदा लोल लिख रहा है उसका क्या जवाब है मुझे पता नहीं.
A lot of people saying win, bhai. That is crazy.
भाई बहुत लोग लॉस भी लिख रहे हैं अब. ऑफ कोर्स लॉस लिखा वेजिटा जी ने.
Yeah, of
गोकू से
course, तो
पूछता
नहीं है
हूँ.
भाई. I think there's still a lot of chess to be played, but yeah. For me, I think, I don't know, losses could be. You never know. The position is pretty bad now. I mean, knight e4 तो नहीं खेलेगा कोई यहाँ पे.
I think let's go full screen. Let's figure out from Gukesh's body language how bad it really is. Because at first glance, let's say you have no clue about the board, you would say Gukesh is under a lot of pressure if we can go full screen.
Yeah, he is definitely in a lot of pressure here. You can see भाई सर पकड़ के मतलब सोच रहे हो आप.
Oof, that looks like the image
कोई
of a
कह रहा है
man.
ब्लू बॉम विल
Go on.
कोलैप्स इन टाइम प्रेशर. भाई उसके लिए टाइम प्रेशर आना भी चाहिए. वो अभी आता हुआ दिख नहीं रहा मुझे, क्योंकि आई रिमेंबर कि 40 साल के बाद आपको आधा घंटा और मिलता है. एंड राइट नाउ दे आर ऑन मूव 19, so they have 21 more moves to play, and basically position is not very complicated. Like okay, a lot of like minor pieces have been traded off. knight e4 के बाद एक और पीस ट्रेड हो रहा है. ब्लैक का प्लान f5 e4 एकदम like you've already thought about this. Yeah, it's not something you have to recheck. So I'm not sure blue bomb time pressure में आएगा इस गेम में.
Bhai, I'm going to set up a poll chat because I'm in the same, bike or boat as Sahaj Bhai. I'm genuinely worried for
सही फ्लेक्स है
Gukesh
भाई.
here. Huh?
सही फ्लेक्स है भाई ये.
क्या flex है भाई?
पोल.
अच्छा. Sahaj Bhai, I'm not dancing at least. So let's just kind of go in that direction. So Blue
इसका
Bomb
पोल डाल दो
wins.
ना भाई. शुड यू डांस और नो. मैं कह रहा हूं
What?
अगर एक बंदे ने भी नो, अगर 1% उसमें आया नो, तो आप मत करना डांस. ठीक है. तो मैं आपको फिर 10
अच्छा,
मैगेज
मुझे ही
दूंगा
करना है
अगर.
क्या?
हाँ, आपको करना है डांस. अगर
अच्छा,
अगर
वाह.
100 के 100 ने यस लिखा, अगर 100% यस लिखा है लोगों ने, तो फिर आप
हाँ.
डांस करोगे 2 सेकंड के लिए. नहीं तो 10
चलो.
मैगीज. अगर एक बंदे ने भी वन, अगर, बट ऑब्वियसली आप किसी को बोल
ठीक है,
के
डन.
दूसरा
आई
आप
एम
नहीं
डन
कर
भाई.
सकते.
डन
डन.
भाई, 100%.
चलो डालो. लेट्स सी. बट
लेट्स
ऑफ
सी भाई,
कोर्स
100%.
प्रोवाइडेड कि
हाँ.
आप कोई अपने ऑल्ट अकाउंट से वोट नहीं करोगे. आई नीड योर वर्ड हियर.
हाँ हाँ, आई डोंट वोट भाई. वैसे भी उसमें 99 आएगा, 99 भी नहीं पहुंचने वाले भाई. यू कुड ऑफर $1 billion द चैट एंड तब भी पोल में कभी भी वो नहीं होगा. आई कैन
हाँ
गारंटी
ट्रू.
यू इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू गेट 99% ऑन वन ऑप्शन. लाइक यू कुड ऑफर $1 billion, इट विल नॉट हैपन.
क्या बात कर रहे हो.
नहीं
सीरियसली.
होता भाई. हाँ, नहीं होता. यू कुड
नो
ऑफर बिकॉज
चांस.
बिकॉज नॉट एवरीबडी लिसन्स टू अस ना. आई एम गारंटीइंग कि चैट कितने लोग हैं अभी चैट में, ठीक है? 750 लोग हैं, 800 लोग हैं,
या
700 वट. कम से कम 50 लोग हैं जो म्यूटेड देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम. कम से कम 50 लोग हैं जो काम कर रहे हैं, अपने बॉस को बोल रहे हैं कि भाई हम काम कर रहे हैं बट लिसनिंग टू स्ट्रीम. वो लोग से हाई इन द चैट. कम ऑन भाई, कौन है? कम से कम 50 लोग हैं जो लिटरली कोई गेम खेल रहे हैं साथ में, दे आर प्लेइंग लाइक मारियो या व्हाटएवर एंड चेकर्स खेल रहे हैं. शर्म करो, चेकर्स लूडो खेल रहे हैं साथ में स्ट्रीम सुन रहे हैं. सो दे माइट नॉट
बट वो
रियली
वो
गेट
वो फिर
डिफेंडेड.
वोट नहीं करेंगे ना.
हाँ, बट समटाइम्स दे विल वोट. सो इट विल गो टू 75, 80, 90%, बट नेवर 100%. नेवर.
हम्म, क्या बात है भाई. पूरा
सी
एकदम
बीजे में खेल
प्रिपरेशन
रहा है एक
करके आए
बंदा.
हो.
सी ये देखो, हाई वाले आ गए, काम करने वाले आ गए भाई, देखो. माइनक्राफ्ट
हम्म.
खेल रहा है एक बंदा, देखो. आई टोल्ड यू लाइक दिस इज जस्ट सो नॉर्मल. सो 100% नहीं होगा.
क्रेजी भाई. बाय द वे, पता है इस पोजीशन में नाउ आई कैन सी a3 as being the best move in the position. So after a3 we were looking at e4, attacking the h2 pawn. You were going to go g3. I take the pawn on d3. So you are accepting basically one pawn less, and आपको bishop b1 पे रखना पड़ेगा अपना.
Hmm.
And then something like f5 is what we were talking about, which is very good.
Hmm.
Do you think Gukesh goes for this? Because
There
remember,
is
if
no
you play
chance.
bishop b1, Sahil bhai, you cannot play
Hmm.
b4
Exactly.
because a1 hanging है.
Exactly. Exactly my thought, and that's why I don't like this. Because अगर ये pawn मुझे मिलता, okay, there are ways to grab this pawn. Maybe knight f3 at the right moment. I don't know how you grab it, but I don't think Ukesh will choose this because in any world you're not winning this. I mean, I don't see in a million years how you win this one as white. You have to first grab d3, then you have to grab d4, and forget the weak king side square somehow. Forget like b4 नहीं आ रहा है. So Gukesh would like a position जहाँ पे there is potential for black to go wrong, and don't sense that much potential here. And currently, he's going to, of course, consider this, but I think he will reject it in his calculations. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree with that because voluntarily giving up a pawn is not ideal. Maybe g3 is the most likely here, like
Hmm.
considering everything. क्योंकि ताकि आपका e4 का break ना है. Okay, that's not the best move in the position, but it feels the most logical because उसमें भी f5 आएगा ही, फिर e4 भी आएगा ही. But yeah,
Hmm.
Gukesh is in trouble now.
Gukesh
Once again,
is in
chat. If I
trouble.
could just play g3 and put my bishop on g2, then this is a dream position for white. Like only white is playing for a win there.
तो कुछ कर सकते हैं जादू, उस विषय को उठा के लाइक प्रमोशन या तबादला करा
Fly
दे उसका,
chess.
तबादला करा देते हैं डिफेंस स्क्वायर पे, लाइक
हाँ कर दो
करा
भाई.
देते हैं, ट्रांसफर करा देते हैं उसका.
भाई
इज
अगर
इट
आप
पॉसिबल?
फ्लाई चेस होता तो बिशप e4 आ सकता था ना इस पोजीशन में, फिर क्वीन h2 एक्चुअली मेट भी हो जाती, बट यार.
भाई लेने के देने लग जाते हैं भाई साज भाई, तो बी केयरफुल व्हाट यू विश फॉर.
क्रेजी एक्चुअली. बढ़िया वेरिएंट है एक्चुअली, ट्राई करना पड़ेगा कभी.
वाओ.
हाँ अगेन अर्जुन का ड्रॉ इज सो सरप्राइजिंग टू मी एक्चुअली. Let's take a
या.
quick look at Pragg versus Arvind as well.
हम्म.
Haven't looked at this game in a bit. Bishop g4, bishop e2 ऐसे करके repetition हो रहा था. Short castle, okay, not really a repetition, but yeah, castle, bishop f8 खेला वो, queen b5 to put pressure here. Black खेलता है queen e6 to defend this pawn, and queen b7 मारने के बाद maybe there's knight b4, rook d8, something like this, and the queen could get trapped, I'm guessing. So he goes knight a4, and black खेलता है बड़ी weird चाल, rook db8. And अगर मैं knight c खेलता हूँ यहाँ पे, तो queen b also goes to c8.
ओ वाओ. वाओ. सहज भाई लैग हो रहे हैं. सहज भाई.
Huge if true. सही में.
सहज भाई मतलब ब्लैक के माइनर पीसेस आर कमिंग टुगेदर यूनाइटेड एंड आप उनसे दूर जा रहे हो सहज भाई, क्या हो गया सहज भाई, क्या हो गया?
भाई I don't know भाई, करना पड़ेगा कुछ इंटरनेट का भाई.
कोई ना कोई ना कोई ना. बट आई थिंक दिस गेम इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. Pragg of course still the only candidate from India. Position के हिसाब से सहज भाई, दो if you had to choose a color white or black, and chat question for you as well, which color would you choose here, white or black? Because logically मुझे white से देखना आसान लग रहा है. नाइट c5 खेला, take that bishop on f8, bishop पे advantage भी गई black की, then a3 b4, and it looks very logical. Knight c6 खेलेगा तो knight e5 फेंक दूंगा. I prefer white here somehow optically.
ऑल्सो उसकी एक्यूरेसी चार्ट बता रही है हमको इज 99.9%.
Shit यार ड्यू मिस हो गया, बट स्टिल आई मीन इट्स ओके, इट्स कर लेंगे थोड़ा कॉम्प्रोमाइज, मे बी इन द
Why is
थर्ड लिस्ट.
Jordan winning?
Oh, he
Is
is
Jordan
winning.
completely
By
winning? Yeah.
London system has worked. He's completely winning. London system OP in the chat. It's plus 2.6 by for white.
भाई
13 मूव
आप
के
चैट
बाद.
में बोलते हो कि लंदन सिस्टम अच्छी ओपनिंग नहीं, आई हेट दैट ओपनिंग. भाई देखो, व्हेन यू प्ले इट एज अ सरप्राइज एंड यू हैव सम इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया, इट कैन वर्क अगेंस्ट वर्ल्ड नंबर 4.
ब्यूटीफुल भाई, ब्यूटीफुल.
भाई 13 चाल के अंदर कंप्लीटली डेड विनिंग पोजीशन यार, दैट्स नॉट
Oh,
नॉर्मल.
Keymer will also lose. So Anish Giri बढ़ रहे हैं भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 की तरफ if he wins tomorrow.
Why Jordan is doing fantastic in this event if you think about it. His
हाँ.
only loss was to Erdogmus. He has defeated Anish and Arvind. And he's going to be
He's
plus
gonna
2 if he defeats Vincent as well.
Yeah, he's going to be in second place potentially because Sindarov, if he draws, will go to 5.5. Jordan will be at 5.5. That's going to be an impressive run by the Dutch number 2 who has won this event before. So he is catching up some form just at the right time during the Olympiad year for the Dutch team. So great news there for him. And it
भाई
feels
पता
like
है नाइट जेट कितनी गंदी चाल है यहाँ पे, कि अगर आप लॉन्ग कासल खेलो तो कंप्यूटर बोलता है नाइट F6 वापस आ जाओ. इतनी गंदी चाल है.
अथू.
एग्जैक्टली.
इतनी गंदी है तो क्या ही करे भाई फिर. But anyways, yeah, I think that's just a mistake. Yeah, I think that's just kind of not grasping the essence of the position well. Vincent also, by the way, not having the best event by his standards. Lost to Fedoseev, lost to Bluebaum, lost to Nodirbek. So 3 losses. He would also not be happy. Potentially a 4th loss incoming here. So meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, किस गेम पे जाएं? Because गुकेश की गेम में तो स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. प्रग की गेम में अभी थोड़ा स्लो है. He has just played knight c5 on the board. एंड इट डज फील लाइक वाइट की पोजीशन ज्यादा ऐसे मतलब बटर की तरह स्मूथ लग रही है. एवरीथिंग जस्ट फ्लोज आराम से. नाइट c5, b4, रुक c3, रुक c1, लाइक कुछ सोचने की जरूरत ही नहीं है प्रग को.
एंड देन क्वीन साइड प्ले समवेयर. कार्ल्सबाड की तरफ बढ़ते हुए, लाइक कार्ल्सबाड स्ट्रक्चर, मे बी एट सम पॉइंट ही गोस बिशप डी. बाय द वे क्वीन c8 प्लेड. आई वाज थिंकिंग लुक एट दिस बाय द वे.
सो साज भाई अब बनाए रेक्टेंगल.
हाँ भाई ये लो, यहाँ तक ही भाई।
एक
तो
एक काम
चैट,
करते हैं,
क्वीन साइड पे प्रेशर नहीं डालना, किंग साइड पे डालना है।
एक काम करते हैं, you know, maybe the chess game can be more interesting if we can just remove three squares from the board, भाई, three consecutive connected squares from the board, and white से भाई A8 B8 C8 और black से A1 B1 C1, भाई साहब ब्लैक खत्म हो जाएगा भाई वो तीन स्क्वायर निकालते ही।
हाँ भाई क्रेजी, बट या दिस इज अ वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द पीसेस। बाय द वे यहाँ पे प्रग के पास नाइट A6 भी है, व्हिच इज काइंड ऑफ इंटरेस्टिंग।
Oh
लाइक यू
wow.
फोर्स ब्लैक टू टेक हियर एंड देन यू टेक द नाइट ऑन C6। थोड़ा पॉन स्ट्रक्चर टूट जाएगा आपका, D5 भी थोड़ा वीक है, एंड लुक्स प्रॉमिसिंग एक्चुअली फॉर प्रग।
It's it's very promising actually. If you go deeper, Saj, by knight a6, Marna apparently is kind of forced because rook b8 were literally trapped there. So queen c6, then you take on b2, and now bishop a6 ke baad, black has to play only moves for a while. Queen d8 first of all only move, bishop b7 ke baad rook b8 only move, and apparently you just grab on the pawn on d5.
एंड उसके बाद
So
भी
and
क्वीन
now
F6 मोर और लेस ओनली मूव या।
yeah, queen f6 only moves. So black has to find these moves. Of course, it's still close to equal, but if white needs to force matters, he has a way to create pressure, or he can delay it for a while. Play something else like knight h4 or rook d1, and that also works. So Pragg in the right situation उसको force करना है कर सकता है, अगर calmly खेलना है वो भी कर सकता है.
या करेक्ट, नाइस समरी देयर। सो अब नाइट A6 पॉसिबल है, उसमें आपको पॉन मिल जाएगा बट ब्लैक गेट्स एक्टिव। So that's option number one. Option number two is maybe something like bishop d3, which I quite like because you're inviting black to take this. I mean, I don't have to take this. I can go bishop g4 also, which is also interesting. But if you take this, then knight takes d3 के बाद, I feel white is very comfortable here. एक
Hmm.
knight versus bishop का imbalance and black के pieces are just horrible here.
Yeah, yeah. Reminds
But
me
you
of my
can also
childhood,
play
Saj
like,
bhai.
I'm looking at some crazy ideas. Look at this, knight e7, knight f4, queen d8, and now the best move apparently is g4 for white, which
Ooh.
is so ridiculous.
Oh wow. भाई ऐसे आइडिया देख के ना कई बार मुझे ऐसे, यू फॉल इन चेस विद लव, वाओ,
अरे ब्यूटीफुल
वाओ, यू फॉल इन चेस विद लव,
भाई, ट्रू इफ ह्यूज।
सच में भाई, यू फॉल इन चेस विद लव। चैट यार एक बार मेरी अंग्रेजी की तारीफ हो जाए एक बार, मतलब बनती तो है भाई, टिक्कू भाई इंग्लिश भाई, मतलब क्रेजी, मतलब साथ भाई ट्रेंड, वेल ट्रेंड इन इंग्लिश, या मतलब आई माई सेल्फ सरप्राइज।
राइट भाई, एंड रोहित भाई का कमेंट देखो आप।
पिछले Shit, क्या
रोहित
भाई,
भाई
शिट,
दैट इज सो फनी।
दैट इज क्रेजी। ब्रेकिंग बैड देखना ही पड़ेगा मुझे लगता है।
भाई देखो, भाई देखो, बिल्कुल देखो, बहुत 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 सही कमेंट मारा है
भाई
इन्होंने।
देयर इज अ स्टार्क रिजेम्बलेंस बाय द वे, लाइक
हाँ आई
इट्स
नो
नॉट फार
भाई,
अवे द
ऑफ
कमेंट।
कोर्स भाई, एक्चुअली बट अगर आपने देख, रोहित भाई अगर आपने ब्रेकिंग बैड देखा हो तो आपको पता होगा कि ये वॉल्टर वाइट नहीं है भाई, ये हाइजनबर्ग है।
हम्म, टिक्कू थरूर, या
साहिल
आई
भाई को,
थिंक।
साहिल भाई हैज नो आइडिया। भाई वॉल्टर वाइट तो चार्ट में भी आ गया भाई। भाई गुकेश का
नाइस।
गेम लगा लो ये।
या चैट, इंग्लिश मेरी वैसी भी स्ट्रांग है कि मैं तो ब्रेकिंग बैड देखूंगा ही देखूंगा नेक्स्ट सीजन, थोड़ा चैलेंज। बाय द वे, Gukesh Dommaraju with another mistake. Objectively, according to the engines, optically it looks like a nice move, Sahaj. I am activating my Rani, bringing her to h5. Looks very strong. Black king थोड़ा सा पसीने आने चाहिए. But the question from my end is, what do you do after f5?
भाई F5, I don't know actually. Like G3 maybe? Oh, he's thinking. Oh no, I think he was just changing the piece. He has the pawn in his hand now, bishop in his hand now, I'm guessing. But yeah, F5. And now I maybe A3, I guess, to try and play B4 anyways. Black plays E4, which is still very, very strong. You cannot capture
Oof.
this because मेरे पास D3 है भाई. This is looking bad. That's an
Sahaj bhai,
understatement.
look at this. Look at this. So after e4, if you take, of course, we saw d3. Let's say you play a normal chal. I don't know what normal is. Let's say you play rook a d1. Okay? Now, e3 as black. You
अरे
take on e3, d takes e3, and if rook takes e3, there is queen d4, and you can basically resign.
या बिकॉज रुक इज पिन्ड f4 के बाद रुक मर जाएगा, तो you shouldn't take, you should play knight f3, and now knight e6 apparently is very good. But okay, the follow up is not easy for black though. This follow up is
No,
not easy.
no, I mean, like, black has so many ideas here. I get a feeling ki like queen h5 is defending h2. That makes sense. It activates the queen. That makes sense. But it's based too much in strategy rather than, the actual concrete ideas over the board. Because f5 ke baad, if the bishop was on d5, I would be dancing by, yare queen aa gayi, bishop aa gaya. But with the
Hmm.
bishop on c2, I mean, this just feels like, बोलते ना, मतलब एक गाड़ी के 3 पहिए परफेक्ट है और एक पहिए के बदले चूहा लगा हुआ है. Like, it
Hmm.
will not run that way. Like, we need the fourth tire as well. It will just not work.
एडिटर्स, अगर आपने ये सुना तो वो कॉम्पिलेशन की जो बात कर रहे थे, दिस इज अगेन दिस विल बी पार्ट 3 ऑफ द वीडियो.
नहीं, but let's put a life position, साज भाई.
भाई एक दिन तो मैं ही, मुझे लगता है मैं ही कर देता हूँ भाई.
नहीं भाई,
एक एडिटर को बोलता हूँ भाई एक कुछ स्ट्रीम्स देखो
नहीं नहीं
जहां पर
भाई,
भी साहिल
सीरियस
भाई ये
भाई.
कुछ करते हैं,
इट्स
उसकी
सीरियस भाई.
कॉम्पिलेशन बनाओ.
Why, where is there a चूहा भाई? करंट पोजीशन पे जाओ. Why is there a चूहा here? There needs to be a tire, Sahaj bhai. I feel like the position does not make logical sense right now.
I mean, queen h5 तो makes sense, like to defend h2 and all of this, but in उसके बाद e3 a3 b4 also makes sense. So I mean also ब्लूबाम को थोड़े अभी important only moves निकालनी पड़ेंगी down the line.
Yeah, but निकाल लेगा भाई. F5 is like what you play in a bullet game, no? Like in a second you play F5.
Hmm.
क्वीन डी का आइडिया ही वही था कि F पॉन को आजाद करो.
भाई एक बंदे को एनालॉजी इतनी पसंद आई, उन्होंने सुपर चैट ही कर दी भाई एनालॉजी बोल के. भाई करो आप
अरे
ये,
वाह.
इसका एक चैट, इसका एक कॉम्पिलेशन तो बनता है ना. सोचो कितनी एनालॉजीज करी होंगी हमने 2 साल के अंदर, मतलब वो इसका एक लाइक अ 20 minute वीडियो वुड बी अमेजिंग.
या 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 उस 20 मिनट के बाद फिर सुबह काम भी आएगी मेरे, बिकॉज कैंसिल तो मैं हो ही जाऊंगा. तो वो फिर टिक्कू रिटायरमेंट फंड में जाएगा. थैंक यू अविन भाई, अप्रिशिएट सुपर चैट भाई. एंड होपफुली यहाँ पे चूहे के बदले टायर बहुत जल्दी देखने को मिलेगा. बट राइट नाउ आई एम जेन्युइनली वरिड कि बोर्ड पे बिल्ली आ सकती है. एंड F5 ऑन द बोर्ड. बिल्ली इज हियर, साज भाई.
क्रेजी.
शिट.
आई थिंक दिस इज बैड, या.
वाओ.
But and also he didn't take much time to think, which is also a slight worry for Gukesh. Question,
मैग्नेस वाज
does Gukesh
ऑलवेज.
know he's worse? That's the question.
Of course, by 100%. Like, I think he's playing practically ki by maybe I can play active moves, I can play logical moves, and psychologically intimidate Bluebaum, which has worked for 3 players in the last 3 rounds. So I mean, I'm not questioning that strategy, but objectively he has to know, right? Like knight on
Hmm.
c5 better than knight on d2 for sure. Bishop on c7 better than bishop on c2. That itself should know ki bhai, tell him ki bhai black is better.
Correct, bhai, correct. बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग दिन है एक्चुअली, बिकॉज Jordan basically winning against Vincent, Arjun drawing with white pieces very quickly, Gukesh in trouble with the white pieces against a candidate. Very, very interesting day actually overall.
Wow, and Bluebaum Matthias about to defeat the world champion. वो कहेंगे stop the count. यार क्या कैंडिडेट्स करना है. हो गया ना वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, आज ही हमने
भाई
कर लिया ना
ब्लूबॉम ने
भाई.
अगर
हो तो
गुकेश
गया.
को हरा दिया भाई, तो that will be again
हाँ,
like huge.
बात खत्म. काहे कैंडिडेट्स करना है भाई. कर लिया मैंने, काम खत्म. गिव मी द टाइटल नाउ. एंड द वे ही इज प्लेइंग, लाइक ही इज जेन्युइनली लाइक kind of proving a point here कि भाई don't underestimate अपन को for the candidates.
Correct, bhai. And also remember that Bluebaum has defeated Pragg and Arjun. He has not defeated Gukesh yet. So this would be like him completing a full circle there.
Collect all 5, yeah. True.
All 5
Chat, by the
rings.
way, Saj bhai asked this question half an hour back. I'm going to ask this again. I think you asked it for the Arjun game, maybe. I don't know. But what do you think happens in this game for Gukesh? Win, draw, loss? What's your guess? Because
भाई
it's getting
गुकेश पे ही
from
पूछा
back
था,
to us.
बट अब भाई पोल डालो ना इसका तो.
पोल तो डला हुआ है भाई. पोल में आई थिंक 60% गुकेश विन चल रहा है. So that's why I asked this question.
अभी
It's
भी
like
वही है चैट पोल में, अभी भी वही थिंकिंग है आपकी, कुछ चेंज हुआ है? By the way, that's an
Pragg गेम में
interesting
जाएंगे चैट.
point. Gukesh is kind of struggling against candidates, yeah?
All
Okay,
of them.
Sindarov के साथ he was dominating though. Sindarov के साथ from move one he was dominating. That was a very convincing game by him. Against Pragg, okay, it was up and down. But wouldn't say Gukesh was dominating there. Against Anish, he lost. And then against Bluebaum also, he's worse. So
Win
he's going to be
by
like 1 out of, I mean, 4 if he loses this one. So yeah, that is
yeah.
basically struggling.
Thanks for super chat again, and you're correct. He of 100% expected f5. It's just that he tackled one problem, that was the pressure on h2 with queen h5, where the queen necessarily cannot be attacked and is very active. So that's a good solution. But he solved one problem, but the second one he's still not solved, and that's why he's taking a lot of time. How do I tackle this pawn advance at the correct moment? E4 is incoming. You cannot stop it. And it feels like Mukesh is fighting a losing battle, because even if black does nothing, like white, I mean, the only plan white has is a3 and b4. That's literally all he can do. Uske baad kya bhai? Then e4 is incoming, bhai. E4 is deadly.
Let's see why right now it looks really, really stressful. Chat mein people are saying he didn't he didn't beat Pragg. Actually, maybe I should have clarified myself. I was talking about Grand Swiss, jahan pe Bluebaum was like one of the leaders, and he defeated Pragg, and I think he defeated Arjun there as well, if I remember correctly. So that's the match that I was talking about. So basically, he has finished. Yeah, यहाँ पर भी he has defeated Arjun. So he's defeated Arjun twice, and once he's defeated Pragg as well. So Gukesh ko he has not, because Gukesh was not like, okay, a Grand Swiss wasn't the best event for Gukesh in that sense. But yeah.
And chat, by the way,
he defeated Arjun as well. By Arjun, Pragg दोनों को हराया था उसने a Grand Swiss में.
We want to give out a Chesscom membership at 500 likes. So like karte raho chat. Let's bring in more people. You know, membership Chesscom ki is very helpful. Itne sare features hain. Coach, game review, and it can really change a youngster's life. So like karo taki 500 like pe ek bande ko membership denge. They will try out the membership. They will learn chess, get better. And maybe, 10 years from now, you will see their name at the top somewhere. Ki bhai, haan bhai, this definitely kind of helped me to learn the game better. So do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. And meanwhile, what's the best move for Guki? That's a good question. So यहाँ Guki के पास दो ही चालें हैं जो हमारे इंडियन महाशय हमें बता रहे हैं. One is a3, which I think is very logical. I think you want to push the pawn b4 का plan है. But a3 में e4, are you ready to face a move like e4 is the question. Because जैसे ही आप मारोगे हमें देखा, there is d3 and black is just winning on the spot. Are you mentally ready to face it? Second move is g3. That's basically completely stopping that diagonal. But then g3 ke baad, again, like e4 is anyway possible. And then the queen h5 move also, like, I feel like g3 is doing nothing, to be honest, Sajay. If you disagree, like, I don't know what you think about g3.
I think the point is that if you played queen h5, you played queen h5 to defend the h2 pawn. So g3 doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
Because आप g3 directly खेल सकते थे. Then queen को d1 पे रख के आप कुछ अब वो टेम्पो किसी और तरह से यूज कर सकते थे.
Exactly.
g3 is less likely.
g3 makes less sense, and now, I mean, there is no other move essentially. So Gukesh is kind of stuck. And let's say Gukesh plays completely random. Let's say rook d1, which looks very logical. Yeah, I mean, it's third best move in the position. Black can even wait. Rook e8, king h7, g6, b6. आराम से वेट कर सकते हैं, कोई जल्दी नहीं है. सो ब्लूबाम के गलत जाने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत लो है. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक दिस इज रियली बैड.
Why also, like, time का भी कोई इशू नहीं है Bluebaum के पास. I'm sorry to say, but this looks very troubling for Gukesh. He could potentially lose this भाई. And lose से याद है भाई, एक very quick नजर Jordan के बोर्ड पे, because वहाँ पे एकदम आग लग चुकी है. Jordan has sacrificed an entire piece with this knight takes c4. Look at this brilliancy chart. He takes the pawn and now d5, and basically this is +3. Vincent यहाँ पे resign कर सकता है, इतनी खराब पोजीशन है 16 चाल के अंदर. Power of London system. Chat, never doubt the London system.
And look at this. After e takes d5, आपने piece दे दिया, pawn भी दे दिया. Now you play queen e3 check, and queen e7 के बाद you play this only move, chat. Very important, chat. Okay, this is a very important strategic move, chat. White to play only move, best move कौन निकालेगा?
White to play and win basically. White to play and chat, याद रखना कि हर combination में sacrifice नहीं होता. Like, don't look on those lines. Think about what does black want to do here, and don't let them
हाँ,
do that. That's it.
या हमें अटैक मेंटेन करना है, क्या चीज से अटैक खत्म हो सकता है उस चीज को रुकना भी कई बार एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रिंसिपल है. ओनली मूव फॉर वाइट, नॉट क्वीन e7. ओ माय गॉड धनराज भाई, दैट इज द वर्स्ट मूव यू कैन प्ले, बिकॉज क्वीन ट्रेड के बाद क्वींस गई, अटैक गया, आप पीस डाउन हो, यू वुड लूज द गेम. बट आई एम वेरी ग्लैड यू सेड दैट, बिकॉज बहुत लोग ऐसा सोच रहे होंगे.
भाई आपका नाइट कम है यार, योर पीस डाउन हियर, सो ट्रेड्स कभी भी नहीं करने चाहिए यहाँ पे. नॉट बिशप c6, बिशप c6 doesn't do anything. There is no plan here. So queen d2, अभिमन्यु, that's good. You are in the right direction, but क्योंकि आपने queen d2 के बाद rook e1 थ्रेट किया, बट ये सोचो ब्लैक को करना क्या है यहाँ पे. ब्लैक wants to play long castle, and if ब्लैक का king safe हो जाता है, then he's just a piece up. Don't
अरुण
allow
भाई
the king to be safe.
बिल्कुल सही बोला. स्टॉप कैसल एंड चैट, व्हाट इज दैट मूव जिससे हम कैसल हो सकते हैं ताकि हम नेक्स्ट मूव पे रुकी वन नाइट डी5 खेल पाए.
I see Sankalp has found it. Well done, bhai. That is the only move in the position that wins the game, and it is queen to h3, putting a
ब्यूटीफुल.
block on this long castle. And now the threats are just rook e1, queen trap, knight takes d5. I mean, you're just dead lost here.
या एंड एन
It takes,
अमेजिंग
by the
गेम
way,
बाय द वे
d5.
by Jordan, 98.7 versus 88.2. Jordan just crushed Vincent like he's a Pazza win by. I think that's how strong these players are. Ki basically, as a top player, you don't make mistakes. So when you do, the opponent just destroys you. And
Hmm.
Jordan के लिए this will be such a confidence boosting game. Yeah, इस तरीके से हराना. Of course, he has to find all these moves now. Queen 3 is the only move. Queen h3 only move. But I'm sure he has seen it. And once he plays this, defeating the world number 4 like this, that's crazy impressive.
Yeah, and he is a former winner of this event as well. I mean, maybe there is like some benefit, yeah, when you're playing in home ground. You know, he's from the Netherlands. He lives very close to Wijk. I think when you're
साज भाई, साज भाई लगता है थोड़े शांत हो गए.
अच्छा, मेरा शायद इंटरनेट या एक सेकंड. नाउ कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ भाई. साज भाई, हाँ 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 हाँ, गायब ही हो गए भाई. वेलकम बैक भाई.
एम आई बैक नाउ या नहीं?
यस यस, यू बैक.
अच्छा, लैग कर रहा हूँ. ट्राई टू फिक्स इट.
Oh no! Let's go to Gukesh's game. He did play Rook D1. जो मूव मैं कह रहा था is third best but not the best idea. And by the way, chat कई लोग कह रहे थे why not F3 in this position instead of Rook D1. Chat F3 के बाद आप अपने dark squares और weak कर रहे हो. Like knight literally कल को E3 आके बैठ सकता है and there's nothing you can do about it. So I think
ऑल्सो
F3 would be
गोल्डन
the
पॉन
good.
भाई.
Yeah. So it stops E4 but creates new, bigger problems. So I think F3 would be bad, but Rook at D1 doesn't solve the problems, and it's -2 now for Black Sahaj. 1.8 is objectively winning. It doesn't look like it's winning, but it's very, very close to it.
Wow. So Gukesh right now is objectively lost with correct play. That's what you're saying.
I think borderline. Like this is the kind of position जहां पे अगर आप इंजन की तरह स्टॉकफिश को मतलब रट के आप पेल दो, शायद यू सर्वाइव या इन सम ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप एंड गेम, बिकॉज द इंजन माइट
Hmm.
बी थिंकिंग कि मटेरियल विन हो रहा है, बट बिकॉज इट्स एन ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप एंड गेम देयर माइट बी सम सेविंग ग्रेस. सो आई वुड से इट्स एट द बॉर्डर, लाइक बिल्कुल बॉर्डर. मतलब बोलते हैं ना, मूवी जितनी बढ़िया थी वैसे यहाँ पे भी गेम बढ़िया होने वाली है अब.
Yeah, bhai. Right now, he just has to come up with some, I think, very easy moves. Rook e8 to try and play e4, king h7 to play g6, and white kept. Why also with rook d1, you're not planning to play a3 b4 anymore.
Exactly. Rook at d1, like it's a defensive move. आप
This
e4 के
is,
अगेंस्ट आप hedge कर रहे हो, right?
why it's so bad. This move actually. I
And
think Gukesh is
chat,
collapsing, completely collapsing.
we're going to come back to Ukesh's game in just about 30 seconds because there is a huge positive update. Vedant is beating Vasyl Ivanchuk, +3 for him.
Arre. Bhai, if he wins this match, tournament सफल हो गया इसके लिए. I have to
हाँ
agree. He's a
हाँ.
pawn up, yeah, basically. I think if I look at this position, yeah, he's a pawn up right now. This was the position. Queen d7 was an inaccuracy. He got to castle, bishop d8, rook d1. ये free का pawn है भाई, f pawn.
And free can look at the d5 square, look at the pressure on f7, and in knight e5 stable nahi hai. You always have knight g4, f4, knight c4 ideas. I mean, the bishop on d8 is so, I'm not looking great as well right now. Maybe has a good, feature on b6, but white k piece is looking amazing, and he's about to beat Vasyl Ivanchuk. That's insane.
Yeah, tournament shuffle bhai. He plays bishop b6 and now knight d5 incoming. Great. And also, Ivanchuk is one of the tournament leaders. Yeah, he's on 5.5 out of 8. So
Wow.
Vedant could like ruin his chances here.
Yeah, that is amazing. So Vedant, we'll come back to this. Let's head back to the World Champions game. Good luck to Vedant to win that game. Sahaj bhai, chances niche aa jare. Gukesh does look relatively calm, but do you kind of wait here now? Like for example, King H7, Rook E8, or do you try to strike with, I don't know what you strike with. A4
I
becomes
mean,
less likely, right?
you will strike
Hmm.
with e4 at some
Hmm.
point, but I will not play it right now. I will play rook e8. Like that's the most natural move to me because
Hmm.
white भी a1 से चला गया, मैं भी 8 से जा रहा हूँ. And then I will try to play king h8 or king h7. Then I will play e4 at the right moment when my pieces are ready. Maybe you can play
Hmm.
b6 as well. कुछ slight minor improvements. White के पास कोई improvement ही नहीं है इस position में. Unless you're planning f4. By the way, rook e8 played.
Bhai, Chad, just look at the accuracy for Matthias Bluebaum. And look at the accuracy for the world champion, 98.8 versus 94.1. It's very obvious Bluebaum has played the better chess so far today. And Saj, I mean, Dukesh needs a Herculean comeback from here. But even if he were to hold, this is going to be a disappointing game from his perspective of how he
Bhai, I
looks
disagree.
back
If
at
he
this game.
holds this, I will be so happy, bhai.
No, we'll be happy. But would he be happy with that draw?
I mean, from this position, I think a draw is not a bad result. It's a very good result, I
Yeah,
think.
I know, but he will be disappointed he got into this position. Like I'm really
Yeah.
like he'll be like, "अरे यार, अगर World Championship होती or maybe like a Hikaru or a Fabi was sitting there, like they would have converted this game for sure, and that's not a good sign." But meanwhile, okay, still fighting Rook E8. How do you continue here? I don't even see a move. For example, Sahaj, the best move here is G3, which again we discussed. Doesn't have a clear idea. Like the idea is apparently G3 F4. Would you ever
Mm,
consider G3 F4 here?
no, I will consider a3 b4 only because I will only push. I will only sacrifice a pawn. Because g3 f4 में pawn मर रहा है, right? I can go ef4 queen
हाँ.
f4, for example. But I will only sacrifice the pawn if my bishop is getting active. So I will
Hmm.
play a3 b4 c5 to get my bishop on this diagonal, something like this. That's what I'm considering. I will only sack for the sake of this bishop. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And
Hmm.
chat में कोई लिख रहा है कि भाई depth 38 में there is a 1.2. So I'll check this for you in real time chat and I'll get back to you. I doubt if this is 1.2, by the way. I believe if you go deeper, I think this will be -2 or something like this, just based on my
Yeah.
experience. That's what I feel.
Yeah. And चैट कह रही है समाज भाई हिला दो अभी कान. साज भाई, आर वी इन दैट टेरिटरी कि
नो
जहां पे
भाई,
कान
नॉट
हिलाना
नॉट
पड़ जाए?
क्लोज भाई. भाई ये तो
भाई
वही फाइटिंग अभी अभी कोई फाइट शुरू नहीं हुई है भाई अभी तक. I feel like the opening has not gone our way. Let that crucial moment happen and then we'll see भाई.
साज भाई, मुझे लग रहा है मे बी दिस इज द मोमेंट जहां पे हिला सकते हो आप,
भाई बट
बिकॉज
लेकिन कोई
अदरवाइज
क्रिटिकल
लेट ना हो
मोमेंट है,
जाए.
कोई चाल नहीं है ना यहाँ पे, कोई जो गुकेश को ढूंढनी है, कोई चाल ऐसी कोई गलती नहीं है जो ब्लू बॉम्ब कर सकता है. लाइक अभी,
एंड
लाइक
ऑल्सो
लेट्स वेट फॉर द राइट मोमेंट.
एक बंदा था कोई जो हमें गाली दे रहा था, कह रहा था गाली XYZ, अर्जुन का क्या हुआ? मतलब इतना कॉन्फिडेंस से गाली किसी ने आज तक दिया नहीं है, नोइंग कि अर्जुन की गेम खत्म हो चुकी है भाई. भाई, इतना कॉन्फिडेंट गलत आदमी मैंने लाइफ में आज तक नहीं देखा. बट एनीवेज.
चैट डेप्थ 31 पे हूँ मैं अभी एंड इट इज -1.63. दैट इज इफ ही प्लेस g3 इन दिस मूव. If he doesn't play g3, so g3 is this move chart. मैं आपको arrow से दिखा रहा हूँ. Any other move in this position, it's -2. That's on depth 33 now. Yeah, 1.7 now with g3 and -2.2 if you play anything besides g3. If besides g3 आप कुछ भी खेलोगे इस position में, then it is Gukesh is objectively in a lost position.
साज भाई, आई थिंक अब एक ही तरीका है, हमें बोलना पड़ेगा. क्यों हिला डाला ना भाई? लेट्स गो फॉर इट साज भाई, हिला दो भाई.
राइट
अदरवाइज
भाई,
आई
कोई
थिंक
लेकिन कोई मूवमेंट नहीं है ना भाई. लाइक आई थिंक लेट्स वेट फॉर द राइट मूवमेंट.
साहज भाई,
आई रियली थिंक सो.
मोमेंट का वेट करते करते 10 वैलेंटाइन से सिंगल निकल गए थे यार जिंदगी में. भाई मोमेंट का वेट मत करो, जस्ट डू इट साहज भाई. हिला दो
डेप्थ
कान.
100 पे भाई, 100 पे तो नहीं होगा भाई. चलो ठीक है भाई, लो.
Let's zoom in भाई. Can we zoom in somehow? You know, दिख नहीं रहा है. जोर से करो भाई. जोर से ला. हाँ, जोर से ला दिया भाई. बढ़िया भाई. Thank you. Saj bhai has done his job. Now can the players also defend? Let's go, Uki bhai.
भाई बट आई थिंक दिस वाजंट द बेस्ट मोमेंट बट पर्सनली आई डोंट नो क्योंकि
आज थोड़ा
कोई E4 खेलता वो कुछ डायनामिक होता तो चांसेस थे गलती के.
आपने हिलाया भी कम आज थोड़ा सा, तो ठीक है. इट्स बैलेंस आज भाई. उतना जोर से दिखा नहीं वो
नहीं नहीं
मूव.
भाई इट्स द सेम वो पोजीशन खराब है ना इसलिए थोड़ा कम लग रहा है आपको. नाइट F3 भाई दैट्स अ मिस्टेक.
ओ भाई, इट्स
ही इज
सेकंड बेस्ट मूव
ऑब्जेक्टिवली
दो.
लॉस्ट नाउ.
सेकंड बेस्ट मूव तो है भाई. और क्या करें भाई, क्या करें हम.
बट दिस इज आई चेक दिस इट वाज -2.2.
Oh, but there is no way he would have played
भाई
G3 and
पता है
F4.
like if I play Queen F6 now, sorry not Queen G6, Queen F6, White's best move is to come back to D2.
So draw. Queen D6, knight D2, knight F3. Great result.
Also King H7 पे भी draw है भाई Knight G5 check के बाद. King G8
Oh,
Knight F3.
amazing. So काम कर रहा है हिलाना भाई. We are seeing couple
दो
of
दो
draws.
drawing chances chat.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. अभी ना गुकेश को ऐसे आना चाहिए, ऐसे स्टाइल में भाई, ऐसे जीत रहा बंदा और ड्रॉ करूं क्या, ऐसे ऐसे. कैन यू वर्बली काइंड ऑफ स्टेट योर थॉट प्रोसेस इन अ चेस गेम साहज भाई? आई हैव नेवर थॉट अबाउट दैट. कैन यू लाइक स्टे ओके ये ब्लंडर है, ये ऐसा है, ऐसे बोल सकते हैं क्या गेम में? साहज भाई लगता है आपकी, आप कमेंट्री में बोलना छोड़ दिए गेम में बोलने के चक्कर में. क्या हो गया भाई?
Oh sorry. Um, नहीं आई थिंक गेम के बीच में तो नहीं बोल सकते भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है.
Oh it's
बस
not
मेरा
the
क्या था कि, हाँ.
show us the line भाई. कौन सी line? There is no line here. There is just King H7 and Queen F6 and that's it. और उसमें आपको रिपीट ही करना है भाई. नाइट F3 से आए थे आप, नाइट D2 से F3 आए थे आपको वापस नाइट D2 जाना है. I think he's planning A3 B4. That's clear. Like I
हम्म.
think if you go Queen F6, he's gonna go A3 in this position. And the question is, is E4 dangerous? Apparently, Knight E6 is very dangerous as well. Knight F4 के बाद Queen trap हो सकती है आपकी.
Knight e6 and that's very logical because आपने मतलब b4 का थ्रेट थोड़ा सा एम्प्टी कर दिया. फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स गो फॉरवर्ड साज भाई, थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं. जैसे नाइट e6 खेला हमने, नाइट f4 भी आ रहा है बाय द वे. सो लेट्स से वी कंटिन्यू ऑन अ मेरी मेरी प्लान ऑफ b4. हमने कहा अरे क्या फर्क पड़ता है, हम तो खेलेंगे. नाउ कम्स नाइट f4
भाई
अटैकिंग द
क्वीन ही
queen.
ट्रैप हो गई ना तो.
एग्जैक्टली. क्वीन h4 g5, क्वीन g3 g4 एंड नाइट d2 आई गेस खेलोगे. नाइट
मैं नाइट
h5.
या नाइट D2 नाइट H5 जी जी. क्वीन गए हो.
अलविदा. अब कहना और क्या, क्योंकि क्वीन ने कर दिया अलविदा भाई, खत्म, ओवर.
I don't know. Something is going terribly wrong here for Gukesh. Yeah, this is very very bad.
This is
By the
tense chat.
way, people were asking Jordan ka game. Bhai, I was waiting for this move to be played before showing you the game between Jordan and Vincent Keymer. He has found Queen E3 check in this position. And I think you will not play this move unless you after Queen E7, you see the move Queen H3. And it's gonna happen. And Jordan could win this match in the next like 20 minutes.
Wow. That would be huge actually for
If true.
Jordan. And you can see Vincent Keymer struggling. Yeah, I think he knows कि यहाँ पे लग गए.
भाई कितने रेट हैं? 6 पॉइंट जा रहे हैं उसके. He's also won a couple of games. He's on 50% actually. He's lost 3 games, but he's also won 3 games.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, he's having a lot of actually like decisive results. Only 2 draws for Vincent so far.
Yeah, and this is going to be the fourth loss, Sahaj bhai. So things not looking great for the top seeds of the event. Maybe one look at the Pragg game also, because we do have a couple of updates. I think he did not go for knight a6 as we thought. He maintained tension with queen b3, second best move, great choice. And black को लगा कि भाई ये knight बहुत टोटले कर रहा है, इसको मार देते हैं. Now, usually I would say rook c5. That's what Pragg played. Apparently dc5 was even better. But okay, rook c5 very logical. And now look at this knight e7 only move, only way to save the pawn.
Yeah,
He does
to
it.
fix these pawns. Carlsbad structure incoming, and I will predict this match as a draw. Sahil bhai, I'm ready for Maggies. जितनी Maggies आपको लगानी है इसमें. I'll
अच्छा.
give you odds also. This is a draw.
Wow.
I don't see a world where Arvind will lose in a Carlsbad structure somehow. I just don't see it.
You know, I would be in the same boat as you, बट जब मैं वो 8 B8 C8 देख रहा हूँ ना, तो मेरा दिमाग कह रहा है दया, कुछ तो दाल में काला है दया। ऐसा कुछ फीलिंग आ रहा है मुझे, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा आपको देख के वो तीनों?
नहीं 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 भाई, आई थिंक वो एक चाल में सेट हो जाएगा, क्वीन E6 क्वीन D7 के बाद, देन इट्स फाइन।
यू
रुक
नो,
8 और B8 पे इज नॉट बैड भाई, क्योंकि व्हाइट
ठीक है।
वांट्स टू प्ले A4 B4 B5 व्हाटएवर, सो बट ड्रॉ
So
है
you
भाई
were
यहाँ
generous with the Maggie, give backs आपने zero कर दिया. So I'll be generous and I'll take this bet of one Maggie each. Let's see why. So I think Pragg wins this and आप कह रहे हो draw. So let's see why यहाँ पे क्या होता है. One Maggie each done.
पे। आई थिंक ड्रॉ
Sold.
इजी।
So let's head back to the Gukesh games आज भाई, and वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा प्रार्थना अगर हम चालू रखें,
मैं पूजा गैम्बिट वो भी कर ही देते हैं भाई।
भाई
भाई ये इस पोजीशंस में स्पेशलाइज करती है पूजा गैम्बिट।
but I'll be too early. Maybe like it's plus
भाई
2 ही है.
हाउ -2 है पोजीशन, हाउ अर्ली हाउ।
चलो. चलो भाई, कर दिया भाई, पूजा कैबिनेट भी हो गया भाई। सो साथ में तो हाथ ही फोल्ड कर लिए थे।
भाई थोड़ा सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ।
भाई भगवान, मतलब उनके सारे सेंसेस के थ्रू हम पहुंच रहे हैं। अगर वो विजुअली देख रहे हैं, अगर वो कान से सुन रहे हैं, हर सेंसेस से वी आर रीचिंग गॉड हियर इन आवर प्रेयर्स। एंड for now, Bluebaum ji, of course, doesn't want any of it. He wants to just win the game.
ट्रू भाई।
मधुमक्खी नहीं भाई, वो ये ऐसे किया, स्टार्ट से ऐसे किया है। So stick to what works. अरिजीत सिंह तो
आफ्टर लिसनिंग टू साहिल भाई, यू मीन?
वो कॉपरेट लगता है ना, इसलिए थोड़ा सा खराब गाना पड़ता है। अदरवाइज मेरी सिंगिंग टैलेंट्स, ओ माय गॉड, आई विश आई कुड शो यू। बाय द वे,
रोंगटे
सो
बैठ जाएंगे।
a good question from the chat. Is there any way Bluebaum can make a mistake? Any human lines that look good but can lead to equality?
Yes, there are. For example, in this position, Black has played his last, let's say, 5 moves to set up the move E4. And if we look at the follow up, just say there was a follow up somewhere where you played Queen F6, Knight E6, and Knight F4. That goes completely against your plan. जो आप पूरे पिछले 5 सालों से ये सोच के बैठे हो मुझे E4 खेलना है यहाँ पे, so that's where the mind goes that you want to play E4. I'm sure Bluebaum is considering E4 time and time again. Okay, is it working now? Is it working now? If I play this, is it gonna be working now? So that's the human move here. So chances of making that mistake is slim, but there. But for me, I don't think he's gonna play it. I think he will think about it for some time and then उसके बाद बोलेगा कि ठीक है अभी E4 छोड़ देते हैं.
Yeah. Kukesh was worse
Queen
against Magnus
F6
and
भाई played.
ended up. Wow.
भाई ये
That's a
मैच तो
good.
गया.
ये मैच तो गया, एंड रास्कुटन हैज अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट कि गुकेश मैग्नस से और खराब पोजीशन में थे बट जीत गए। बट दो
हाँ
चीजें
बट
हैं, पहली चीज,
मैग्नस का
दैट
टाइम.
इटसेल्फ वाज द एक्सेप्शन। ठीक है, लाइक इट्स डजंट हैपन नॉर्मली कि आप मैग्नस से वर्स ऑफ जीत, दैट वाज अ रेयर एक्सेप्शन कि मैग्नस वेंट रॉन्ग। सेकंड, इट वाज अ डबल एज्ड पोजीशन, मैग्नस किंग को उठा के D2 पे आके लेके आ गया यार। लाइक यहाँ पे दिस इज अ मच मोर स्टेबल पोजीशन, एंड फाइनली साथ बाय साइड टाइम प्रेशर वाज अ मेजर फैक्टर। सो तीनों पॉइंट यहाँ मिसिंग है। एंड आई थिंक यहाँ पे ब्लैक हैज सच अ स्मूथ वन वे एज, ट्रैफिक यहाँ वन वे चल रहा है। तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली अनलेस आप थोड़ा घुस खिलाओ पुलिस वाले को, आपकी गाड़ी आगे नहीं बढ़ने वाली है। यहाँ पे सहज भाई मुझे लग रहा है 92 वापस बेस्ट मूव। डू यू इवन प्ले दैट, या हाउ डू यू प्ले दैट?
I don't even know what this move is by. Maybe it's possible because you want to bring the queen to F3, put it on D5, something like this. But I seriously don't like it because 92 के बाद E4 again looks but the queen is looking at this knight. This knight is hanging now. तो अभी E4 possible नहीं होगा. Why even
बट नाइट
G6 is very good here.
बट नाइट
आपको
नाइट F4 आ रहा है ना सहज भाई, जस्ट विनिंग द क्वीन। सो
अरे भाई भाई भाई.
we need to do something. We saw this, right? 96,
Yeah.
A3, knight
No,
F4,
no, but that
G5 and
was
P1.
with the knight on F3 still.
True. But knight F4 पे queen E2 तो वैसे भी नहीं है, so it
Hmm.
still looks
Queen F3
scary,
you
yeah?
have, but yeah, it's very bad
हाँ.
actually. But let's see what Gukesh does. Tough situation for him. Time is balanced. 18 moves to be played with 53 minutes left. I don't think Gukesh will survive this. sadly.
Wow, so that's a big statement, and that's after, अपने कान हिलाने के बाद, पूजा करने के बाद भी स्टेटमेंट आ रहा है. So clearly it has a lot of,
भाई वो गलती नहीं कर रहा है यार. वो आपने बोला
हाँ.
ना, one way traffic in this game, like only black is the one creating chances, not white.
Yeah, and कोई कह रहा है Indian says G3 is good. Good luck playing G3 here, by the way. It's very hard to play that move. First of all, idea क्या है मेरे को clear नहीं है. And
वो पूजा गैम्बिट के थ्रू C2 से बिशप G2 पे आ सकता है, तो मे बी पॉसिबल.
I mean, पूजा से हम बहुत कुछ करते हैं, पर लॉज ऑफ फिजिक्स देख नहीं करेंगे ना साज भाई. I mean, भगवान भी इतना भी साथ नहीं देंगे कि भाई एक चेस गेम के लिए मैट्रिक्स ब्रेक कर दें. सो आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए you have to come back. In fact, you know what the top three moves are, Chad, just to show you how helpless this is. First is knight d2, literally playing back the last move you played. Second is g3, which, as we discussed, doesn't make sense. Third best is b4. Make a sense of that move now, bhai. Ye kya hai?
To activate the bishop. B4 looks
or,
interesting. क्या हो रहा है?
or to
Takes
give
it.
up a pawn, Sahaj bhai.
Oh, AB4 पे knight. Wait,
Oh!
I have knight D4. Wait, do I have, wait, why, how did we miss knight D4 here? I mean, now there is G6, but why is it after B4 it's working? That's interesting. अभी तो G6 है मेरे पास, तो ये रुक मर नहीं रहा. I can take on D4. But if I was to play B4, AB4, knight D4, and now G6, what's the tactic? Apparently Queen F3 and you go Queen D5 check. So takes Queen D5 check. Knight E6
knight is
and
bishop
bishop
a4.
A4.
Oh!
भाई बहुत लंबा डिसीजन है. B4 जो पहले खेला था, तब आपको इस पोजीशन में बिशप A4 मिलता है, and you can attack the rook. Black will move his rook and bishop goes to D7 and takes the knight.
Bhai, I think this is the grace he needs. This is the luck he needs. This is
भाई
what he needs,
बट ये
Sahaj bhai.
गलत है ना भाई. ये I mean you will still lose here because B4 के बाद if I go knight A6 then you're lost.
But at least I'm doing something, Sahaj bhai. I'll go down fighting. B4 mein, my opponent has to calculate all of this at least. He's in shock, right? ये क्या move खेल दी? And at least I'm moving forward. Like otherwise तो मैं आगे पीछे हिलाता जा रहा हूँ बस अपना घोड़ा यार. Knight D2, knight F3 doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but it's a nice idea though, B4. I like it.
Wow. Sorry इंजन भाई. हमने आपको गलत
Nice
समझा भाई.
suggestion.
क्या move थी भाई B4.
By the way, Vincent Keymer के पास सिर्फ 35 मिनट बचे हैं in this position and he has to make 23 moves and he is dead lost, by the way.
And chat, anybody joining in right now, Arjun took a quick draw against Hans Niemann with the white pieces. I think he was not so happy with the variation he got over the board and they repeated moves. And of course, Pragg is playing Aravindh. And we also have Gukesh versus one of the candidates, Matthias Bluebaum. And Gukesh is much worse right now. It's a surprise because Bluebaum यहाँ पे one of the weakest players and Gukesh is struggling with the white pieces. And not exactly what we hoped for, but comeback कभी हो सकता है भाई.
करेक्ट भाई. बट विंसेंट का तो कम बैक नहीं लग रहा मुझे.
हाँ.
वो तो पॉसिबल नहीं है. गुकेश की भी मतलब बार इज नॉट लाइक बीइंग जनरस टू गुकेश या एट ऑल.
Time is not a factor in this game for anybody, Chad, because 22 move हो चुके हैं. If you go to Ukesh's board now and camera, I think we've had 22 moves. So इसका मतलब कि 18 moves in 50 minutes. It's pretty comfortable जहाँ पे black can literally play anything for the next few moves. So I think um, time will not be of help for the world champion here.
Yeah, I think timing is fine. It's favoring Bluebaum right now. He's also ahead on the clock, so
Yeah.
also next few moves are so simple. By knight e6, king h7, g5, g6, so many nice moves. And Gukesh को ही calculate करना है भाई. And he's, I mean, you can see from the body language as well. Gukesh is on the board. He's very obviously he's thinking. I mean, he's in deep thought. He looks a bit stressed, and Bluebaum board पे ही नहीं है.
The only hope we have, Chad, कि पिछले तीनों गेम की ड्रॉ हुई है, तीनों में जीत रहा था और लास्ट में गलती कर दी उसने. That's the only hope we have, literally. पर वो तीनों कॉम्प्लिकेटेड थी. So that's what you're hoping for. कहीं ना कहीं पे कोई ट्विस्ट, ऐसा ही कुछ B4 जैसा ट्विस्ट आ जाए. But यार टाइम प्रेशर के
Van
बिना
के
it
साथ
does
तो he
look
was
difficult.
completely winning. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. But still tough. Still tough.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll just be right back in a minute. Yeah.
बिल्कुल. एंड चैट जल्दी स्ट्रीम लाइक करो बिकॉज आई थिंक वी वांट मोर पीपल टू कम इन. दिस इज अ, I wouldn't say do or die, but I think in terms of the standings of the tournament, ये game में Gukesh हार गए. I don't think he can win the tournament, and that's a big decision, right? So top two में आना almost impossible हो जाएगा. And it's also a statement. He has to make a statement. Why? He is the world champ. People have high expectations from the world champ. You know, even if he defends this, draws this, that would be a statement. Ki bhai, I will make mistakes. I'm human. But even if I make mistakes, I will fight back and I will not lose. Like if Magnus, you give Magnus this position, I don't think we would expect him to win, but he will draw this. I can tell you, I mean, he will have better chances to draw this. He will find a way to create chances. So I think kahin na kahin pe, that's what his task is, to put maximum resistance. होता है ना कि एक बंदे को मुक्का मारो उठ जाएगा, एक और मारो उठ जाएगा, एक और मारो भाई, एक टाइम पे भाई तू उठता कैसे रहता है भाई. And this is where we can place brands placement by. Do contact us. Okay, just kidding. But anyways, you get tired of punching him down, and he keeps coming back up, and at some point you lose concentration and make a mistake. So let's hope for the best. But right now it does look glim. It looks sad for Gukesh. अरिजीत सिंह रिटायर क्यों हो गया भाई? क्या तुम सच में बता रहे हो क्या? आई थॉट तुम हमारे जोक्स पे कह रहे हो. रियली? डिड ही ओह, ही रिटायर्ड. वाओ. Won't take new assignments. So Arijit sir, please do come on the stream once. You've been here once, I remember. Would love to have you on the stream. We can do some chess commentary. That'll be nice. Meanwhile, इतना बड़ी मुझे दे दो स्टडीज के लिए भाई. स्टडीज का मुझे पता नहीं है. स्टडीज में आई नेवर एक्सेल्ड, सो आई कांट कमेंट. चेस में आई बिल्कुल नहीं एक्सेल्ड, सो आई कैन कमेंट बिकॉज डजंट मैटर. Can knight d4 work right now? It cannot work right now because as we discussed in that variation, at the end bishop to a4 चाहिए. So आपको पहले b4 sack करना है. So b4 sack करने के बाद you can do this, but black will not take on b4. Virat Kohli started to follow me, bhai. Yes. Yes, bhai. Bilkul. Definitely not doubtful for me. Yeah. Maybe he accidentally registered an interaction. Yeah. Like it could happen. Galti se kuch click ho gaya ho. There is precedent to that before. Knight h4. By the way, knight h4 का concept अच्छा है. Say that I can hear you. Knight h4 concept अच्छा है. But the problem is you will not reach the f pawn. The point is g5. And आपका pawn तो भाई attack हो ही नहीं रहा है. And वापस आओगे तो भाई, I mean, this is knight e6, knight f4. Exactly what we saw as a queen trap, right? The game is basically over. यहाँ पे king उठा के फेंक दो बाहर. खुद ही पिछले हिकारू ने फेंका था, खुद ही फेंक दो because the game is over. Come on, come on, come on. You can pull this off, Gukesh. There is still some opportunity. Time नीचे जाता जा रहा है. 44 minutes now. Chad, what is a chess yellow? Come on, Chad. अपनी chess yellow बताओ भाई. Anybody who doesn't have any yellow, do play chess on chess.com भाई. मतलब खेलो अपनी yellow देखो. Level देखो कहाँ पे है and improve करो. It's amazing to go through that journey. जहाँ पे आप start करते हो zero से and धीरे धीरे बढ़ते आते हो and then 2200 पे टकते हो. जैसे मैं अटका भाई. मेरी तरह अटको भाई. Chesscom 2500 पे zero में अटको यार. It's so occasionally losing World Chess Championship. Early words, Aman bhai. Early words, I would say. Gukesh की strength ही यही है कि he strikes in the moments that matter. So I would not say that. I think Gukesh will be at his A game during the World Championship. 1000, 1400, 400, 3000 वाले तो of course भाई, I mean बिल्कुल सच बोल रहे हैं. I mean there's no reason for me to doubt it, yeah, कि मैग्नस भी चैट के अंदर घूम रहा है. 2385, 1947 भाई, देश की आजादी की बात नहीं कर रहे, रेटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं भाई. 1045, 1600, 900, 800, 1500. That's amazing. Yeah, knight d4 won't work as we discussed because knight d4 pe black can first play g6, attack the queen, and then he can take on d4, and that move will not work. So Gukesh knows it. In fact, he had closed his eyes abhi for some time. I think he's about to play a move. Look at his hand, Sahaj bhai. His hand is on the other hand. I think he's about to play the move, and he's about to play a move he's not convinced about. Yeah. ऐसी
So I
फीलिंग आ रही
think
है, लुक एट हिम यार.
just from the hand movement, I think it's going to be a knight move, knight d2 perhaps.
एंड दैट साइड लुक इज की यार मैं कैसे पहुंच गया यहां पे, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है. कम ऑन.
It's too premature to say Gukesh going to lose a title. He must have something up his sleeves. Of course, bhai, it is too soon.
या
In World Championship, you are a completely different player.
And also you're playing one player, yeah, वो बैक टू बैक जो बैटल होती है माइंडसेट की, दैट्स कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट टू समथिंग
Also,
लाइक दिस.
like one more point I want to make. Sorry to cut you off, Sahil bhai. कि Fabi और Hikaru के अलावा कोई भी अगर जीतता है कैंडिडेट, so Gukesh will not be an underdog. I think he will be a slight favorite no matter who he plays.
एंड आई एग्री, आई थिंक बिकॉज आई थिंक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का जो जो एक्सपीरियंस होता है, it causes you to become nervous, like if you've not played it before. And I think Gukesh, having done it before, will be less nervous than anybody else who's trying to beat him. So I think, of course, start matters. I think कैसे start होता है, but I think even Magnus in his first World Championship match against Vishy was very nervous until he won that first game and then he stabilized. So I think starting games, in the first 2-3 games of the World Championship, Gukesh would have an edge against almost anybody, maybe apart from Fabi or maybe even Hikaru, but I think he would have an edge there.
Yeah, correct. Draw incoming by, I think, unlikely right now. Very unlikely right now. Oh, he plays a3. That's a mistake.
Ooh, that's too
By
slow.
knight e6 is just winning now.
Sahaj bhai, it's -3 on my engine now. -2.99. It almost looks like discounting prices, yeah? Like tempting me. Itna bura nahi hai. But actually, it's -3.
Baap re, that looks bad, bhai. That looks very, very bad. Okay, I'm just playing out his last two moves to see कि कुछ मेरे इंजन में कुछ change हुआ क्या नहीं. Yeah, knight e6, by the way, only move here. And that was an inaccuracy by Arjun. By Gukesh, sorry.
I mean, he's playing the logical move, yeah? B4. If let's say black plays king h8, just to show you king h8, I think the
Yeah.
bar suddenly, I think this, okay, you can't play king h8 because this, okay, I have to play king
But why would you
h7.
play king h8? Yeah, knight d4 मार रहा है इसमें
Yeah.
actually.
So king h7 and suddenly b4 के बाद it's like -1.3. Like at least Gukesh is fighting back somewhat. But वो एक move black waste क्यों करेगा?
True, bhai. Correct. I think, yeah, by the way, you were correct in your statement there कि depth 30 पे I'm seeing 3.09, -3 for Gukesh already.
Wow.
If he finds knight e6. King h7, by the way, second best move, उसमें भी -2.25 है. But knight e6 is just dead lost.
Chess is tough, chat. It is really tough, even for the world champion. Bhai, you could be the best in the world, and you can still struggle at something. Something like chess. That's the beauty of the game. Come on, Gukesh.
Yeah,
Come
bhai.
on.
By the way, speaking of best, let's take a quick look at Jorden as well because he's playing, I think, the game of his life there. And look at this, by the way. Queen e3 check के बाद, Vincent went king f8 and he took the pawn on d5 with his rook. And absolute domination on the board. Black piece up है, but वो piece जो up है वो knight g8 पे पड़ा हुआ है.
भाई वो नाइट g8 और रुक h8 को देख के मतलब आई थिंक इतना खराब कंट्रीब्यूशन किसी का किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में कभी जिंदगी में नहीं रहा होगा भाई. वाओ.
मतलब क्या ही, मतलब बेसिकली ब्लैक यहाँ पे दो पीस डाउन खेल रहा है, नाइट और रुक के बिना खेल रहा है यहाँ पे. Yeah, this is just completely lost. Vincent and Gukesh both, I think, are not gonna have the best event. Best day, I mean.
Imagine it's like you are a piece down, but you're +5. So essentially you are +8. Yeah, like it's wow, क्या ही position है भाई. And Vincent Keymer is gonna go down 25 minutes to play 23 moves. If it couldn't get any worse for him, I think it's just completely over.
Oh yes, I think this is over for Vincent. So let's switch back to Gukesh to see what Bluebaum will play here after a3. Let's see what's gonna happen. In chat में कोई लिख रहा है hot take. Any king who says I am the king is no true king. So भाई अभी Tywin Lannister को देखते हुए आए हैं. अभी वही वाला एपिसोड बढ़िया एपिसोड था लेकिन वो भाई कुछ ओरिजिनल लिखो लेकिन.
All pieces almost defending. Yeah, yeah. And for Gukesh now B4 is the plan. I think Gukesh ने simple बोल दिया है. I don't see a plan. मुझे कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा है. B4 is something I see. I go for it. You show me what you have. Essentially, this is what happening. And now, I have a question for you, Sahaj and chat. Would you prefer the queen on h5 here or queen on, let's say, c1?
Neither actually.
अरे तो ओपन किंग के बगल में थोड़ी रख देंगे सहज भाई,
भाई
कहाँ
आई
रखे
थिंक
फिर?
क्वीन ट्रेड कर लो, दैट्स व्हाट आई प्रेफर.
बट लेट्स से यू कांट ट्रेड क्वींस, आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स वी वुड प्रेफर दैट. लेट्स से क्वीन ट्रेड नहीं कर सकते. c1 या h5, वेयर वुड यू लाइक इट?
दे आर बोथ बैड भाई, बट c1 probably.
एग्जैक्टली, लाइक एटलीस्ट
No,
अब
actually
क्वीन मरेगी तो
h5
नहीं.
because at least you have some counter attacking possibilities.
भाई पर कहाँ है काउंटर अटैक? आ तो रहा है भाई d5. भाई क्वीन मर जाएगी मुझे लग रहा है वहां पे. I feel like
Yeah.
might get trapped. Like knight d2 might save her, but that's again a passive move. I think queen genuinely can get just trapped here. Very risky.
Yeah, very risky, bhai. He's of well, I mean, objectively he's lost. We know that. And knight e6 is the move. Queen is getting trapped. And even if you say like the best option is knight e6, then you have to play knight d2. Otherwise, knight f4 ke baad, there's no space for the queen. Or you play g3. Yeah, the both are possible. But g3 actually they are transposing into one another. Let's say if you play g3, black can now go g5, and now my plan is knight g7, and the queen is getting trapped once again. So you have to play knight d2 to make room for this. And black कहता है नहीं, I'll play g4 and completely block your queen off from the entire position. And now you can save your queen, but you have to play this ugly move queen h4. जिसके बाद queen takes and pawn आपका h4 पे आ जाएगा, and that is just lost. Because this pawn on g3 is super crucial. Firstly because okay, like you're controlling, your pawns are connected. वो point भूल जाओ. दूसरा पॉइंट है कि ये नाइट f4 पे अगर बैठ गया, चाहे वो एंड गेम है मिडिल गेम है, दिस इज ओवर.
Wow.
So that's the best continuation for Gukesh here.
There is no way. I mean, queen h4, gh4 is going to be a solution in Gukesh's mind. That's just kind of saying, okay, I will not lose by an attack. I will lose in the end game. So, in chat, I think it's a great advertisement for, pawns. Sometimes you think queen, rook, bishop se mate karna hai. These central pawns really make life miserable for the white pieces. Ye e4 ka threat, g5 ka threat, gain more and more space. This game can be an advertisement for space advantage. Yeah, black is just owning more and more squares for their pieces.
Yeah, correct, bhai. By the way, taking a quick look at Pragg versus Arvind, some updates have happened there. Another set of minor pieces were traded off. So queen b2 ke baad he goes bishop g4, takes the knight on f3, and then he plays queen e6. And Sahil bhai, mera aapse sawal, do you see yourself losing any Maggies here?
No, potentially. But I still feel Pragg will push for a while. I don't see this ending in the next 20 minutes, for example.
Why,
So
you
if
know
the
the
game,
bishop is like one of the worst pieces here, right? For white.
but I still
Like the
feel like
I'll
only
still
white is
prefer the
playing.
darker bishop because at least आप
I
b8
mean,
का square control कर सकते हो. This bishop is the worst minor piece you can have here.
but I think I'm okay. I think I would, if I had to make that choice again right now, I would still say Pragg wins this. I don't know why. I have a hunch why कि Pragg जीतेगा ये शायद. I think I will give him
भाई
a
it's
chance at some point.
like impossible I think. आप b5 खेलोगे कभी, you'll take you'll play bc6 but इस pawn पे कोई अटैक ही नहीं है. नाइट हमेशा बचा के बैठा रहेगा.
भाई मैं तो इवन b6 सोचा था भाई. ab b6.
Oh, that's also possible. Yeah? But c5 is not possible though. Like Azal was saying if you play b5, take and play b6 to attack the rook. But I say you
I
can
was
just
saying
move
for
the rook.
white, भाई. For white at some point.
Ah, okay. But उससे होगा क्या? That's
कुछ तो
even
हो सकता
better,
है
na?
भाई.
My pawn structure is nice.
हाँ, but any end game, bishop g4, bishop c8 या rook c6 or some crazy
Knight ऐसे
tactics.
d6 पे बैठ जाएगा फिर. Why, you can also lose that.
हाँ, true. But okay, I think for now I agree. I think looks equal and chances कम ही है. But Feels like a two
साहिल
reserve
भाई
position though.
एक बार प्रग की बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखो. Do you think like he thinks he's winning here or he has good chances
Of
here?
course he's not winning भाई. I mean वो तो obvious ही है भाई. I mean उसका queen थोड़ी extra पड़ी. But I think like he'll push for a while. I still think he'll push for a while. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
Okay, we'll
So
see.
I have hopes भाई. I have hopes कि गरम मैगी खा सकते हैं.
And Vincent's still thinking, by the way, at 20 minutes. I'm not going to
Anyway,
switch there, but
just once, let's check out the leaders game, yeah? Nodirbek against Sindarov. Like Sindarov apparently is plus point 0.5 and there's this huge pawn mass moving forward. But still, yeah, I think close to equality.
at least ये pawn मर जाएगा तो कुछ hope है. ये pawn कब मरेगा लेकिन? That's the question. When does this get taken? Also, he has 25 minutes only, but okay, only 9 moves to be made. So I think he's fine on the clock.
Hmm.
भाई
Interesting.
accuracy देखो यहाँ पे. Sindarov 99.5 and Nodirbek 99.1.
I mean, I think Nodirbek to Ratke also करता, so I think that's pretty understandable. And it will go down slightly, but that's crazy, man. Wow. And as Pragg is thinking, Nodirbek is not at the board. Sindarov is thinking, I'm trying to find games.
भाई
By the way,
वेदांत
can we
पानेसर.
have, yeah, Vedant Panesar, bhai saha, Queen H6 in Queen G7 mate incoming.
भाई he's about to checkmate Ivanchuk. Huge.
If true.
It is true भाई. 12 मिनट है उसके पास लेकिन. But he is completely winning. And look at this. If you take the bishop on c2, look at this. Queen h6. A threatening mate in 1. You play rook g8 to defend this. I take on g8. Queen से मारोगे अब g7 को बचाते हुए. And
Nice.
chat. White to play and win.
Nice. Oh, chat. By the way,
एक move. White to play and win हो
हाँ,
जाए भाई पर.
come on, chat, जल्दी fast, come on. एक और move होने वाली crazy अभी बोर्ड के जल्दी करो. There's no time. He's about to play the Saad by Rook B8, played by chat. Can you do the live position quickly?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
He played, yeah, rook b8, queen b8 per queen g7 is checkmate. Well done, chat. But he plays
Amazing,
97.
chat.
And what's the
And
move?
now, chat, white to play the
Oh,
best move. Come on, chat. कौन निकालेगा? White to play and find the best. What if we have total guesses of this? Is amazing. We can see the. I saw this the first time actually today. Nice.
yeah. Amazing, actually. Nice addition there, Samay bhai. Loving it.
Amazing. And chat now, another guess. White to play. What is the best move for white in this position? Winning on the spot.
I mean, I think he should see this. Come on. This is like typical tactics. Come on. You should definitely see this.
But this is
Like, I'll be
beautiful,
mad
actually.
if you don't see it, yeah?
No, not Queen H6. Queen H6 is good, but no. Bishop B3, no. They are all good moves, by the way.
बहुत लोग लिख रहे हैं भाई.
Yes. Soham
Yeah.
bhai, I can see some people write Bishop G6. Wow.
He's basically winning. F g6 pe knight takes g6 and king g8 pe queen c4 check, and that's checkmate. And if you go pawn takes g6 and queen h6, queen g7 is also checkmate. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it.
Oh, come on. Come on. Do it. Do it.
Take on
Vedant.
g6.
Bishop
Come on, Vedant.
G6. Come on. This would be a killer game. Game of the year for you, Vedant. Come on. Let's go. Take on G6 with the bishop. He would be a hero right now, yeah, to crush Ivanchuk in that. And I'm pretty sure Ivanchuk has seen
भाई
this now. Like,
टूर्नामेंट
100%.
जैसा भी गया आपका, आपने इवांचुक को हराया, दैट इज लाइक समथिंग यू विल रिमेंबर फॉर लाइफ.
वो भी ऐसे हराया भाई.
हाँ, एकदम मेट करा एकदम. बिशप जीसस इज ह्यूज. You can see Ivanchuk has kind of given up on the position also.
Wow.
He would never allow bishop g6 by. Crazy.
Wow.
Come on, Vedant, take it. He sees it. Just like he's leaning forward, looking on the right side. He senses something is happening in this position. What is it? Your feeling is correct, Vedant. Take it.
Come on, let's go. Oh, doesn't find it. But queen c4 also an excellent move. Attacking f7, attacking the rook on a2.
So exchange to mar gaya basically. I mean, when he goes back to his room and then he checks this, he's gonna be really upset. Despite the fact that he wins the game, I think he's still winning, but he's gonna be upset he didn't see Bishop G6 because this is like the finishing off in such great fashion.
Yeah, true. I agree. And I think
And अब ये भी नहीं बोल सकते उसने queen like इस line में ना, like for example, it's difficult to see queen c4 check. You will see f7 check, but he played queen c4, so he saw it. He saw this idea, so that's gonna hurt him, I think, a bit. But okay, still winning for him.
So Vedant doing very well, chat, and I think he's set to win this match. Time pressure hai, so we'll come back to this very quickly again because in the last 4-5 moves, we want to see if he converts it quickly. Let's go to Gukesh because we have a move there. A3 ke baad 96 was played by Bluebaum, the best move in the position. Now Gukesh plays the best move 92, but it's still not enough. It's still -3.
Exactly, because the move is now g5, which is not easy because you want to play g4, but queen can sort of run away with queen f3. And now rook e7 apparently is very good. I mean, this is just lost, but yeah, it's just really lost. Yeah, rook e7 is so good. b7 can pay pressure. If you take on b7, then e4 and bishop takes h2 check ka threat. e3 also incoming. Black pieces are like such perfectly placed to launch an attack on the king side.
Agreed.
Okay, but g5 not an easy move. This could be where Bluebaum goes wrong.
Yeah. And यहाँ पे the sad news, however, is that a lot of moves do pretty well for Bluebaum, like knight f4, attacking the queen is pretty good. G5 is pretty good. Bishop d6 is attacking the a3 pawn and stopping b4 is also pretty good. So it depends on how he wants to do it. The best move is g5, as we discussed. So, and forget the queen is kind of almost trapped.
Talbai doesn't play g4. He won't play g5.
Are you sure?
Sure. I think he'll go knight f4. He doesn't go g5. Maggie's लगाने के लिए तैयार हूँ.
एक मैगी सिर्फ एक मूव कुछ भी चला तो काउंट नहीं होगा यार. You say knight f4, I say g5.
I say knight f4. ठीक है,
डन. वन मैगी. चलो भाई, चैट क्या लगता है नाइट f4 की g5? कमाल चैट, अपनी मूव स्पैम करो भाई, देखते हैं कि क्या होगा भाई. एक मैगी, हार्डकोर क्रूड मैगी भाई, बेट स्ट्रेट एक मूव के ऊपर.
Oh, neither भाई. भाई I was right. I told you. I told
भाई
you.
ने मजे ले लिए भाई.
Knight f4 गलत चूज कर दिया मैंने.
अरे यार, bishop d6. Well, okay, very nice move by black and attacking that pawn. Very solid, very prophylactic. Not allowing c5, not allowing b4, and basically putting the pressure back on Gukesh here.
Correct, but you can still sack the pawn with b4 or c5. But it's not working, that is for sure. भाई इतने सारे लोग अरिजीत सिंह रिटायर क्यों लिख रहे हैं? सच में ये हुआ क्या? Is that true?
He retired like
just now, like today or what?
Yeah, few hours back.
अरे huge.
So
sad.
That is sad. I think everybody has like a favorite, more than one favorite Arijit Singh song. So that is sad, of course. देखो ना आर्बिटर कितना उदास है यार. दिल टूटेगा तो किसी का नहीं सुनेंगे अब से साज भाई.
Actually, ये last move से थोड़ी सांस मिली I think गुकेश को. I'm kind of happy about that.
भाई वो
Okay, what is wrong with Queen F3?
भाई A3 मर रहा है ना.
But then मैं भी तो B7 को मार सकता हूँ.
अच्छा, you want B7 क्या?
But it's so bad. Why this bishop is so bad?
The problem is Sahaj bhai, वो A3 was our only active plan, and B7 was completely irrelevant to Black's plan. I think that's the problem.
Bhai, you're right. You're 100% right. By the way, Pragg ka advantage increasing. So you were kind of correct here. He has a golden opportunity right now where he can play rook b1. Only move, by the way, for Pragg. And if he finds this, then he's good. Good chances.
Come on, Pragg, you can do this. Let's go. Pressure. I think, of course, I feel sad for Arvind, but I think the reason why I even bet Maggie is here is because Arvind is low on confidence right now. Like he genuinely is low on confidence. I think when you're low on confidence, you make mistakes. Yeah, such mistakes which you would never do otherwise.
By rook endgame possible 4 versus 3 here.
Possible,
like
actually.
I take these 4 pawns, you take these 3 pawns.
पॉसिबल
एंड
है,
प्रग का
डेफिनेटली
रिडेम्पशन
पॉसिबल।
होगा भाई, नॉर्दरबेक के साथ 4 वर्सेस 3 हारा था वो इसी टूर्नामेंट में।
बट दैट वाज ट्रिकी, नो दिस इज नॉट एज ट्रिकी। उसमें तो लाइक आई थिंक
No,
द
it was a
पॉन्स वर
draw before.
स्प्लिट।
Oh, he
बट
doesn't
व्हाई
play
डिड आई
it,
पास पॉन, नो?
bhai. He doesn't play it. He plays bishop b2.
ओ चलो कोई ना, still fight left by the way.
By the way, Bluebaum has made his move. He's played rook f7, big inaccuracy, and now Gukesh is back. Wait, what? Big inaccuracy from Bluebaum. Now
but
apparently b4 is the move.
but why did he not take on a3? Okay, he wanted to save the b7 pawn. He
Yeah.
wanted to save the pawn. Bhai jo pawn, I think he got tempted. Lalach बुरी बला है, लप लप. Bhai, he got tempted.
Bye, but the
Oh
follow-up is
man.
so hard for Gukesh also. He has to play b4, pawn takes b4, and then queen d5. Black goes rook d8 or something, and now c5. Bishop c7, and then queen takes b7. This follow-up is like insanely difficult. But I think
Allowing b takes a3, by the way,
yeah, but I
which
think
is,
this position is like I don't think only 2 results are possible. This is a 3 result position.
I kind of agree. And also, Gukesh, I think, senses something here because he stood up straight somehow after that move, rook f7. He looks a bit more like, into the position, if I can quote him that way. And right now, I think he did see some resource which didn't exist earlier. There is something that gives him slight hope. I wonder if that's b4 he's considering.
I mean, he's looking on the queen side, I think. That's a good sign. That's already a very great sign.
Is he considering c5, Sahaj? C5 takes queen d5 with the idea of attacking e5 and, potentially grabbing that pawn.
भाई ये free का pawn नहीं मर रहा है यहाँ पे a3
You take on a3, I take on, let's say, a5,
and then
and
bishop
I
d6
attack bishop d6.
and now
Maybe
b4. Yeah,
b4, bishop b3. Yeah, suddenly the bishop is a strong piece.
yeah. This is what I was talking about. कि ये pawn sack होगा यहाँ पे तभी bishop की activity के लिए. But I think this is less likely than b4. b4 is looking more way more sharper to me. But yeah, c5 also a very nice idea.
But he needs something,
ठीक है भाई, एक
otherwise.
गलती.
हाँ, वो गलती तो आएगी भाई. Bluebaum गलती तो करेगा ही. Like I think we can expect like minor errors like this, and Gukesh has to pounce on all of them.
By the way, going back to Jordan versus Vincent, because pura absolute domination here. Look at this. Knight e5 he played, takes, bishop d5, knight d5, queen c5 हुआ, and right now he's an exchange down. But again, those two pieces, g8 knight and h8 rook, are just so bad. And also, don't forget that Vincent has to play 19 moves in 19 minutes with no increment. This is gone.
Wow. You could literally play e6 here. Can you imagine playing e6, sacking the bishop as well, why? And then knight c7, forking two pieces, queen coming in, pawn coming in. I mean, this is just
Yeah.
insane.
Wow. What domination by Jordan bhai. Yeah, Vincent is gone, I think, here. Vincent नहीं बचेगा यहाँ पे. गुकेश लास्ट मूव के बाद थोड़ा होप आया भाई उसके गेम में.
भाई देखो, ब्रुवन से ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि वो होप देगा, एक मौका देगा. ये वो मौका हो सकता है. सो इफ यू हैव हिज कैमरा बैक, मुकेश कैन नॉट लेट दिस मौका गो. मौके पे चौका मारना बहुत जरूरी है. एंड आई थिंक द द मूव विल ऑलवेज बी ट्रिकी. यार ब्रुवन कोई सिंपल चाल थोड़ी देगा आपको. So he has to find it out. The fact that he's thinking is a great sign. He took a pause in this moment. कुछ सेंस तो हो रहा है उसे पोजीशन के बारे में.
रुक a1 पॉसिबल लिख रहे हैं ब्रेन लारा. After rook a1, I think it first of all it's a passive move, and secondly, your entire plan is to sack one of these pawns for the sake of the activity of the bishop. It is possible, but I can, for example, stop you now from playing c5. I can play bishop c5. Then I can plan accordingly. Put my king on h8, play g5, g4, put the knight on f4, and so on and so on. And white is going to struggle with space. That's not a good move here for Gukesh. He has to sack the pawn just because he can start to breathe again. His pieces can start to breathe again.
Basically, it's just saving the pawn by force for now, temporarily. And आप बस black को वापस दे रहे हो. हाँ भाई, अभी मैं जिंदा हूं, अब दोबारा मार. Instead of that, let's just try to give up the pawn, doesn't matter, but create counter attacking chances. ब्लैक को चाहिए ऐसी पोजीशन जहां पे फाइट के पास कोई प्ले ही ना हो.
Hmm.
चार गलती भी कर दे तब भी विनिंग रहे. दैट्स नॉट व्हाट यू नीड. यू नीड अ पोजीशन जहां ब्लैक गलती करे तो गुकेश सडनली गेट्स हिज ओन चांसेस. वो डर होना चाहिए सहज भाई. क्या बोलते हो, है ना? डर बड़ी चीज है.
Correct, bhai. Also, like for Bluebaum, maybe he's constantly thinking, okay, I know I'm winning, but last few games I was also winning them, and वो मैं convert नहीं कर पाया. So that could also be a psychological factor for him to overcome.
True. And 40 minutes for Bluebaum, 33 for Gukesh with 15 moves to go. So again, while this is getting a bit tricky, I don't think time pressure will play a role. What do you want to do game? Arjun has already drawn. So that game ended relatively early. White pieces
Big
are not
shock, by
great.
the way.
White pieces are great, Sahaj bhai. But maybe the players are not using the white pieces well.
That is true, bhai. But that can't believe Jordan is using it correctly.
Huh.
By the way, Jordan has played that move of yours, sacrificing the bishop. But he's just dominating, bhai.
Wow. Wow. Oh, he played. Can you look at Jordan's last move? What a move.
Bhai,
Knight
bhai,
to
bhai.
f4.
Brilliancy. Because if you take here queen b5, free ka piece, then there is queen d6 check. King, I'm guessing king e8 because king f7 पे e6 check फालतू का tempo and knight e7 पे queen f6 check देके at least रुक मर रहा है. So
Hmm.
king e8 becomes the only move and now very quiet rook e1. GG.
Oof.
उठन check.
Wow. सहज भाई, मतलब आज के मेरे को लगा होगा यार, चेस का एक नया लेवल देखा है मैंने यार. लाइक दिस इज जस्ट आई ओपनिंग चेस फॉर एनीबॉडी. व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल अटैक बाय जॉर्डन.
Yeah, one for the books for sure. I would be this game will be mentioned I think in some books, especially in London books. Yeah, like a
या
key game.
या And meanwhile, chat slight error by Sindarov. So now that game is equal. I think he took on e6, which was not the best move. And now his pawns just look doubled. So I think that game likely to end in a draw now.
Yeah, he goes bishop d3, but yeah, bishop b4 check के बाद likely going towards a draw. At least a7 का pawn मर जाएगा. He will try for a
Hmm.
bit, but it should be a draw.
Yeah. So that should be a draw. No major changes in the Pragg game. He's just slightly better. Erdogmus, Thai Dai Van also looks equal. Anish Fedoseev also looks equal. Anish lost his opening edge. So let's go to Gukesh's game, who has 31 minutes now. Has been thinking for a while. I wonder, 7.5 minutes already. Needs to save time as well. One night could be an issue pretty soon.
Oh yes. And कितने टाइम से सोच रहा है? Okay, almost 10 minutes.
Hmm.
By the way, Bibisara also playing against Carissa Yip today, and she's actually in a worse position.
Hmm.
Oh, Vedant, by the way, on the verge of winning the game against
Let's
Ivanchuk. Let's take a quick look.
go!
Look at this fight. Two
Wow.
rooks for double exchange up by. But he has three
Wow.
moves to make.
Oh, he'll make them. He'll make them for sure. Let's look at
भाई
these
दो
three moves
मिनट ही
from
है भाई.
Vedant. नहीं, कर लेगा भाई. कर लेगा. तीन चाले देखते हैं. Chad, it's amazing to see like Vedant, who's been fighting for the GM title for a long while, and this is a huge step in that direction. भाई क्या गेम खेली है भाई. Crushing the legendary Ivanchuk. Chad, I have a question. देखते हैं कितने लोगों को पता है. When is the first time you heard of the name Ivanchuk? कहाँ? Like ऐसे कहाँ से reference आ रहा है? Sal bhai, when was the first time for you?
Oh, bhai, it was like many years ago, like early 2000s. I don't think I'll even remember.
Like कोई गेम है ऐसी जो
Oh,
दिमाग में आ रही है जहाँ पे
हाँ,
वांचुक गेम देखी
Karyakin
थी.
Ivanchuk maybe, yeah. The one that Queen E6 sacrifice, the Queen sack जो था. That's one like very prominent game of Ivanchuk.
Gukesh समय वीडियो. I think it was like जो वो मेट इन वन इवांचुक का ही था ना against Vichy, if I'm not
Mate.
mistaken, where he has
Ah,
mate in one.
right.
So
It was.
for I think many people, I think that's the entry point for Ivanchuk for like many people. And if you've not seen that video, there's a famous video against Vichy where he has mate in one and he doesn't find it. Like commentators like, okay, ये तो game khatam, and he doesn't find mate in one and loses. So do check out that video. It was insane. And of course, Magnus also he defeated. multiple times. So
By
very,
the
very strong
way,
player.
an inaccuracy by Vedant there. Knight f4 के बाद, I mean, it's still losing for Ivanchuk, but he gets some life in the position basically. And also Ivanchuk के पास 1 घंटा है भाई to play these two moves, and Vedant has to act in that minute exactly, no increment.
It's getting a bit tricky. Knight f4 के बाद mate in 1 है. The only move for white is f3. That is a statement now.
Played.
Wow. And now queen d5 is a tricky move, and now white has to find queen b5.
The 40th move curse, bhai.
Yeah.
Played again.
Wow. Sahaj, he has two
Bhai,
moves. Queen
he
b5 or
has
queen
1
a1.
minute.
He has to find queen b5 or queen a1. He made it a bit tricky. This is not completely clear now. Time pressure can make you do some stuff which you would never do otherwise, chat.
Exactly, because bishop g1 check is the threat, and you're losing the queen, so you have to move your queen.
Oof, what a deadly threat there. वेदांत अगर नोटिस नहीं किया तो
Bhai, so he's lost. He has 45 seconds to notice it. Like if he plays rook
वेदांत
bd1, for example, bishop g1 check is just lost.
वेदांत move the queen. Move the queen. Chat, do you think he moves the queen? Yes or no? Come on, move the queen. 34 seconds.
No, he will move the queen for sure. 30 seconds. This is getting too close for comfort.
Vedant. Move the queen. Come on, 18 seconds. Move the queen, Vedant. 10
10
seconds
seconds
now. 7. Move the queen, Vedant.
Oh, he
he
plays queen
moves
a1.
it. Wow. Well done, bhai. 6 seconds पे खेला भाई बंदा, and he played one of the best moves and he's winning now. So amazing play.
Bhai, it's
So I
still
think
not
we
over.
can.
Bhai, queen e5 अगर आ गया board पे, then you have to just completely ignore this discovered check with knight e2.
Oof.
Bhai, that's
But okay, he
hard.
has
That's
time.
very hard.
Okay, he has time now. He has 30
Yeah.
minutes. So I would back himself a bit more now, right? So
Yeah, correct.
so ठीक है. So we'll come back to this. I think he's going to have a very, very long think now. He's not playing unless he's absolutely sure. So let's go to Gukesh. जहाँ पे Gukesh now has 26 minutes. And I mentioned this a couple of times कि time pressure is not a problem here. I am going to take that back because अब मुझे थोड़ा डर लग रहा है.
Yeah, 15 moves in 26 minutes. But अगर उसने b4 c5 ऐसा कुछ निकाल लिया तो I think Gukesh is back. Because वो critical moment चला गया, मतलब Bluebaum. He had that opportunity. It was completely winning, but I think if you give your opponent some counterplay here, then you have to do some tough calculation, which can be difficult, and anyone can make a mistake. And chat is saying Arjun is playing title Tuesday. Is that true?
Yeah, chat carry है. So I'm guessing that's true. I mean, he did get an early result today, so he had enough time and energy to do so. And it's great practice because Magnus does it. And in principle, if you do something that Magnus does, I mean, you will be better off, yeah?
Correct, bhai.
साज भाई कुछ और दिमाग में है मुझे लग रहा है ऐसा.
हाँ भाई, थोड़ा सा.
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा लग रहा है क्या? थोड़ा सा लगता है कि काफी लगता है?
थोड़ा सा बस.
थोड़ा सा फिर ठीक है.
Arjun
Arjun
drew
drew
for
for
title Tuesday because he wants to qualify for EWC. Highly doubted, bhai.
I think EWC is a factor, but that one tournament likely will not make a big difference. So either he is planning to play a lot of Title Tuesdays, or he will not. Like he might play it though. It's possible. Like EWC is definitely a factor, but maybe not like one event will not change it too much. Magnus lost to NM. What?
In
क्या
the
बात
first
कर
round,
रहे हो?
apparently. But there is an NM who defeated Magnus Carlsen. How does that make you feel, Sahil bhai?
ब्रो आज से किसी ने कुछ रोस्ट किया ना मुझे, उसको मैं बैन देगा भाई 400 साल का भाई. आज से कोई रोस्ट करके दिखाओ एनएम को भाई. आज कौन है जो रोस्ट करेगा भाई? कोई है माइकल लाल जो आज करने की हिम्मत करेगा भाई? आज दिखाओ भाई कौन है. एनएम मैग्नस को हरा सकता है भाई. इज्जत करो एनएम की भाई. समझ रहे हो? तुम समझ रहे हो? हाँ.
Okay, moving on.
ओके, फुल स्क्रीन चलो भाई वरना मेरा एंगर रुक नहीं रहा है अभी.
Okay, here we see the players. Gukesh, I don't think he's looking at the queen side anymore. B4 or C5 may be unlikely. King side पे क्या ही करेगा वो? G3 खेलेगा maybe, but then the A3 pawn is hanging.
साज भाई आज
रुके
एनएम्स
वन
का
तो
डे.
भूल
सो
जाओ भाई, रुके वन नहीं होने वाला.
आज आज NMs का day आज let me take over यार. I think I can maybe you know find a way out. I think कई बार GMs के लिए difficult रहता है. So I think यहाँ पे Gukesh clearly has to do what NMs do, and he has to break through. Break through कहाँ से आ रहा है? That's not important. चाहे आप break dance करना चालू कर दो, that is also okay as long as you break through. अब B4 एक plan है, very logical. आप B4 खेल के pawn गिफ्ट कर सकते हैं उनको, बट दिवाली गिफ्ट की हमें आदत है ही. सो गिफ्ट करें, अच्छी बात है. पॉन B4 खेल के बिशप खोले. बिशप की एक्टिविटी नंबर 1 प्रायोरिटी. दूसरा पॉइंट है कि हम रुके वन खेलते हैं, बट ऐसी चालें खेलने से पहले मैं एनएम टाइटल त्याग दूंगा. एनएम टाइटल तब वैल्यूबल है, क्यों त्यागूंगा मैं साथ भाई? आई विल नेवर त्याग माय एनएम टाइटल. सो रुके वन नेवर ऑन द कार्ड्स. So B4 I think is the only move. या फिर you can play the NM advanced version with C5 which he has just done. Oh my god, Gukesh is NM. सात जगह शब्द ही नहीं है.
भाई आई वाज लेटिंग यू टेक ओवर. सीफा समझाइए ना हमें, क्या क्या पॉइंट है सीफा का भाई?
देखिए, मैं कोशिश कर सकता हूं बट आएगा नहीं समझ में.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
इट्स टिपिकल एनएम टेरिटरी आई थिंक.
अनटाइटल प्लेयर्स को और जो CM FM वो सब है IMG उनको नहीं समझ आएगा बेसिकली.
हाँ हाँ, एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली.
भाई
सो
that guy's rating, he's apparently 2007 born, the guy who
हाँ,
just defeated Magnus, and he's
व्हाट?
2175 rated. So he is actually 11 points lower than you in rating, and he defeated Magnus Carlsen just now.
एंड हाउ ओल्ड इज ही? 2007.
2007 born, yeah.
दैट इज 16. ओ ठीक है, फिर तो ओके. तब बच्चा नहीं है कोई 10 साल का जो कॉम्प्लेक्स हो जाए मुझे. ठीक है ठीक है, चलेगा भाई. यू कैन बी एन एनएम एंड आल्सो अ जीएम, लाइक इट्स
भाई उसने
कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री.
चेकमेट करी है मैग्नस की, if you look at the game. क्वीन सैक करके वो भी. Look at
क्या
the game
बात
भाई.
कर, कैन वी शो
भाई
दैट
look at
गेम
the
एक बार?
game.
कैन वी शो दैट गेम?
I don't know how to show the game though.
Just open that in a separate to, no? अच्छा नहीं, वो नहीं दिखेगा क्या? समय, can we show that game?
Can I share the tab? Like, is that okay, Samay bhai?
हमें
Can I
गेम
share
दिखानी है
the
पहले ट्यूसडे
can
की
I
एक.
share a separate tab for a second? Okay, so look at this chat. Showing the game very quickly.
हाँ.
This is the position. Magnus was winning.
बोर्ड दिख नहीं रहा साज भाई.
मैंने share tab
हाँ
किया भाई.
हाँ, एक से रुको, एक से रुको.
Okay.
समय was gonna fix it.
Sorry, chat. This incoming. By the way, Magnus is completely winning in the game, and he made like a one move blunder, and you have to see that blunder, भाई.
Oh, wow.
If you want, I can make the board smaller also, if that helps. Okay. Magnus is
Come
not feeling.
on.
भाई ये game के बाद तो कोई भी nobody's feeling well after this.
By the way, Ukesh did play C5. I will come to it very soon. That was one of the breaks we were talking about. So at least Ukesh try कर रहा है. It's not like a one-way street anymore. At least he has some plans.
Correct, भाई, correct. So
ना, वैलेंटाइंस डे पे
that
वीकेंड प्लान अगर आपका है बाहर जाने का, तो चांसेस कम है कि विल गेट लकी, बट चांस तो है ना. अगर जाओगे नहीं तो चांस ही नहीं है. तो सेम चीज है यहाँ पे. एटलीस्ट ही इज फाइटिंग नाउ, ही इज क्रिएटिंग काउंटर प्ले. बिशप एक्टिव होगा, क्वीन एक्टिव होगी, तो कुछ हो सकता है. मैग्नस गेम.
yeah, look at this chart. So this was the
हाँ.
position, and you can see Magnus is completely winning over here. He plays Queen E2, and hey, he had a very tricky move up his sleeve, and
Oh.
Magnus misses it. He goes Bishop D4, and look at
Oh.
this check
Wow.
and mate. What a mate भाई. क्वीन सैक करके मैग्नस को हराने का जो मजा है भाई, ये मजा साहिल भाई का कैमरा हैंडल ही नहीं कर सकता.
भाई एनएम के रेट सब हाई हो गए हैं, सो कैमरा ऑन करने के लिए एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज लगेगा भाई अब.
भाई एक्चुअली यहाँ पर भी crazy भाई, crazy. Okay, I'm switching the game now. There we have it in front of us. By the way, C5 के बाद Gukesh's opponent Bluebaum is still thinking, but what a win that was for what's his name again? Bynum, I believe his name was. His
भाई
name
एंड
is Jackery Bynum. Yeah, I mean, well done. Sacrificing your queen and defeating the GOAT all in just one game is just super impressive.
And also, like, it's a lifetime story, yeah? Like, to defeat Magnus, play him once. Likely would have played him only once as well. So, like, the only time I played Magnus, I crushed him with a queen sacrifice. भाई क्या ही flaunt है वो. ओहो.
Crazy. Huge भी है, true भी है.
बिल्कुल.
Super impressive, bhai. Loving it.
So impressive से ज्यादा साथ भाई, is C5 also impressive according to you? क्या लग रहा है?
वक्त बताएगा भाई, but right now I think it makes sense. Bishop c5 के बाद you want to activate your bishop, you want to vacate that's the square ताकि knight यहाँ पे आ सके to attack e5, to attack a5, and maybe you can play b4 also भाई, सब भी sack कर दो यहाँ पे ताकि bishop activate हो जाए b3 से, but um yeah, I think this is something that Gukesh has to do. It's not an option. And by the way, if you choose to not take the pawn, then Gukesh is completely back because that allows him to play b4. But now the question is, does he take with the knight or does he take with the bishop? And I think taking with the bishop it feels like it's a mistake because white has knight c4 and it immediately attacks both of these pawns. But black has this crazy intermezzo with e4. You take the pawn and I go knight g5, attacking the pawn and the queen. And if you play queen f5, look at this side. Queen e7, only move in the position. You are attacking the queen and putting an x-ray on the golden pawn. You move your queen and then d3 and black is winning.
कोई वाइट विनिंग लाइन दिखाओ ना साथ में, कोई ऐसी कुछ क्रेजी अच्छी सी जहाँ पे थोड़ा दिल खुश हो जाए.
तो c5 के बाद अगर ब्लैक खेलता है क्वीन g6, तो
Hmm.
pawn takes g6 just winning for Gukesh.
But Saj bhai, I thought like maybe you can push c6 plus cd6 and then you can move towards the queening square.
हाँ मतलब वो मतलब एकदम NM
Yeah,
वाली
NM
चाल.
style, yeah, NM style. But okay, I think if you go full screen, I think कुछ touch किया उन्होंने वहाँ पे piece को, I think briefly. I don't know if he touched a piece or if he moved a piece to the side, but Bluebaum, I thought for a second almost played, but he didn't. Now he's considering कि यार c5 आ चुका है, I stopped it with two pieces and white still plays it. What is the counterplay? So any chance Bluebaum gets spooked and puts the bishop on b8 or something such, like, because I've seen it happen before.
बिशप b8 तो नहीं होगा ना भाई, बिकॉज b4 आ जाएगा मेरे पास, देन यू गेट द सेम पोजीशन एंड व्हाइट के पास एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है, एटलीस्ट पॉन तो मार लो. But yeah, bishop c5, knight c4 is probably what Gukesh has looked at. And in that line, remember, e4 ke baad knight g5 is the critical move. If he sees that, then he takes with the bishop. Otherwise, he takes with the knight, which, by the way, is better for Gukesh. Like, not better position, but okay, much better in comparison.
So knight c4 is move we are considering after bishop takes c5 chat. b4 भी एक move है, as we saw. Queen d5 भी एक move है. But it will be forcing. अगर आपने pawn sack किया है, it has to be more forcing. So I'm guessing knight c4 and b4 maybe, or maybe queen d5. इन तीनों में से एक चाल होगी. And
Yeah, but
the
right now,
bishop
he just
on
has to think, किससे c5 के pawn को मारे. By the way, Pragg and Arvind के board में some developments have happened. In this position, remember he played queen d8. This was the inaccuracy here. कुछ और रुके जाना था, which is not an easy move, but okay. Queen d8 takes on c6, takes on c5, takes on c5, and then takes on c6. So Sahil bhai, question for you. Still, do you think this position Pragg will win? Or do you think draw chances is high?
Saj bhai, glass half full, glass half empty वाली situation होती है, and I think I will always just steal the glass. So I think let's see क्या होता है. Just wait for the
Glass
stuff and
90% draw कह रहा है भाई.
हाँ, but I think कभी भी लाइफ में कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. Let's just enjoy the game, enjoy the beauty of chess. B7 pawn कभी मर जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है, and दो weakness है, B7 D5. God knows what can happen भाई. कुछ भी हो सकता है साथ भाई.
Apparently, Rook d1 खेल के you can target the d5 pawn and you could potentially win it. But then again, I'm thinking about that 4 versus 3 position भाई, जहाँ पे rook ending आएगी.
Yeah, with the NM mindset, Sahaj bhai, you can also win that one. I think there is always potential to win 4 versus 3. I know मुश्किल है, but NM mindset के साथ anything is possible.
By also taking a quick look at Jorden versus Vincent, because that match is literally seconds from being finished. Vincent having 5 minutes on the clock with 16 moves to be played, so it's basically impossible without making a blunder. And Rook 8 का भी मर रहा है आपको 96 check दिया रहा है भाई. Vincent resigns here.
Wow.
This is just resigning.
Best
24 चाल का
move.
miniature in London system chat. Never doubt London system again.
भाई best move बता रहा है, rook e8. Just giving the rook. Wow. That's beautiful. भाई मान गए भाई यार, लेकिन जॉर्डन घूर कैसे रहा है भाई? Jordan is like so tuned into the game, yeah?
भाई what a game.
Wait, what? Chat करिए, Gookie blunder?
हाँ, दैट इज ट्रू भाई।
भाई नाइट C4 ही खेला उसने, योर मूव, बट
हाँ, मैं
अपेरेंटली
बता रहा था आपको भाई, उसने मिस किया E4 नाइट G5। अगर ब्लू बॉम ने ये निकाल लिया तो ही इज विनिंग।
crucial moment in the game then, Sahaj. That means this is a winning move for Bluebaum. If he doesn't find it, then Ukesh is somewhat back, like he can at least press. If he finds this, the match is essentially over, right? So can we go to the line again? So let's say E4. You have to take, I'm guessing. And now most important lines.
Queen F5 is the move, otherwise it doesn't make sense because I can just take the pawn on E4 and okay, pawns barabar, mere pawn center mein, D3 incoming. Queen F5 only move. Queen E7 attacking the queen and putting an eye on the F2 pawn. Apparently King F1 is a very good move here for white to just
Wait,
sack the
what?
queen. Apparently
What?
it is why. It is just to sack it and play like that. If you play Queen D5 and D3, attacking the attacking bishop F2 and white is just lost here.
And Queen D5, D3 के बाद, after Bishop D3, not taking on F2 मार सकते, Rook D8 भी है भाई, एक move,
अरे अरे
apparently.
अरे भाई that's too risky man.
By the way, Sindarov has drawn. हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब समझ ही हमें बता रहे हैं कि दैट इज अ ड्रॉ बिटवीन द टू उज़्बेकी. सो 6 पॉइंट पे है टूर्नामेंट लीडर एंड 5.5 पे है सिंदारोव इन सेकंड प्लेस. सो दैट्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट रिजल्ट फॉर द स्टैंडिंग्स. लेट्स गो बैक टू Ukesh's गेम. इंपॉर्टेंट क्रूशियल मोमेंट फॉर Ukesh chat. क्वेश्चन टू यू, does Bluebaum find E4? Yes or no? Spam कर दो भाई, because this is the game deciding moment potentially.
I think
साथ अगर
yes.
E4, हाँ अगर E4 आ गया,
Played.
oh, that's a big blow for Gukesh's chances. Has
भाई
Gukesh
तो
seen this,
चैट को
chat?
चैट को आंसर देने का टाइम ही नहीं मिला भाई. No, he has not seen this. I think maybe if he saw it then he underestimated it.
Wow.
Wow, because D takes E4 पे knight G5 we already looked at this. Queen अगर कहीं हटती है G3 पे then F4 and E3 भाई वो तो आप रिजाइन ही कर सकते हो सीधा. Gukesh is I think losing now. Dead lost.
I still cannot believe this. I still cannot believe this. That is crazy. And he's lost in the fact. I think how much time he takes for this move will tell us whether he saw it or not. I agree with you. I don't think he has realized the gravity of it. But if he takes like 5-10 minutes now, I think it is just done.
Yeah, easily.
Gukesh lost. Arjun. Oh, wait. He takes quickly.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Knight
He
G5
took like.
played also भाई.
That's kind of anti. I have not seen this before situation. But Knight G5 played in a second. And now it's -4, chat. -4 is essentially 4 pawns or a piece and a pawn up for black.
भाई मैं अपने क्लाउड पे भी लगा रहा हूँ तो 20 पे -3 बोल दिया इसने. जितना जितना आगे बढ़ रहा है उतना कम हो रहा है. बाय द वे द बेस्ट मूव हियर इज टू गो क्वीन F4 एंड देन एक घर आगे क्वीन को एंड देन टेक ऑन F6 एंड गो इनटू द एंड गेम व्हिच ऑफ कोर्स इज वेरी कन्वीनियंटली लॉस्ट. आई डोंट थिंक गुकेश गोस फॉर दैट. Waiting for depth to reach 30 so we can have a clear view. Right now it's -3 with queen F4. Otherwise you play anything else it's -4. So Sahil bhai is right
Wow.
there.
I am always right there, bhai. जब भी हार रहे होते तो usually it's me, but this time it's the world champion. And chat, Knight G5 के बाद. And again, look at the power of these pawns, yeah? The threat is basically just pushing these 2 pawns. 2 pawns center में डाल दो, opponent के हटा दो, you just are winning the game. That's why grabbing the center. Like, let's play Queen G3, for example, Saj. Let's just show this. And now F takes E4. You look at the material, it's nothing bad, yeah? But though pawn in the center and suddenly you're dead lost.
Of course
This
bhai,
is
you're
how
a
much the
pawn down
center
as well.
matters. Yeah, but even if you giving the pawn somewhere, yeah, with the black retaining these 2 pawns, I think this center advantage kitni zyada hai, yaar. It's just crazy. Every pawn push you make, like it pushes the white piece back.
Yeah, by the way depth 31 pe -4 advantage confirmed. So he is basically winning.
Wow. And इसके साथ ही Gukesh will be world number. I think he will go to. Oh, sorry, he will not go to. He will go to world number. He'll stay in the same way. Oh, Vincent has resigned. Yeah. So that is another
Yeah.
result incoming,
भाई look
chat.
at this final move also भाई. Bishop takes G भाई क्या मतलब पूरी तरह I think he has won.
Why?
Insane.
99.2 accuracy in this game. How is that? Like,
लंदन का कमाल भाई.
by 99.2 accuracy in this game in 26 moves, that is insane. Like, I don't even blame Kramer for this. Like, this is just the game of his lifetime, I think,
Yeah, I
for
think one of the best games I
Jordan.
think that I've seen from Jordan. Have to say, like, what a game, beautiful. So three
Wow.
results have happened. Sindarov Abdusattorov draw. Jordan has defeated Vincent Keymer. Arjun Erigaisi has drawn against Hans. And then 4 games remaining. Let's go back to Gukesh, the world champion, to see how he tries to defend this position with 19 minutes on the clock, no increment, tough situation.
Tough. Vedant's game is not over, chat. He's still better. So he's still fighting. We'll have a look at the end. They did get time on the clock, so it will last for a while. Gukesh, by the way, dropping below the 20-minute mark. 19 minutes now to play 12 moves. I I don't even think the clock matters to that extent. There is simply no defense. If we had more time, it would not really make a difference, unfortunately. So it would require like an insane blunder from Bluebaum, just like he made in the last 3 games, Taj,
Hmm. And you can
for
see,
him
by
to
the way,
mess
Gukesh
this
has
up.
missed knight g5.
Yeah, he missed
अभी तो
knight
वो सोच
g5.
रहा है
But
यहाँ पे तीन मतलब because last move he played relatively quite quickly, but I think he or maybe he underestimated the idea of knight g5. Maybe he didn't see this whole follow up with queen e7 and
yeah,
d3. Easy to
yes.
miss actually.
I think he thought queen f5 hai, and that's what he missed. Queen f5, queen e7, like black is winning. That's what he missed. He definitely
Yeah.
saw knight g5, but he thought queen f5 hai. Okay, that's a simple solution. Yeah, I just take the pawn.
By the way, it's so bad this position again. I want to mention this again. Then this position now the engine says king f1 is the best. Like sacrifice your entire queen to stay in the
Wow.
game. That's insane actually.
Wow. So, chat, let's hope for the best. I think it's looking tough, but
Pragg,
hopefully the world champion can find some defensive resource.
Pragg पे चले.
चलो एक नजर मारते हैं.
h3 खेला Pragg अभी. And it's actually Arvind's move, but he's not on the board yet. I think most likely what we're seeing here is Pragg is going to win these 2 pawns and he's going to give up the c5 pawn. And फिर कोई end game आएगी basically. And then you have if it's a rook end game, then that's a theoretical draw. अगर क्वींस रहती हैं बोर्ड पे तो एक ज्यादा चांस में भी जीतने का, बट ओके दैट्स स्टिल इक्वल. और बिशप और नाइट रहते हैं, देन आई थिंक दैट्स मे बी द बेस्ट सिनेरियो. लाइक बिशप नाइट और रुक रुक रहते हैं पोजीशन में तो.
अग्रीड अग्रीड. एंड आई
बट
थिंक
लंबा
जितने पीछे
चलेगा
जाएंगे
भाई ये गेम.
हाँ, बट आई थिंक ये वाला मतलब मे बी व्हिच वन डू यू थिंक एंड्स अर्ली, गुकेश या प्रग? पहला कौन सा खत्म होगा?
गुकेश आई थिंक फॉर श्योर.
या
गुकेश
मे बी
भाई.
यू आर राइट, मे बी यू आर राइट.
स्विचिंग बैक टू गुकेश भाई. दोनों प्लेयर ही नहीं है बोर्ड पे तो.
Gukesh, by the way, 17, less than 17 minutes now, 16 minutes something.
Just imagine the weakest candidate on paper is winning against current world champion. When you put it like that, but I think this also says a lot about Bluebaum that he's not the weakest candidate. He's making his mark here. He's proving himself again and again that okay, he defeated Arjun, defeated Pragg in Grand Swiss, and now he's defeating Gukesh as well.
I think it just makes a statement Gukesh is not in form. That's basically it. I think
Yeah.
nothing else matters. Gukesh at his best, I don't think there's any way Bluebaum would beat him. I think he's just not close to his best, not even close. And Gukesh has to go back to the drawing board, see what went wrong in this event. Uh, he had some great signs. I think maybe that one loss against Nodirbek threw him off. Like that is enough to psychologically affect you when you stop making practical decisions. You start doubting yourself. You look at him, yeah. He's closing his eyes. He's not happy with what he's seeing, and he knows 100% that this is not going to turn out right.
100%. But now he doesn't have enough time to kind of get himself together. चैट में मतलब एक वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम पे एक प्लेयर एक यूजर बार बार लिख रहा है कि प्लीज लुक आउट गुकेश जीत जा भाई. वी आर होपिंग द सेम बट समहाउ द पोजीशन डजंट फील it just doesn't feel comfortable whatsoever.
And chat, today is round number 9. So tomorrow we're going to have round number 10. I think on Thursday again we have a rest day. That's the final rest day. Round number 10 tomorrow. The pairings are quite interesting to say the least, because tomorrow it is Erdogmus with white versus Gukesh with black. This is the worst pairing Gukesh could have if he loses today, Sahaj.
हाँ भाई with black
Literally
that
the
too with
worst
black
pairing
भाई.
in the world he could have tomorrow.
Agreed.
साहब भाई की आवाज ही बंद हो गई भाई, लिटरली इतना
I
खराब
said
पेयरिंग है.
agreed भाई.
अच्छा
मतलब
बोला क्या? अच्छा अच्छा. ओह.
हाँ मतलब मेरा वो
एंड
शायद lag हुआ होगा.
then we have Arvind against Thai Dai Van. We have Hans against Pragg and Vincent against Arjun. So tough matches because Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh all having black tomorrow. And I think tomorrow is gonna be a firecracker. कल तो मैं पॉपकॉर्न लेके आऊंगा भाई for a Dogmas versus Gukesh. भाई कोई रोक नहीं सकता मुझे भाई. पॉपकॉर्न आ रहे हैं भाई. Tomorrow is gonna be crazy.
Yep. भाई बट लेकिन वो कल तक लेकिन वो मतलब वो ईगोस क्वीन F5
He
भाई.
takes Sahaj. Now D3 only move for black मेरा इंजन कह
No,
रहा
no,
है. ये क्या
queen
चक्कर
E7
है?
भाई, remember queen E7. We
हाँ
were
वो
looking
सही.
at queen E7 here, and you moved the queen, and then I played E3. That's winning.
But D3 is also winning apparently.
Played queen E7 भाई. No, not even a single
Oh
thought.
wow. Look at how quickly he played this. Like he had seen everything. Bhai, Gukesh under pressure.
Huge.
Missing out on the NM mindset, Sahaj bhai.
And now he has to remember here. Yeah, actually, from what I can see on my screen, king F1 is the second best move here in this position, just to sack the whole queen. That just shows you how bad the position is for Gukesh.
Wow, I can't believe this chat. I really can't believe this. This is gone. By that logic, Ding was his best. Gukesh doesn't start in chess. I think Ding had some health issues. Ding hadn't played competitive chess for years outside China. That's a very unique situation to be in. Gukesh did not have those limitations. In fact, I would say Ding was worse off in terms of opportunities. So, uske alag issues the. Ding has still not played since the World Championship. When was the last tournament he played? It will be very hard to recall that. So, Ding had some other issues. I think very hard to go deeply into them. But Gukesh did not have the same issues. So, it's more of a solvable problem, let's say.
Yeah,
It's more
correct.
about the chess. Behind arbiter is scrolling reels. Really? I don't think so.
No, bhai is reading a book, I think.
Yeah. Or are we looking at the position, live position there? Lost, not pressure. I think he's actually lost now.
Yeah, bhai, completely lost.
And just to show you, chat, let's say queen g6, another square for the queen. The move still remains the same, like d3. And now f2 is hanging. And if you take the pawn on d3, then bishop takes f2. And the best part is the king h1. Like, you don't even take on even, you can even play first play rook f6, gain a tempo on the queen. So queen g6 is even worse than queen d5. And now you take on e1, rook takes e1, and now rook e6, and e4
Yeah,
pawn is
but
also
like this
falling.
is just lost, yeah. No hope
You
here.
resign, I think, here.
I mean, you still play, but yeah, not really anything to play for here, basically. That's a few moves ago. Like few more moves to go.
Oh, look at the stare. Look at the stare. Given by Bluebaum to the world champion. He knows he's winning. It was a subtle, पता है मुझे भाई क्या चल रहा है. Like, ऐसे बड़ी सही stare थी. Sahaj Salve, what's the most expensive? Okay, Gukesh about to play, by the way. Let's see what he plays. Important moment. He needs to find a resource जहां पे कोई trap हो. Sahaj, I think. Oh, he plays Queen G6.
Your move, bhai, on the board. And now
भाई
D3 is winning, Rook F6 is winning.
भाई NM mindset में इतना भी नहीं घुसना था यार. And now Sahaj, B5 is winning. Rook F6 is winning. D3 is winning.
Bhai, B5 is so dirty.
Yeah.
Do you see the idea?
I think
Bhai, Knight
I think I see
B2,
it.
Rook takes F2, bhai.
Oh, wow.
That's like, oof. गई है तो यहीं रिजाइन कर दूं मैं.
And the king has to then come. King takes F2, D3 check, King G3 खेलना पड़ेगा भाई.
भाई ये तो गई ना पोजीशन, ये तो डेड, ये तो
ये
अब
तो
लॉस्ट ही हो. क्यों क्वीन E5 चेक, किंग G4 भी हो गया भाई. और बताओ.
Wow.
Oh, he plays d3. Okay. Logical. Takes the pawn, and now bishop takes f2 is just winning.
I think very normal chess by Bluebaum. No complications needed. Plus 4.2 plus 4.0 में कोई difference है नहीं. Let's just play quickly. Put pressure back on Gukesh. And Sahaj bhai, I'm curious, yeah, what effect does this have on Gukesh now? Because honestly, like, it started off well this tournament, and suddenly it's become a nightmare very quickly.
Yeah,
Because
my question is, what effect does it have on Bluebaum? Because, I mean, he is technically the lowest ranked or lowest rating wise in terms of um, strength or in terms of his rating, and now he's beating the world champion with the black pieces. वो भी मतलब एक convincing fashion में.
I think now if Bluebaum has a good start at the candidates, that him winning is a genuine possibility because he's already won the Grand Swiss, so he knows he can do very well. He came second, I think, but why? And he also is beating the world champion. He's beating some other players here. So if he has a good start, I think he has a good chance. Now he has a chance now. He will start believing in himself. कि भाई एक बार का तुक्का नहीं था. Like I have done this multiple times now. I can do this. So start तो important हर किसी के लिए, right? Even for Hikaru or Fabi, if you lose 2 in a row, you're not winning the candidates. So if he has a good start,
Sorry,
I
I
think
broke off for a sec there. I think I
हाँ
should be
वही
back
like
now.
I think शुरुआत अच्छी होगी गुरबाम की तो I think he has a chance in the candidates. He'll start believing himself a bit more. And just to point out the Gukesh side of things, in the last 3 games, he lost to Nodirbek, lost to Anish, defeated Fedoseev, and now he will lose to Bluebaum. And to be
And
honest, chat, tomorrow he plays Erdogmus. He cannot lose that game, Sahaj. He cannot lose that game because I think that's going to have a deep psychological impact on Gukesh.
yeah,
He has to win that
100%
somehow.
भाई, वो भी ब्लैक भी है भाई, तो यहाँ पे एटलीस्ट ड्रॉ करना थोड़ा जरूरी है. अभी भी
Hmm.
ब्लू बॉम सोच रहा है यहाँ पे, should I take on e1 or should I play rook f6 and then take on e1? Because if you take directly, then I have this interesting move e5. इससे कुछ threat नहीं है. Remember queen h7 check कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, इससे कुछ knight बचा के बैठा हुआ है. But yeah, it's just something to just look after, I guess. इससे दो बढ़िया
Hmm.
ऑप्शंस हैं आपके पास. Either you take this or you play rook f6 and then you take. बस सही टाइम पे सोच रहा है ब्लू बॉम यहाँ पे.
Wow. Chat. Anybody in the chat who thinks we still have a chance here? Gukesh can come back. कोई है क्या? ऐसा hopeful आदमी भाई कोई है क्या? Chat जो भी है भाई yes लिखो भाई. Would love to see. But as of now, looking difficult for the world champion.
This is a good moment to test your theory, yeah? कि कोई yes लिखता है क्या नहीं.
Actually. And by the way, I mean, Vedant is, by the way, still winning, but we are still on the 40th move. And just brief update, not to change the board, but Queen E5 जब मैंने move देखी थी तब से कोई move आया नहीं है. So Vedant is still trying to find the way जहाँ पे वो जीतेगा. So even that's tricky.
Yeah, difficult position, but he has 20 minutes though, so he has enough time.
Hmm.
Let's see if he can bounce back there.
Saj bhai, I'll be back quickly in like 2-3 minutes खाना खा के जल्दी से because I think ये game heat up होने वाली है.
For sure भाई, आप डिनर भी हीट अप कर लो भाई. तो व्हाट्सअप चैट, काफी लोगों ने नो लिखा, लेकिन कुछ लोगों ने यस भी लिखा. तो मे बी साहिल भाई डिड हैव अ पॉइंट देयर कि हमेशा 100% नो नहीं होता कहीं पे भी. But yeah, it's looking very, very unlikely, chat. I have to tell you because 8 moves remaining and he has 11 minutes. First of all, 11 minutes in for 8 moves is not enough, especially when you're defending or on the defensive side. The next follow up is very, very difficult, I would say, for Gukesh. And Bluebaum has more than double the time of his opponent. And his choice is simple, yeah. Either take the rook or play rook f6 and then take the rook. Both seem amazing. The follow-up is very difficult for Gukesh. I think Gukesh knows he's lost. Bluebaum knows he's winning. Just a matter of conversion. Maybe psychologically वो एक chance रहेगा Bluebaum को कि ठीक है, I was winning previously as well. By the way, he does play rook f6, and now I think he's going to take that rook on e1 in the next move. But yeah, coming back to it, I think psychologically maybe he's thinking, okay, last kuch games I was winning as well, and I didn't convert those So that thought must be in his head now. Is he going to be able to overcome it? That's the question. The position is very simple. It's much more simpler than I think his previous games, because you're just an exchange up with no counterplay whatsoever. I like this a lot for Bluebaum. Maybe if your e pawn wasn't there, rook kahin d1 pe hota, this bishop was active, you could play queen g6. I mean, some hope there, but right now this pawn is actually working for black, क्योंकि सब कुछ block करके बैठा है हमारे सारे ideas. He takes rook e1. By the way, here rook e6 is the cleanest way for Bluebaum to win, to take this pawn and give knight f2 check, something along those lines. But white can play e5 there though, and uske baad you have to go b5 and take this pawn basically. And once you do this, it's just over. 40 saal se pehle, I'm not sure if this game gets finished. I think we will reach that time, but I think Gukesh will be lost when that time finishes. Yash bhai saying, Sahaj bhai, if Gukesh loses positionally or tactically, it's fine. But if he loses today or some one move blunder, he will lose his mind for remaining games. But I think positionally, Harna can have a very a difficult effect on you, because then it's like you're getting outplayed by someone who on paper is lower rated. And positionally, when you lose like that, then it has a very long-term effect on a player. I would much rather take a one move blunder than being, losing to someone positionally, because then it means your opponent knows better chess than you. At least on that day it means. But I'll take the one move blunder any day, because that's just a blunder. It happens. Blunders sabse hote hain. Like for example, I see a very interesting blunder here. For example, black can go knight e4, right? Mera point hai ki knight e4 ke baad, if I go bishop takes e4, I can go queen takes e4, and if you go rook e4, there is rook f1 checkmate. That's my tactic, right? But white can go queen takes e8 check. Now this is a one move blunder. It's okay. It happens. You just missed one move and that's it. But at least you played a good game of chess. But if you get outplayed positionally, that's very different, Mike. He played a move. He goes b5. So the second best move in the position, kicking the knight away and getting that e5, very important e5 square for the queen. And now I think knight takes a5 is possible, but then I guess queen t8 is just lost by attacking the knight, attacking the queen. That's very, very good. Nice move by Bluebaum. Difficult choice for Gukesh now. Where does he put his knight? If he goes knight e3, I'm guessing that's also possible, but then rook d8 is just GG. Sahaj, why does arbiter has access of bar? I'm guessing so. I would say so. ये tournament में कुछ मजा नहीं आ रहा. All of a sudden, Indian players are losing many games, which we are not used to seeing. Exactly, bhai. I think we are not used to seeing that as well. But I think it happens. Like it happens where some things are not clicking well. अच्छा हो रहा है कि like we are getting this out of a system now. Imagine if candidates में होता तो that would be way worse. And yeah, I mean, last year when we were covering this event, it was Pragg and Gukesh who were fighting for the first spot until the very end. So yeah, this is definitely a big surprise for everyone. Like amongst the Indian players, the highest points we have is 4 points, which is what Gukesh has right now. That's not a good sign, bhai. Just e5, but remember e5 का कोई threat नहीं है. Like this is still pinned in the position. So I can just probably capture this knight on c4 and I'm just winning. Because you can never capture on f6 because queen e1 is checkmate essentially. So e5 is not working now. So you have to move your knight somewhere, whether it's knight e3 or knight d2. Knight d2 का point है, I think rook d8 के बाद bishop और knight मर जाएगा. Knight e3 पे जा रहा है तो knight takes e4 मर रहा है. Knight a5 मारते हो तो queen d8 is a move, which is, I'm not sure if he's seen queen d8. It's a difficult move to see, but regardless, it's very, very nice. And it is officially winning. But tough situation for Gukesh. He has 6 moves to play with 9 minutes on the clock and no increment. Sahaj, can anyone tell me if Pragg can win the rapid? I don't know why. What do you mean if he can win the rapid? Why isn't he playing h3 in between? Because time नहीं है ना भाई. अभी मैं नाइट को अटैक कर रहा हूँ, यू मूव द नाइट, फिर उसके बाद मैं रूक d8 खेल के बिशप को अटैक करूंगा. यू डिडंट गेट टाइम. हर मूव के साथ कोई ना कोई थ्रेट. अब लास्ट मूव कुछ मूव उठा के देखो ना, यहाँ से देखो. लाइक e4 से स्टार्ट करते हैं, राइट? दिस वाज द मिस्टेक फॉर गुकेश. e4 इज अ थ्रेट, नाइट g5 इज अ थ्रेट, क्वीन e7 इज अ थ्रेट, क्वीन पे अटैक, क्वीन हटी, d3 इज अ थ्रेट, बिशप टेक्स f2 इज अ चेक, ये हटा, रूक f6 इज अ थ्रेट. नाउ यू हैव टू रिकैप्चर ऑफ कोर्स, नहीं तो यू विल बी अ होल रूक डाउन. If you do this now, b5 is a threat as well. It's like threat, 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 threat. आपके पास कुछ सांस लेने का टाइम ही नहीं है. No more time to play h3. h4 is interesting. I see it on the bar as well. But h4 के बाद मेरे पास knight h3 है, which says कि आप knight तो मार लोगे, but you have to damage your structure like this. And then I can go pawn takes c4, bishop takes c4, and the king goes to h8. And this is again completely lost for
भाई
Gukesh because the king is
he
so unsafe here.
he played b5, he played takes on e1, he played everything, yeah.
Yeah, भाई मतलब सब एकदम बढ़िया चले. I think Bluebaum has played, I think, almost a perfect game here.
Chat, by the way, do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. एक बंदे को देंगे diamond membership अगर 500 like हम पहुंचते हैं before the stream ends. So let's go quickly. We still have to support. Okay, I'm still praying for an outside chance. साहब भाई हमने air gambit करी, पूजा gambit करी, पर कुछ हो नहीं रहा है भाई.
नहीं, कोई और गैम्बिट लाते हैं अब.
अच्छा, न्यू ईयर न्यू गैम्बिट क्या?
हम्म
क्या कर
कोई नया
सकते हैं भाई?
गैम्बिट, न्यू ईयर न्यू मी भाई, कोई
और
नया
क्या हिला
गैम्बिट.
सकते हो साथ में आप? और क्या हिला सकते हो कान के अलावा? आई डोंट नो, ना खिलाओगे? आई डोंट नो.
टफ टफ चॉइस भाई, टफ चॉइस. Oh, he goes
By
knight
the way,
takes
he's
a5.
oh. Oof, that is moving in the wrong direction, is my first instinct, Sahaj. Right? Because the battle seems to be happening in the center and the king side, and knight a5 is moving in. Yeah, okay. I mean, what else do you do as well? Yeah.
Yeah, tough.
Queen
Queen
d8, bishop
d7 and
takes.
queen d8 is winning. Queen e5 is also winning.
Queen e5 looks very strong, very, very natural.
Thematic.
Yeah.
By the way, one quick look at the Pragg game because मुझे एक बार साहिल भाई से वापस पूछना है. इस
अच्छा.
पोजीशन में ब्लैक अगर रुक d7 खेलता है भाई तो इट्स आई डोंट नो. Do you see yourself losing Maggie's?
I mean, if he plays queen takes d5, like I see myself getting Maggie's. I mean, that looks very tempting. What do you think about that, Sahaj bhai?
भाई सीधा क्वीन ही दे दो ना, क्वीन d6 ही खेल दो.
नहीं यार, ऐसा थोड़ी मटेरियल थोड़ी देंगे हम.
मुदित
मटेरियल नहीं
भाई.
देंगे हम.
मुदित
हाँ.
भाई कुछ भी लिख रहे हो यार आप.
डू डू लेस. हाँ, कमेंट्री मैं कम करूंगा भाई, डोंट वरी भाई. वैसे भी इतनी सारी क्रेजी मैचेस हैं कि मतलब कमेंट्री करने के चांसेस उतने हैं नहीं. बाय द वे, नाइट टेक्स a5 के बाद अगर हम वापस जैसा
Look
आई
at
थिंक
this
यहाँ
by
पे
Rook
तो.
d7 played by Arvind, by the way. Just
अरे
wanted to make
यार,
this point here, ठीक है? Okay,
नहीं
going
चलो ठीक
back
है.
to
आई
the
थिंक
Gukesh game.
अरविंद, it's glad, I'm happy to see Arvind fighting here. I think that's very important. A crucial game, a draw, a comfortable draw from Arvind, not one where he's fighting for survival.
Yeah,
A comfortable draw will give him a lot of confidence.
correct. So now knight a5 and now, yeah, basically the queen moves somewhere. d7, d8 and queen e5 is winning. I like queen e5 actually the most because it protects b5, keeps your queen in the center. And ये knight a5 एकदम खाली, कोई काम नहीं है इस knight को. Knight c6 possible नहीं है क्योंकि रुक से मर जाएगा. Knight c4 पे वापस नहीं आ सकता, pawn है मेरे पास. It's like you're playing one less piece. I like queen e5 a lot.
I also like queen d7 actually, just attacking the bishop and defending the pawn
Hmm.
instantly. Like, just looks like a more forcing move somehow. I don't know how white tackles this actually. How do you tackle this? It's not clear to me.
Hmm.
Bishop move करोगे तो e4 pawn hanging है.
बैक
And
रैंक का प्रॉब्लम आ सकता है उधर.
exactly. So I'm not sure exactly what the solution is after queen d7.
Bhai, there is no solution, bhai. You're lost. Just lost. Queen e2 maybe? What's happening? Why is knight e4 working here? Knight e4, bishop e4, rook e6. Wow. Oh, wow.
Wow.
तो too much हो गया भाई. Yeah. Trying to
देखते हैं यार.
think यहाँ पे अगर एक fortress बन सकता है तो actually maybe yeah. In this position, if I was to play, wait, let me set it up correctly. I'll play king g1.
Okay.
You'll take here, I'll take there, you'll take here, I'll take there. You give a check, I go king f1, queen
साथ
f5
हाँ.
and a4. Is this a fortress? नहीं, it's not. नहीं, it would be losing. It would be losing. I was thinking takes के बाद I'll put my rook on f3 or something, but you sacrifice the queen on f3. That would be losing. By the way, he just made a move. He plays rook e f8.
ओह वाओ, भाई ही जस्ट बैक रैंक की तरफ जा रहा है भाई वो.
Hmm.
And now, for example, bishop b5, I'm guessing he's gonna क्या queen takes c4. I don't know. भाई साहब.
भाई bishop b5 queen e4 is too dirty भाई. Actually queen e2 से बच रहा है गुकेश.
Okay, knight e4 then maybe.
knight e4, yeah, knight e4 is good. That's just losing.
Come on, chat. Rook e8, Gukesh, can he create something? कोई trap तो होगा यहाँ. अरे 5 minutes for Gukesh.
Yeah, for 5 moves.
Oh my god.
So I'm asking, what if white gets a free move? भाई उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Even if you get a free move here, unless you have some threat.
By the way,
Because the position
great
is
question.
like very, very scrambled for white.
Great question by Mr. Skid. कह रहे हैं, will Gukesh hang Sukha King?
भाई वो तो हो चुका ना भाई. वो तो ऑलरेडी हो चुका है भाई. I think back
आओ
rank
पता
में
सूखा है कि
नहीं.
नहीं.
यार अभी तो वो जोक मारने में मजा नहीं आ रहा यार. It's just such a
सही
sad
बात है
position.
यार.
5 minutes, by the way. Less than 5 minutes now. By the way, Erdogmus is now better against man.
वाह, क्या बात कर रहे हो
भाई yes.
भाई. This is insane. If Erdogmus wins tomorrow, he's gonna be, in
मतलब फुल
extremely high
फोर्स के साथ आएगा वो
confidence.
गुकेश के अगेंस्ट. फुल फोर्स.
Exactly. I think this could be a nightmare for Gukesh. Like, okay, I mean, worst case scenario, in the last 4 games, you will have 3 losses. And a dogmas white pieces say in form, with confidence, with momentum. Like, if he somehow loses you, you are 1 out of 5 and you lost to a dogmas. You're like, oh no.
h4
Oh,
plays.
h4 played.
ओ भाई क्वीन e5. You know what the point is? ये एच g5 के बाद जस्ट एच g5 एंड रुक h6 से क्वीन मर रही है आपकी.
Oh,
दैट्स
that
जस्ट
is,
डिप्रेसिंग भाई.
this is dirty, भाई. This is real dirty. और कुछ है क्या यहाँ पे चलने के लिए?
नाइट f3 इज आल्सो विनिंग भाई. और बताओ.
What?
या gf3 रुक f3. कैन यू बिलीव दिस इज विनिंग फॉर ब्लैक?
Wow. No, I believe it's winning, but that means anything is winning. फिर तो क्या ही
या
चेस
भाई
खेल रहे हैं.
बेसिकली सूखा नाइट भी दिया मैंने, उसके बाद भी विनिंग है.
Chad, I think this has just been a bad game from Gukesh. And accuracy wise, अगर हम देखें, what's the situation? It's 96 for black and 88 for 0.9 for black, for white. Sorry, I mean, it's just been a bad game from Gukesh. No other justification. Yeah.
So, would it be fair to say that Gukesh is the weakest world champion in modern chess history? No, because he's only 19 years old. You don't know what his peak is going to be like. I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Bluebaum looks zoned in by. He is
भाई
going for
नाइट
the
h3
kill.
कह रहे हैं यश भाई. सूखा नाइट तो वो हुआ, उस बात तो सही है आपकी, पर उसमें भी विनिंग ही होगी भाई. gh3 रुक f3 स्टिल विनिंग भाई.
भाई सब कुछ तो विनिंग है. फिर 94 में भी might be blunder. हाँ, 94 is a blunder भाई. I found one way.
94, हाँ
94
94 तो
queen
तो
d5 check.
एक्टिविटी दे रहा हूँ ना, तो पॉन के अगेंस्ट दे रहा हूँ.
हाँ, 94 queen d5 check and white is winning. So there is hope, chat. What has age to do with the question? I think it's because Ding, for example, or anybody in the past who's been a world champion, like they're not going to play too much chess now. So their legacy is set in stone. Even Magnus is not going to play as much classical chess. So, but I think for Gukesh, he can still play a lot of chess and achieve a lot. So look at all the world champions in history. कौन सा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है जो अपनी लेगेसी चेंज कर सकता है अभी? Somebody who's playing now, right? कौन खेल रहे हैं अभी प्लेयर्स में से जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रह चुके हैं? I mean, Vishy sir plays occasionally, so Magnus also plays occasionally, and he's already achieved everything he can. So Ding or Gukesh ही बचे, and Ding of course doesn't play anymore. So Gukesh ही है who can actually still change his legacy and change
I
stuff.
mean, like
And also
very
he's
simple answer here is that 19 years, like chess में everyone peaks from the age of, let's say, 24, 25 to like when you are 30, essentially. That's when you peak generally, or maybe 35 as well. That's when you generally peak in chess. So वो peak अभी तक गुकेश का आया नहीं है. So unless that age is there, you will not know what his strength is like. That's why it's a very good argument for Gukesh.
and also I think of course like Gukesh has shown some signs of success in some events, but of course this event is not one of them. This has not gone his way, and his next few opponents are Erdogmus, Arvind, Hans, and Keymer. So this is not getting easy for Gukesh at all. I mean, Keymer is, of course, Keymer lost today, but he's a formidable opponent. His own second, world number 4. Hans Niemann will not make it easy. He has black against Hans. It's a golden opportunity for
By
Hans.
brilliancy.
Oh, wow. Wow, what a move. Queen E5. साई सूखा नाइट असल में यही है सहज.
Yeah, that was a beautiful move by Bluebaum, and now I think Gukesh is lost.
And I'm going to ask you a question, Sahaj bhai, objectively. Do you think it's happened at least 3 times, 4 times in this game that Bluebaum has played a move and Gukesh did not see it or did not realize how strong it is?
No,
Like
I think he
before
saw
that.
this, of course, but okay, you can't do much about it. You are already lost. So आप और क्या कर लोगे यहाँ पे? देख के भी आप क्या कर लोगे? You have to play H4.
Because the first look, Gukesh, I thought like he didn't see Queen E5. I thought so, but you're also right. देखेंगे भी तो क्या हो जाता है उससे कुछ होता नहीं है, like it's just lost.
The only person comfortable right now is Vedant. Look at him walking. He's winning, by the way, still against Ivanchuk. So great game, by the way, by him. And by the way, Faustino Oro also lost against Aydin Suleymanli. That's a huge result.
Yeah. Virad is, by the way, completely winning now. Like he now has a stable edge. So I think he will convert that. So uska stress ab kam hai. But Gukesh also is completely lost. Would love to know Bluebaum seconds. That's a good question. World Cup mein to I think Germans are helping each other.
Bhai,
Actually, for the candidates, which seconds does he have? We don't have any information at all actually.
भाई 2.5 मिनट पड़ा है गुकेश के पास 4 चालें खेलने के लिए. I think either he resigns or like, you know.
No, he takes on G5, and he resigns. I think that's when he resigns. He will take the knight, pawn takes G5. He's hoping he queen takes na jaye. I mean, of course, you try once, and then pawn takes ke baad you resign. I think that's where the game ends.
Yeah, agreed. If he doesn't take, then okay, like what else do you do? I think you could just resign here as well. 1 minute, under 2 minutes for Gukesh.
Yeah, I would say play fast, but actually there's nothing to play. I mean, look at the knight on A5, by the way. Imagine the knight being somewhere near the king, yeah, on H2, for example. I mean, that would change the game completely. So it's just
Chal hai Queen E5, bhai. I mean, people, I'm seeing a lot of like comments like Gukesh is not playing well and all of this. I mean, guys, you also have to appreciate how well Bluebaum has played and like his resurgence in the chess world. I mean, first with the Grand Swiss and now being invited here and then playing so well against the top players in the world. I mean, he's right now at 50%. Defeating Vincent Keymer, and his only loss was to Sindarov, and all the other games have been drawn, and on so many of them he was winning as well. So he's clearly not, the player that, he's clearly not the underdog anymore.
And he'll be on +1, Saj. So he'll be on third
exactly.
place with 5 points. ये दुख खत्म क्यों नहीं हो रहा है यार? आज तो खत्म नहीं होगा अनफॉर्चुनेटली. आज तो दुख थोड़ा बहुत सहना पड़ेगा. And
आज
now
तो बढ़ रहा है
apparently,
भाई, बहुत दुख हो रहा है अभी तो ये देख के.
And now you can even play Queen G3. That's the best move. Attacking the bishop, preparing, I don't know. Like this looks like 140 रुपए कर रहे हो आप. like knight f3, knight h3. Because
कुछ भी
knight
खेल
f3 just queen h3 is mate. No, if we take like knight f3 is just game over after queen
By
g3.
Queen G3 played also. Is that a
Wow.
brilliancy again?
No, it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Could be updated. Why you never know.
No, it's not a
Yeah.
brilliancy,
Gone
but
by 1 minute for the world champion for 3 moves.
I think he plays something and then resigns after knight f3. That's my guess. Knight f3 ke baad he will resign.
Hmm. By your logic, Sahaj, it seems everyone plays well only against Gukesh. No, I'm not saying that Bluebaum is playing well against. I mean, he did play well against Gukesh, but I think he's been playing well throughout. And there
Wow,
it
he
is.
resigns. He resigns. Gukesh resigns and he has lost another game, and this time to the candidate Matthias Bluebaum. That is a heartbreaking loss with the white pieces. And he basically got outplayed today, Saj. Like today, there was no one moment where he
For
blundered
sure.
anything. It was just complete demolition by the German, who is going to be very, very happy with today's game as he goes into the candidates.
For sure. And I think Gukesh will not be in the best spirits after this loss. For sure not. And also Bluebaum showing why he's a candidate.
Wow.
Wow.
Just wow, chat. Just
Insane.
wow. And to be honest, chat, मेरे हिसाब से I think this should be an eye opener for Gukesh, and maybe it will have a positive impact overall. But yeah, this was a hard game to watch, honestly, because just one way, like never did we have a single chance in the game, and Gukesh just got outplayed completely from start till end. So hard game. Meanwhile, one more Indian is Pragg, and he's facing another Indian, that is Arvind. And Sazbhai, I think after knight takes f3, maybe your Maggies will again go into the positive.
Yeah, but I think Pragg will play this for a long time. 4 versus 3 की end game. आपकी favorite end game आने वाली है भाई.
Yeah, true, true.
Knight f3 also not an easy decision because first of all, let's address the obvious. Arvind is a pawn down right now.
Hmm.
So the engine suggests कि takes करके go rook c7. Basically take the c5 pawn and give up the b7 pawn. Queen straight कर लो, and that endgame is a draw. And it's a very well known draw. But maybe in practicality, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, Saj. I absolutely agree. And I think ऐसे बहुत जगह मैंने एंड गेम्स देखी हैं, कुछ किताबों में मुझे याद है, I used to look at this end game जहाँ पे white with the pawn up would try to create chances. It would be a long, long game. So mistakes can happen. And also, both players have around 5 minutes to play 5 moves in. So this moment is ripe for a slight error by one of the players. Either Pragg makes a mistake and the game equalizes, or Arvind makes a mistake and it's like +1 for Pragg. That's a very solid foundation for a win for Pragg.
And also, we have 4 moves left, and Arvind having 4.5 minutes. So if he doesn't take on f3 now, then I don't think he will at all because he's not comfortable with this. But once you take on f3, then you're just playing for a draw. By the way, you can also just go queen g5, which is kind of like just finishing the game immediately.
True.
Kind of.
True.
You have to go queen e3 here, which is okay, just a draw.
Wow, man. This is extremely interesting. But yeah, Gukesh का दुख यार सहन नहीं हो रहा यार.
भाई, that's too much. क्या हो गई रैंकिंग क्या अभी गुकेश की?
I think he's world number 11 still. That doesn't change because the rating difference was high. If Pragg wins, however, then he will cross Gukesh, I think. So he will become the world number 11. But India के world top 10 में एक ही player again. And it's only Arjun at world number 6.
क्या जब स्टार्ट किया था तब 3 थे भाई.
Wow.
Could just be a bad event भाई. हो सकता है. Pragg has lost some 14 points in this event, yeah? Gukesh now 8 and Arjun at 13. So Pragg has lost the most rating so far.
And Nodirbek has gained 11.5. So he's doing pretty well. And if you check Arvind, Sahaj, Arvind has lost 12.5 and Erdogmus has gained 24.9. By the way, can we have a look at his game once? Because I think he's slightly better and his opponent has an only move right now.
And he has 15 moves.
Wow. What?
भाई 2 मिनट में 15 चले. Great that we came here, भाई.
If he wins, he's gonna cross Arvind.
Wow.
He's gonna cross Arvind. He'll be world number 37 behind Yakubov. He'll cross Arvind.
Why 25 rating he's gaining, yeah, so far. Insane. Yeah, this player is proving himself. He could cross 2700 in this event itself.
Tomorrow, Arjun and Vincent fight for world number 4. That's very interesting. But for me, it's Erdogmus and Gukesh. Because I think if let's say Gukesh wins this world championship, the next one could be this. Like, it's genuine possibility it could be this one.
Exactly.
I mean, and Sanjay, imagine Magnus Carlsen says, you are the best bet to become the next goat of chess in the world right
A
now.
lot
I
of
mean,
pressure though.
pressure, but also like if you are that person, if you have that mindset, I think it's a great boost.
भाई एर्दोगमस के पास भी 6.5 मिनट ही हैं 15 चाले खेलने के लिए, चौरस भाई विल गोइंग टू सी बोथ ऑफ देम
हाँ
जस्ट जंपिंग ऑन द बोर्ड राइट नाउ.
हाँ, लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन. आई थिंक बिकॉज यहाँ पे किसी के पास टाइम नहीं है. एंड आई एम ग्लैड कि वो था ना, एक लॉ ऑफ मोशन था क्या, बॉडी एट रेस्ट रिमेन्स एट रेस्ट, बॉडी एट मोशन रिमेन्स एट मोशन. तो डॉगमस पहले से ही मोशन में है बिकॉज ही नोज कि कितना फास्ट खेलना है अभी.
By the way, Arvind just not gonna switch the board, but Arvind has taken that bishop on f3 and played queen g5. So he's played the best moves. Position is completely equal in Pragg's board, but he's a pawn up. He's trying to win. Let's stick here and see how they reach 40 moves. By this will be crazy.
वाओ.
Pressure
क्या
देखो भाई Erdogmus पे. Yagiz is I think feeling nervous. He's definitely nervous here.
he is, and it's not looking great, chat, by the way, for Thai Dai Van here. Bishop, best move played by Erdogmus. Now, 14 moves to play in 2 minutes. 7 minutes per move. Chat, question to you. Will he make it? Yes or no?
No भाई, no
Will he make
chance.
it
What are you
alive
saying? भाई वो
without
2 मिनट है,
blundering?
अभी अभी 15 सेकंड सोच रहा है भाई, क्या कोई चांस ही नहीं है आपके पास?
भाई चलो.
Does he realize there's 14 moves to be played? There's no chance you'll make it.
Bhai, look, of course, look at him
Thinking
panic.
half a minute.
Bhai, come
What?
on, move. Come on,
I
move,
just
brother.
play something. You'll lose on time.
Play some. Bro, he took 40 seconds for this move. And he, oh my God, I can't believe he took that much time.
125, 30, yeah, 41 seconds, bhai. Crazy.
Bhai, he's gonna lose. Like, there is no way. There is
30
no
moves
he
to be
makes a.
played in a minute and 24 seconds.
Okay, I mean, he's not gonna make it. Yeah, every move is a threat by Dogmas. Like, every move has the forcing thing to do. He's not gonna make it. No chance.
भाई वो
रुक
वो
A3.
घड़ी लिखते लिखते ही 10 सेकंड हो गए, उसको
भाई
उसको
रुक
लिखने की
A3,
जरूरत नहीं
चल
है यहाँ पे.
भाई 1 मिनट. भाई 13 मूव इन 1 मिनट कैसे खेलोगे? इट्स नॉट फिजिकली पॉसिबल. चलो.
He thought for 18 seconds. I think his problem is he's writing on the score sheet. Don't write right now.
भाई हाँ,
अच्छा,
now
he's
he's
just
not.
doing
Now he's
the.
not. Chat, does he make it? Yes or no? Come on, spam kar do. Does he reach the time control? He has to play 12 moves in 66 seconds. That is 5.5 seconds per move. Assuming like 0.5 तो clock दबाने में ही लगता है. I think it's 5 seconds per move.
Crazy.
He does without being completely lost. Yeah, I mean that's an obvious if. ऐसा नहीं queen down और moves खेल दी like that. वो तो कोई भी कर ले फिर.
हाँ, of course. Why? I don't think he will. Like, you are really overestimating the chances here. Knight f6,
Yeah,
okay?
I mean I don't think
1 minute,
so.
bhai.
I, come on, चलो भाई 7 सेकेंड. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Bhai, no.
15,
50 seconds to play
16,
12 moves. No chance.
17, 18. भाई, he took 18
Okay.
seconds for that move.
Mistake again, by the way, in this move. And now Erdogmus is clearly better. Rook c4 is the move, but okay, very difficult to play that.
भाई 5.5 सेकंड थे, 18 सेकंड ले लिए इसने. Now he has to
हाँ.
play 11 moves in 49 seconds. That is 4.5 seconds per move.
तो इवांचुक वाला जो रील था ना अभी, आई थिंक इन द
हाँ.
चैलेंज सेक्शन, I don't know if you saw this, but he played like some 4 moves, like in some 13 seconds or something like that. Then it became
Oh,
like
but
a
that
huge thing.
is still manageable, no? This is like 11 out of 49.
Hmm.
Oof, come on. Erdogmus looks more excited than, by the way, he also doesn't have much time, but come on. What is he doing? He's like, खेलूंगा नहीं खेलूंगा, खेलूंगा नहीं खेलूंगा.
Back and forth, back and forth. Plays bishop a6.
Just light it up. Come on,
Decent
play.
move.
4, 5 seconds he took
Okay,
for this move. Okay.
first move he played really quickly.
Yeah, he took 5 seconds, pretty fair. But now what? Oh, blunder! He's lost.
Rook b2 is lost.
That's what we told you, Chad. That's what we told you. It's impossible to play this with time. It's over. Yeah, rook takes b2. How did he blunder rook takes b2?
Even bishop e6 is winning. Even bishop e6 is just winning. Like simple moves are also winning.
But what is knight f5? Isn't it just plundering everything for free?
Just wants to take on. I mean, b3 knight was attacked, no? So he just wanted to defend it.
Wow.
Apparently, you have to play knight a2. Okay, who's gonna play knight a2 here? Right? Or rook a8 actually is another move. Only move there was.
Okay, I think it's designs, yeah?
No. Abhi to time ho gaya. He's going for the b2 pawn.
Rook b2 is game over actually, chat. भाई राइटर हो क्या, कितना लिखेगा शीट? नहीं भाई, ऐसा नहीं है. I think it's habit. It's force of habit. Used to writing the moves, so not writing it feels weird, essentially. You feel like the move is incomplete, if that makes sense.
Right.
Oh, but by the way, we can see Max Warmerdam laughing. Yeah, look at him. He's smiling. By the way, Anish bhi aa gaya, Arbiter bhi hai, Max bhi hai. They are looking at each other.
Erdogmus is looking super nervous. Bhai 9 chale usko bhi khelni 2 minute mein. Let's not forget. Takes on b2.
Oh, wow.
Best move. Blunder. Queen b4. Only move. Queen b4 is winning now. Just one move.
Oh, he thinks he blundered. He's winning. What? He thinks he blundered, but he's winning. Oh my God. He has no time to calculate. Oh, wait, he thinks he's losing. That's insane.
Oh, Max Warmerdam is also like smiling there in the back.
Queen b4 is winning for him. By the way, he has no time. 1 minute 36 seconds. He has to play quickly.
Why play Queen b4? Otherwise, this would be a huge like. There it is. Queen
wow. Bro finds it. Bro finds it.
37 seconds. He's gonna lose on time. No way he's coming back from this.
He takes. Okay, one move was easy.
25 seconds. 7 moves still remaining. Oh, rook b1. Take on b1 and bishop b5, and it is GG. Back rank pe mate ho rahi hai bhai.
That bishop on e5 is such a monster, by the way. Yeah, that's his designs, yeah?
Oh, bhai, bishop a2.
Oh, but okay, bishop b5 also works, no? Like everything works.
But bishop a2 is dirty.
So chat, he didn't make it, yeah? He didn't make it. So, I mean, 5 moves, 20 seconds. Now the time is not the factor. It's the position itself. It's completely lost. It's designs.
18 seconds. 5 moves still remaining and he's dead lost.
Wow. Oh, over. Khatam. Resigns. Peace gaya. And इसके साथ ही Erdogmus will go to 5.5 in second place. He has a genuine chance of winning Tata Steel if he beats Gukesh tomorrow. If he wins against Gukesh tomorrow, he will be in first place. Tomorrow is a mouth-watering contest, Sahaj.
Absolutely. And Erdogmus is in really, really good form. By 5.5 out of 9. And the leader is at 6 points. So he's only half a point behind. And let me remind you, this guy is 14 years old.
Just unbelievable shit, yeah, to be honest. Can we go to the Pragg game, Sahaj? Because I think we can see Thai Dai Van. He can't believe what just happened. He's still shaking his head.
Yeah. For sure.
By the way, Pragg is plus 0.67 now. I don't know if that means something.
But it's a theoretical draw, bhai.
ये theory वोरी मत बताओ यार. Practical बताओ Sahaj भाई. Practical में कुछ है क्या? कुछ बन सकता है क्या?
I mean, वो खेलेगा. I think थोड़ा लंबा चलेगा ये मैच. But yeah, draw ही है भाई. ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं, sadly. Pragg वो मैच चेक करके वापस आ रहा है. Okay, let's focus on this game now.
Wow. Damn, that was crazy, by the way. Like I I'm still in shock भाई, क्या बंदा है Erdogmus. He's just insane. And I'm gonna check his live rankings, ratings, whatever. Yeah, he crosses Arvind and now is world number 38 with
Wow.
2688 and 30 points gained. And you know how many world rankings he's gained in the last month, like this January?
Some
You want to take a
50,
guess?
yeah?
Chat, your guess. कितनी world rankings gain करी है उसने? Take a guess. Come on, chat. Any
Is it more than
guesses?
50?
नहीं, I'm talking कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. Who knows कितना है? Could be less, could be more. Any guesses? Come on, chat. कोई तो guess करो भाई. 67 कह रहा है कोई. 50, 18, 20, 43, 18, 132 ranks
Oh, bhai.
he's gained. And I want to read out the ages to you of till his world rank, which is 38. Look at the ages chat. Okay, the world ke top 38 players hai. Listen to the ages of these players because look at basically draw here. So let's listen to this. 35, 38, 33, 21, 21, 22, 22, 31, 26, 32, 19. That's Gukesh is an exception. 20, 56, 27, 29, 42, 20, 34, 22, 43, 40, 35, 35, 22, 31, 26, 21, 35, 35, 30, 24, 23, 28, 38, 24, 25, and 14. And you
I
know,
missed something, but फिर से बोलो ना.
I think
I
आकाशवाणी
miss
एक ही बार
I
होती है
missed what
साल
you
में.
were saying, bhai. I think I could. मेरा इंटरनेट ब्रेक हो गया.
It's okay भाई, वो इंटरनेट ठीक करो आज भाई.
Oh, अच्छा अच्छा.
And the next non-adult player who's like 18 or below is world number 96 Abhimanyu Mishra with a rating of 2629. Itna difference hai, and that too is 16 years old, not 14.
Hmm. कोई पूछ रहा 42 के बाद क्या था?
38
Oh,
by
that's
38.
funny.
38.
By
By
the
the way,
only
only move for Arvind.
भाई obviously भाई चेक आ रही है ना.
अरे यार क्या यार सादे मजे तो लेने दो. बन रहा है ड्रामा
चैट में
बनाने.
बोल रहे हैं they missed it too. चैट आपको कुछ सुनाई मतलब when he was saying all of this did you hear everything? I don't think I did. I think साहिल
Didn't
भाई का
यार.
इंटरनेट गया था उधर. चैट would you agree with me yes or no?
नहीं, इट्स ओके भाई. आई थिंक कई बार लाइफ में कई चीजें एक ही बार होती है. जैसे आपका पहला प्यार एक ही बार होता है. पहली व्हाटएवर फर्स्ट चेस गेम पहली बार ही होती है.
See chat is
फर्स्ट
saying yes
ब्लंडर
भाई. Chat is saying like nobody
फर्स्ट
heard it.
ब्लंडर फर्स्ट ब्लंडर पहली बार ही होता है. यू कांट हैव द फर्स्ट ब्लंडर अगेन चैट.
Hmm. सहज भाई is telling the truth. हाँ भाई. फिर से सवाल प्लीज. चैट बढ़िया है.
चैट तो बढ़िया भाई. Now Pragg thinking, I think the only resource he has is check. He plays it, and now of
King
course रुक को वापस
C7.
आना पड़ेगा, है ना? You can't allow रुक D2, I think.
Yeah, he'll go rook b2. But okay, like Pragg knows it's a draw. I think Arvind also knows it's a draw. But वो Pragg slowly खेलेगा यहाँ पे, trying to build his chances.
दूसरी बार बोलो यार. बोलता हूँ मैं भी बोलता हूँ. रुको रुको, अभी उम्र बढ़ेगी ना फिर बोलूंगा भाई.
Guys, why enlighten us? Is Erdogmus intuitive or calculative? By I think like when we were looking at the game, you saw that moment where it was very obvious that Erdogmus had not seen that move, that knight a4 jo jiske baad he was giving that very visible expression, yeah, that he had missed this move and he couldn't believe it and all of that. But still, it was winning for him. So that gives you proof that he's a very good intuitive player. And I think you don't get to this level without being an excellent calculator as well. So I think he's both. A very, very special player for sure. भाई 2011 में मतलब बेसिकली
By the way, Pragg has 30 minutes, so time की कमी तो नहीं है life में, but position wise doesn't feel like much. Chad, by the way, among all the games, I think this is the only one apart from Anish's game remaining in the Masters. Anish की game भी equal लग रही है, so that will end in a draw. Vedant's game we can have a look once, because I think काफी simplify हो गया वो game, Saraj bhai.
Mm-hmm. So exchange up still can capture the g3 pawn, but somehow he's not comfortably winning anymore. Maybe some chances for Ivanchuk to hold. Takes on g3.
And apparently you have to play
टाइम बहुत है लेकिन इवांचुक के पास.
king takes g3 for some reason was better. So obvious why. Because queen takes feels natural, right? You take with the check.
King f8, best move. Queen f3 I like, just to stop any checks, and then you advance with the rook. But Ivanchuk is playing extremely fast actually. Maybe he's trying to get him in time pressure.
Oh, 100%. Like, that's the only hope he has. कोई random stray check miss कर दिया, repetition आ गई, h5 pawn मर गया. If h5 falls, I think it might as well be a draw then. So I think good chances actually, relatively, for Ivanchuk to hold this as they were, let's say.
Yeah, he
half
was
an hour back.
completely winning before though, but now I think it's looking like Chucky has made a comeback.
Yeah. So going back to Pragg game, by the way, rook d1 played by
My only
Arvind.
mufti, by the way.
So you have to create chances as Aravindh. It's still tricky actually.
Yeah, rook a2 looks like an interesting move here. This is sack this pawn, and I'm seeing the follow-up. It's actually not that simple. You give a check, white plays king d4. You give a check, white plays king e3. So completely giving up the pawn. Apparently, if you go king c6, white can go rook a8 and try targeting these pawns. Or maybe even start with some f4, e5, f5 business. The thoda complicated hai position, maybe.
Yeah, there is some venom for sure. I think there could be a race, yeah. Matlab, I give c5, maybe grab one of the king side pawns. Then I start pushing the e pawn. You push the b pawn. Then the f pawn joins, and it could be a situation jahan pe white, because white takes the pawn with the rook and the pawns on the king side promotes. So could be a race here potentially. If depends on how much risk both players want to take, especially Pragg.
Yeah, sure.
If Pragg is okay with taking some risks, allowing the b pawn to move forward, maybe there is some potential, but it will involve some risk. It's not exactly winning otherwise. Let's see.
अरविंद तो बोर हो रहा लग रहा है.
I don't think bore. I think वो just stressed है यार actually.
I don't think
Silly
stressed है
stress.
भाई. ये तो this position is a draw. I think okay, because it's a rook end game.
But without the b and c pawns, I would say he would be much more confident. Okay, pawns hain, it's always going to be tricky, I think.
Yeah, I guess. Good point. Maybe Pragg plays f3 and you'll start giving some checks. But basically, Arvind is playing for two results. And if we look at this like logically, Arvind is going to give this check. White's king is going to go to b5. That this is what's going to happen most likely, right? So iske baad, your rook is stuck defending g2. I'm assuming you'll play f3. You're stuck defending g2 and it's also stuck defending this file. क्योंकि जैसे ही rook b2 से हटेगा, I'll start giving checks. So the only real try that Pragg has is to play rook a2, rook a8 and just going for these pawns. Apart from this, he cannot try even. I think that's what he's calculating right now.
या मोदी जी ने आज एक बल्गेरियन में ट्वीट किया है, सो आज थोड़ा क्रेजी दिन तो है। साज में
हाँ बोलो।
मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक्चुअली क्या चलना चाहिए।
सहज भाई के बाद आप चुप हो गए?
हाँ मतलब जिस डायरेक्शन में जा रहा था उसमें ना जाऊँ तो बेहतर है, तो मैं कुछ और सोच रहा था एक्चुअली।
अच्छा,
कुछ और सोचने लग गया फिर मैं।
लिख दो भाई।
नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं लेखक थोड़ी हूँ।
चैट पे लिख दो।
By the way, crowd is now pretty empty. I think पहले भरा हुआ था। I think अनीश का गेम चल रहा है, maybe that's where the crowd is, but
अनीश का भी एकदम इक्वली है, ओके। फेडोसिव इज ट्राइंग देयर बट इक्वली है वो भी। What do you think if one of Erdogmus or Faustino Oro will be GOAT? Who do you think? समझा नहीं भाई आपका क्वेश्चन, बट आई थिंक Erdogmus is looking very promising right now for a 14-year-old. It could be the youngest 14-year-old to break 2700. Youngest player I think ever to break 2700. भाई 268 कितना है?
2688 or something, I think.
2688 मतलब
टू
he's
सिक्स
only
एट एट
12
यस
points away.
या कल जीतेगा तो आधे मिल जाएंगे उससे।
हाँ 2694 हो जाएगा वो, उसके बाद 4 राउंड और है।
ओ बाप रे।
3 राउंड और, बट या दैट्स क्रेजी।
हम्म।
2688 Anshul bhai, because 2687.9. When you round it up, it's 2688. 12 points away from breaking a record of chess. Yeah, I'm not so sure Pragg sees any merit here. Body language wise, I think he feels worse. Like he feels like it's equal. नहीं, देख के नहीं लग रहा आपको प्रग की मतलब बॉडी लैंग्वेज से?
अरे
लुक्स
यार।
लाइक ये क्या कर दिया मैंने, ये भी ड्रॉ हो जाएगा। एंड रिमेंबर चैट, प्रग हैज बीन मेकिंग आई थिंक 6 draws in a row, 7 draws in a row.
But not much he can do. Yeah, I mean he's not making any major mistakes.
But he's a
He
defending
had
champion.
Yeah, but he had a terrible start. No, 0 out of 2. When you start with like the tournament is very unlikely to go in your favor. I think the best you can do is finish in the first half of the standings. After that, and he still potentially can do that. Like just a couple of wins in the next 4 rounds, like he could do that still. So yeah, I mean, and he's playing what? He's playing Hans, Vincent, Sindarov, and Forest. Oh my god. His next I think he has the strongest last 4 round opponents in this tournament.
हाँ भाई, Vincent is like, I mean, because Vincent has not had the best form, I mean, that feels the safest here. Jordan also is on 5.5. Sindarov, of course, like वो तो कब हमेशा ही risky है. Hans, of course, is very risky as well.
आज की स्टैंडिंग्स ही देखेंगे हम स्ट्रीम करके, चैट थोड़ा डिप्रेसिंग होंगी मुझे लग रहा
हाँ भाई, मत ही देखो।
है ना?
प्रग भी एक्चुअली थोड़ा वही लग रहा है, डिप्रेस ही लग रहा है एक्चुअली देख के पोजीशन। आई थिंक ही नोज इट्स अ ड्रॉ।
या हाँ, तीसरा वाला बंदा तो नहीं था, हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब कह रहे हैं। सो या दैट्स इवन वर्स। मतलब देयर वाज नो एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर्स, इफ यू कैन कॉल इट दैट वे।
अग्रीड भाई।
या या साज भाई एग्री, आई थिंक वो गेम ही ऐसी है ना।
या करेक्ट। जस्ट एन
आई थिंक व्हाट वी
ऑब्जर्वेशन।
कैन डू इज वी कैन, आई मीन, yeah, we will of course stick with the game, but think I'm just looking for, maybe we have alternate games to look at also. As of now, it doesn't seem to be the case.
And now I think he's just thinking about how can he make progress. And I think there's not an easy way to make progress here, unless he plays really slow, like Rook C2. I don't know. But then King C6 and you're fine. You can't play Rook B2 again because there's a check and you lose the pawn on C5. Cannot really. It's very hard to come up with a plan here for Prague.
I think Saj, maybe the solution is, lies within the NM mindset.
Hmm.
The entire universe lies within the NM mindset, I feel. So there is
हम्म।
some potential there. If you think
भाई
like
आप
an
तो
NM,
आज तो आपने मैग्नस को भेजा, आज तो एनएम का ही दिन है।
वही कह रहा हूँ, if you think like an NM, then a result can happen. It could mean playing rook d2 here and losing the rook, but you get the result.
हम्म।
So NM mindset is your last resort, but it
I'm
gets you what you
surprised
want.
किसी ने अभी तक चैट में पूछा नहीं कि साहिल भाई, if you play this position against Magnus as white, would you be able to draw?
I think so. Yes. I mean, I would love to try actually. ये position उठा के, but I think so. Yes. I mean, I don't know how Magnus beats me here actually. We can try to play this as well. Let's play this. ठीक है? That'll be a good test. You can play as black. I'll play as white.
No,
ठीक
it's
है?
fine भाई।
भाई खेलते हैं ना आज भाई.
भाई why should I defend this? Like also मेरे पास इंजन है ना भाई, तो it's not easy।
तो मेरे पास भी है.
तो फिर खेलने का पॉइंट क्या हुआ?
इंजन वर्सेस इंजन.
फिर तो ड्रॉ ही होना है ना। शायद भाई, इज फॉरेस्ट और फॉरेस्ट? फॉरेस्ट है शायद। इट्स देयर्स टू इज फन फॉरेस्ट।
Anybody joining in भाई. आज गुकेश हार गए. बहुत दुख हुआ उसका भाई. गेम का.
क्यों याद दिला रहे हो
स्टार्ट
भाई,
में
मत
जीत
याद
के.
दिलाओ। 18 minutes for Prague. Maybe a last minute check. King b5 is a good move, but I think I can just go rook c1 anyways. And yeah, maybe you should go f3 as well.
I like f3 because whenever you start to move with the king, majority of your pawns are
Just to
defended.
get everything together and defend
And
f7.
all.
You move the rook.
Wait, what?
भाई, I think कुछ हुआ।
नहीं कुछ नहीं हुआ भाई. I think you'll disconnected. I think. हाँ.
हाँ, मैंने जो भी
So
बोला आई थिंक वो आया नहीं।
हाँ वो होता है भाई हमारे देश में कई बार. मैं कह रहा हूँ कि यार मतलब F3 के बाद क्या है कि एक तो आपके दोनों पॉन्स एक लाइन पे नहीं है. सो अगर ब्लैक को कल को G2 मारना है फिर F3 के लिए एक और चाल वेस्ट करनी पड़ेगी.
हम्म।
So it just makes it difficult to capture and also defends E4 and G4. So then I can make a run for it somehow with the king or the rook. I don't know, rook A2, rook A8, yeah, whatever it is. So
हम्म।
F3 feels very logical. I think that move should come instantly.
check।
कहाँ दिख रही है चेक भाई? मुझे दिख नहीं
I'll
रही.
give a
है ही
check on
नहीं.
c1 भाई after f3।
अच्छा आप खेल रहे हो. अच्छा ओह मैंने कहा यार अरविंद तो बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है तो मूव कहाँ से आ गई.
यश
चेक
भाई एक
पे.
सवाल पूछ रहा है भाई चैट में।
ब्राइट का. एक्चुअली आई डिड हैव अ ब्राइट करियर भाई. जस्ट नॉट इन चेस दो. बट वो ब्राइट ब्राइट से आके चुंदिया गई थी यार.
हम्म।
सो यू नो
आखिर क्या?
चुंदिया गई थी.
ओ अच्छा।
और क्या सुनाई दिया भाई?
कुछ नहीं भाई।
बोल दो.
कुछ नहीं भाई, मैं जस्ट कंफर्म कर रहा था, थोड़ा इंटरनेट का इशू है ना थोड़ा।
अच्छा
आई
अच्छा
जस्ट
अच्छा.
वांटेड टू
इंटरनेट इंटरनेट.
गेट लाइक एक बार वापस जैसे वो रेटिंग का भी बोल रहे थे, एक बार वापस बता दो। मेरा इंटरनेट खराब है, मेरा इंटरनेट खराब है भाई, क्या करें।
होता होता. होपफुली आपकी भी आंखें चौंधियाएंगी कभी साज भाई तो आप समझोगे.
आंखें क्या?
चौंधिया की जाएंगी
हाँ
आपकी
ओके
भी.
ओके, गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट।
This position against Stockfish 17.1, a little easy to hold. I mean, with white, Stockfish will probably end up winning. I'm pretty sure. Uh, but Stockfish का ऐसा है ना कि like it'll not make a single minor error. Yeah, मतलब it's just by the way, Rook C1 only move.
Oh, he played f3 king b5 क्या? Okay, got it. But rook c1 looks normal also, no?
हाँ, you might be tempted by Rook G1, but okay, F3 के
Hmm.
बाद तो it doesn't make sense. Maybe you're right. Yeah, Rook C1, Rook
Why
D4,
can't I play like f6 or something? Then king c4 back and Pragg is almost winning.
and एक मैगी मेरी. Wow.
Bhai, this is crazy that the pawn is on f6, Pragg is winning. What?
But
लेकिन
makes sense, no? King walk कर जाएगा E6 तक तो makes a lot of
हाँ,
sense.
ऐसे करके। तो मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि अरविंद बोर्ड पे क्यों नहीं है? कब से बोर्ड पे ही नहीं बैठा हो? भाई आप कौन से
I
स्टेट से हो इंडिया से? भाई अभी मेरे लास्ट जोक से क्लियर नहीं हुआ आपको लग रहा है? बट दिल्ली भाई, दिल्ली।
वही साज भाई की आंखों में कभी प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ ना दिल्ली में, बिकॉज दिल्ली में हवा इतनी खराब है कि धूप पहुंचती नहीं है धरती तक, तभी
हम्म।
उनकी आंखें कभी चुंधाएंगी नहीं। अगर वो बाहर के रहे होते तो थोड़ा प्रेशर पड़ता आंखों पे। क्या हो गया साज भाई? हैव यू नेवर फेल्ट लाइक, हैव यू नेवर लुक्ड इनटू सन, ऐसे आंखें खराब हो जाती हैं, ऐसे कभी लगा नहीं आपको? क्या कर रहे हो साज भाई?
कुछ नहीं भाई।
Yeah.
और
By the
रुकी
way,
वन ब्लंडर।
oh, makes a mistake. Okay, not a mistake exactly, but now some chances. Bhai, it's a Hindi word. It's a word. I use it in my general vocabulary.
किसी ने भी डाउट नहीं किया कि वर्ड है कि नहीं। लेट मी
हाँ.
जस्ट क्लैरिफाई दैट फॉर यू।
Uh, by the way, F3 has to be played because rook b4 there is rook e2, and I don't think you can save the pawn in any other way. So F3
ऑफ
makes
कोर्स।
sense.
बहुत जल्दी खेल रहा है लेकिन आई थिंक अरविंद।
अच्छी बात है यार. It's good
इससे वो
because
आपकी मतलब इट्स गुड ना, बिकॉज आंखें फिर वो।
no, because I think that shows कि he's confident of the position.
हम्म।
And confidence is what I'm looking for, yeah, here, मतलब from Arvind. But the problem is कि गलत मूव ना खेल दे.
मैं आई डिडंट नो इट्स अ वर्ड एक्चुअली।
It is the word. It is the word, भाई. Made up थोड़ी है भाई. Okay, now rook a1 is apparently the idea.
मेरे को लगता है एक बेट करते हैं जिसमें आई थिंक ये वर्ड आपको 100 बार बोलना चाहिए स्ट्रीम पे।
नहीं नहीं, it's okay. I think जिस हिसाब से रात के 11:07 हो रहे हैं अभी,
हाँ हाँ।
धूप है ही नहीं. There is no sun. So no risk only ना कि आंखें खराब होगी.
हम्म।
So it's all good.
वर्ड ऑफ द डे है तो भाई। रुक डी वन प्लेट बाय द वे।
We can do over of the day situation sequence, by the way. If अगर हिंदी किसी को सीखनी है, we can improve that. But meanwhile, rook d1 played.
So he's just playing the waiting game essentially. Vedant, by the way, has some chances. He has 8 minutes on the clock. Just taking a very quick look here. He's attacked the queen. Black. Agar, oh, apparently he's winning now. Only move for Ivanchuk is to play queen h6 to have something in the game. Otherwise, he's lost. So Vedant could very well take down a former world number two. Hai.
See, queen h6, queen h4, queen d2 resigns. Khatam. This is how you lose.
मैं just यश भाई का कमेंट पढ़ रहा था।
यश
आई
भाई को भी
एग्री यश भाई। यश
लगता
भाई।
है एक बढ़िया सा बैन जरा चखाना पड़ेगा. कितने का बैन होता है भाई मैक्स लिमिट? तो देखें. 24 घंटा बस.
यश भाई अगर मेरे तो होता तो भाई दिस इज आपको एक मैगी मेरी तरफ से भाई।
फिलहाल के लिए, बाय द वे, मूव, कैन वी गो टू द प्लग बोर्ड अगेन? नो
श्योर।
मूव्स. चलो भाई, चलो जल्दी. Vedant is my friend. Let's go. Yeah, he's gonna beat Ivanchuk. Mindset. No, no, I think and then mindset deeper than that. Well, Anish and Fedoseev have drawn, so that is over. The only game remaining in the Masters is this one. It's Pragg versus Aravindh.
Which is also most likely headed towards a draw, but Pragg is doing that last minute check.
By the way, Rook b4 is apparently plus 0.8.
Rook b4 here.
Yeah.
Rook
And Rook
d2.
d2 would be a blunder
Yeah.
because of e5. And apparently it's lost.
Oh, rook f4. Nice.
Bhai,
Nice
it's over, I
idea.
think. I think Rook b4 खेल दिया. I think Arvind loses.
Hmm. Played. Let's
ओहो
go.
भाई, +1 मैगी होने वाली है मेरी, मुझे लगता है.
No, I think f6 though. I mean, if he sees e5, rook f4, he will play f6 here.
But f6 के बाद then king c4 maybe, and then I have some.
But
Ooh.
then rook d2, na?
No, maybe I'll play rook b2 back first, and then I'll try
Huh,
to
then
go for
rook
that play.
c1. I'll stop you from playing king c4 altogether. Rook c1 here.
Hmm.
Only move by the way, rook c1. Interesting.
You have to stop e5 here, so rook e1 also works. Yeah, f6 works. You cannot allow e5. The question is, does Arvind see Pragg's plan? He has to.
He has half an hour to figure it out, basically.
Did he game finish? Yes. This is the only game remaining. So Gukesh lost to Bluebaum. Just a great game for Bluebaum there. Gukesh basically got crushed, to be honest, with the white pieces. Then Arjun had a quick draw versus Hans Niemann. And Vedant Panesar is defeating Ivanchuk right now. And this is the final Indian game. Looks like a draw, but I would say only white is playing for a win, some chances. Still no clear decision from Arvind. It's not an easy one because ideally you don't want to push f6 because as we discussed, king c4, king e6 ka idea ho sakta hai d5 ke through. So he has to make sure that in no circumstance, no zugzwang, nothing, that the king can somehow reach d5. If the king comes to c4 back and d5, then it will be lost after f6. So it's a committal decision. Pawns don't go back. So he might just choose rook e1 in case he does see the e5 idea. But rook e1 is not the best defense. Then rook a4 and apparently white is again much better. So it's not looking as comfortable for Arvind as it was a while ago.
Correct, bhai. Someone said welcome to the... That, be honest, did you know this word existed? Be honest, like...
जिसको नहीं पता यार, come on यार, you can't be serious.
I feel
You
like
have to
it's shoot.
know these words. See, चार को पता था भाई. Come on.
कुछ और ऐसे वर्ड्स हैं आपके पास आपकी वोकैबुलरी में?
होंगे यार, बट वो ऑटोमेटिक निकलेंगे, ऐसे ऑन डिमांड नहीं निकलते,
Hmm.
नो लाइक मेरे को टेकू हिंदी मीडियम का $5 का सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं है ना भाई, सो यू नो इट विल कम अपने आप से.
Of course, Kulachi is a good school. They taught Hindi very well. They had great teachers. Yes, भाई. Agreed. ये तो मानना पड़ेगा भाई. आप भी कुलाची से हो गया वैभव भाई?
Salva, serious question.
भाई मतलब you are a CM, no? Candidate master. It's like it keeps
is
writing itself.
is the position actually tricky, or are you just hyping it up so Saj bhai doesn't fall asleep?
Hmm.
I don't know, bhai, actually.
Bhai, I'm not falling asleep here for sure. Like with either color.
Sounded like an
Sounded like an
improvised word to me.
improvised word to me. Would you agree with that, Sahil bhai? Do you think that
नहीं
statement
भाई,
is correct?
नहीं भाई, the word is real.
थोड़ा इम्प्रोवाइज नहीं है कहीं से भी किसी और से इनको इंस्पिरेशन नथिंग लाइक दैट.
नहीं नहीं, आई मीन जिसने बनाया उसने इंस्पिरेशन लिया कि नहीं ये मुझे पता नहीं, बट मैंने इंस्पायर नहीं हुआ उस वर्ड से.
Okay, so 25 minutes for Arvind. F6, basically an only move. I'm guessing Arvind missed this idea of E5, rook F4. Very easy to miss this, yeah? And I think he doesn't want to play F6 because उसके पास पहले भी option थी. Like somewhere here after rook d1, rook c2, he could play f6 here. Not rook c2. After king b5, he could play f6 here. But he chose to not do it. Plays rook e1 and wants to keep his pawn on f7. So this is why I'm guessing he doesn't want to play the move f6. But he's essentially forced to right now. So he has to do some new calculation here, which may not be like super comfortable for Arvind.
And he played the last move very quickly, right? So he had a format set up. ये खेलेंगे तो ये खेलेंगे तो ये. But this rook b4 move has somehow brought a new position that he has to consider. And now e5 is a big threat. E5 and rook f4. Because if f7 falls, then g7 falls, and white's pawns are further advanced and would be much more deadly than anything black can do.
Hmm.
किसी ने कहा ब्लूबर्म लंदन में चेक करने लग गया था एक सेकंड के लिए.
भाई नो ब्लंडर. आई थिंक ये गेम एकदम एंड तक चलेगा. बट आई थिंक अरविंद विल और शुड बी एबल टू सेव दिस. आई थिंक ही इज डूइंग हिज लास्ट बिग थिंक. 23 minutes. f6 is the move. And because आप e5 rook f4 देख रहे हो, you just don't want to allow it. भाई अगर rook e1 खेला मैंने यहाँ पे, तो क्या हो रहा है? rook f4 बोला आपने, right?
हाँ. And if rook b1 check, then the king goes to c4 apparently. That's very strong. Because now I have rook d4 to interpose apparently on d4 after king d5. Okay, it's not easy.
Yeah, looks very, very difficult. Deepak Sen from the vertical stream is saying, I do not play chess. I don't know why I'm watching a stream for the past half an hour. भाई यही होता है chess में. I think when you start getting into it, then you don't know why you are into it. And
क्या नाम
slowly
बताया आपने
that's
साज भाई?
how Deepak Sen.
Deepak bhai, I think take a guess on how long before Arvind plays his move. कितना time वो और लेंगे before he plays move? Just for context, he's been thinking for 7.5 minutes. साज भाई ब्लिंक नहीं करेंगे अब.
Blink twice.
कर दिया भाई एक.
बड़ी मुश्किल से अपनी हंसी रोक के बैठा
दूसरा.
भाई.
If both rooks disappear, I think white is winning. Very
White
likely.
is winning for sure. 100%.
Rook d2 is losing, yes, because you're trying to grab g2, which is not relevant. Rook d2 बाद e5, rook f4. You will take g2, I will take f7, and then the e pawn will run. Still no moves.
Twenty-one minutes. Rook d2 looks actually rook d2 is lost. RMG Manoj ji. The rook d2 के बाद you are winning the g2 pawn. That is true, but यही threat Pragg लगा के बैठा है यहाँ पे. You will play e5, and if you take this, then I have rook to f4 targeting this pawn. And ये check के साथ मर रहा है. और उसके साथ और pawns भी चले जाएंगे. तो this is going to be lost. आपको बाहर दिख रहा होगा. It just had a huge jump there. So this is the trick that Pragg has created.
हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब एक अच्छा सवाल पूछे हमसे अभी कि 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 क्या सवाल पूछे वो साज भाई? वो पूछे पूछे कि कि I don't know a positive way to frame it, भाई.
Oh, did he just make a move?
नहीं भाई.
No, I didn't.
He just walked.
Hmm.
Alpha walk. सहाज भाई अपना ही फन कर रहे हैं भाई. अच्छा है कि साथ में कभी लाइफ में बोर नहीं होंगे, मतलब कभी भी यूट्यूब तक कोई भी खोल के खुद ही फन कर सकते हैं खुद से. बढ़िया है, अच्छा है.
Guys, could you share how Gukesh must be feeling horrible right now? Losing with white is always depressing. Doesn't matter who you lose to. But in this case, it does matter, yeah, because it's a candidate and it's the player who is the sort of the lowest ranked, at least on paper. And that is a horrible feeling. I think I cannot even imagine.
Sir, are you buying land in Panvel for farming? Hmm. Good question actually. टमाटर उगाने का शौक हमेशा से था मुझे, बट मे बी अभी नहीं. मे बी इन द फ्यूचर.
मेरे दिमाग में वही शब्द घूम रहा था. I will look it up actually if it's true or not.
क्या? Oh,
Now,
rookie one played.
mistake. So he doesn't push the F pawn.
Hmm.
But इससे कुछ हो नहीं रहा because if he goes rook a4, then okay, only move here for Arvind is king d7.
Even
By
that's
the way, rook
tricky.
e1
Rook
was the
d.
best move, chat.
Yeah,
And
even that's
Pragg, I
tricky.
think उसके पास ज्यादा टाइम होता ना तो शायद कुछ ना कुछ ट्रिकी निकाल लेता है, बट 13 मिनट में आई एम नॉट सो श्योर.
भाई आप सर्च करो ना, वर्ड है कि नहीं.
आई थिंक आई लाइक कि मुझे नहीं पता कि ये वर्ड है कि नहीं. इट जस्ट
पर
मेक्स
आपको
इट मोर
पता है
फनी
भाई,
फॉर मी.
इट इज अ वर्ड.
हाँ, बट वो तो आप कह रहे हो ना.
नहीं भाई, मैं नहीं भाई, जिसने हिंदी बनाई है वो कह रहा है. चेस में आने का रास्ता है, जाने का नहीं. ओह भाई, हैशटैग रिलेटेबल.
क्या बात है. भाई मैं 2 मिनट में आ जरा वर्ड सर्च करके बी राइट बैक.
हाँ, 2 मिनट में ऐसा कौन सा वर्ड सर्च करने वाले हैं साहज भाई? आई वंडर, जस्ट वंडरिंग. मीनवाइल रुकी ऑन के बाद प्रग इज थिंकिंग. 12:30 मिनट है. आई थिंक रुक b2 इज वन मूव, जस्ट डिफेंडिंग सेकंड रैंक. यू कैन प्ले रुक a4 ऑल्सो. आइडिया है कि भाई बस किंग को उठा के d5 लाना है, आई थिंक, एंड स्लोली पुश दीज किंग साइड पॉइंट्स. Come on, Pragg. You have to play quickly, otherwise, I think maybe he has more chances than he think he has, is my guess. Maybe he thinks it's a dead draw, but maybe there are some chances. Like it's possible to underestimate your position here. Results by depressing है भाई. Gukesh lost, Arjun drew, and इनमें से एक तो हारेगा ही या दोनों ड्रॉ करेंगे. So Vedant is no longer winning. Wow. So Vedant is now drawing the game. Apparently he blundered in the last move. So वो भी आधा पॉइंट गया. साल भाई इंडिया में होके और कहाँ होंगे भाई यार? तो पता ही है मैं कितना पेट्रियोटिक हूँ यूजली.
यो भाई,
हो
आई एम
गया
बैक.
साज भाई?
हाँ भाई, हो गया. रुके फोर प्लेड. सही टाइम पे आया भाई मैं. एंड नाउ किंग d7 एन ओनली मूव, या और ओनली मूव टेरिटरी एटलीस्ट.
By the way, Vedant is not drawing.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? लेट्स टेक अ
हाँ,
क्विक लुक.
he blundered.
अरे यार, दैट्स सैड. ओह, दिस एंड गेम इज लॉस्ट. अपेरेंटली दिस वाज द पोजीशन which was winning, and here he had to find king g3 and king f4, whatever that. He has to take the f5 pawn, not the h7 pawn. So he went for rook f7, and this is now a draw. Very weird draw though.
Yeah, so ये draw में हो जाएगा. So let's go to the Pragg game again, and heartbreaking for, of course, Vedant as well.
Yeah, pura game he was dominating. And bishop g6, remember that move, bishop g6, that's going to hurt him now. That sacrifice he had +5, it was completely winning, and it would be finishing the game in style. Raj bhai, do you expect dancing moves from Erdogmus tomorrow? Oh, bhai, matlab, I don't know what I expect tomorrow, to be honest. Like, Erdogmus has been in spectacular form, and Gukesh का event
You
नहीं
know
है.
what you expect though. You kind of know what you expect tomorrow, yeah? दो ही चीजें हो सकती हैं. There are only two things that happen tomorrow. ड्रॉ तो होने से
दूसरी
रहा
चीज
कल
क्या
भाई.
है?
ये ड्रॉ तो होगा ही नहीं भाई. ड्रॉ तो कोई चांस नहीं है कल.
हो सकता है भाई, बिल्कुल हो सकता है.
नहीं होगा ड्रॉ. नो चांस. Like Gukesh is tilted like crazy. Dogmas is confident like crazy. Like draw, to I can give you 1:2 odds for a draw tomorrow. Literally, I'm that confident.
It will be, I think, a challenge for Gukesh for sure. Because this is not looking healthy. By the way, the follow-up here is very tricky for Aravindh. He could actually falter here. Chad, what do you think will happen tomorrow if you had to predict a result? Erdogmus versus Gukesh. Erdogmus playing with the white pieces. No, Gukesh is black. Yes, bhai.
वही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना.
What's your? I mean, is it though?
Hmm.
Yeah, आज भी तो Gukesh white था लेकिन.
Huh. I also feel he was pushing. Like if he really wanted a draw, he would have found it.
Yeah, true, but he's playing like how he normally does, yeah, creating that imbalance and trying to outcalculate his opponent. It didn't work today, but he's gonna play for a win regardless of the color.
Hmm. True. Hmm.
Think draw Pragg का तो चल रहा है भाई.
Still no moves from Arvind. 15 minutes now.
And now it's very tricky because he apparently his best move is king d7, which I think is being played because you want to defend the f7 pawn in case rook ऐसे आता है. So king d7, white can go rook a7, attacking this pawn, and king c7 would be losing because rook a8 and the king is too far away. You have to give a check, king c4, and rook b2 or something. Yeah, but still a draw, I think. g3, yeah, it's
But
still a
this is
draw, I
hard,
think.
yeah. But this is very hard actually.
Yeah,
I don't
hard,
know.
but still a draw. Well, it's harder than before, though, for sure. Yeah, so some problems for Arvind. Maybe Pragg can overcome this. It would be Pragg's first win, by the way, of this event.
An important one. जैसे अनीश ने थोड़ा momentum gather किया है ना, we Pragg can also do the same. It will be very helpful if we can
Exactly.
win this.
Yeah, Anish, I think, is more or less like back on the at the top. So right now it is Nodirbek who has 6 points, and then Sindarov, Erdogmus, and Jordan who are on 5.5. So three players are sort of right behind with half a point difference only.
Hmm.
And then Bluebaum and Hans are on 5.
And the highest Indian is on 4, right?
Yeah, Vincent.
अरे इंडियन भाई, विंसेंट
हाँ, highest rating बोला ना आपने?
हाईएस्ट इंडियन ऑन
Ah,
4.
that is on 4. Yes, that's true.
मैंने कहा
Arjun.
विंसेंट कब से इंडिया
And
में आ
Gukesh
गया.
also. Okay, actually, technically, Arjun is high rated, so that in both ways it works.
साहिल भाई, EU India trade deal European will get cheaper cars. Bro, I don't know how to drive a car, so I don't know if that helps me in any way. So, do you know how to drive a car, Sahil bhai?
Say again?
Do you know driving?
नहीं भाई, never learned.
देख लो भाई, हम दोनों कहीं जाएंगे हैंग आउट करने, तो उबर ही मंगानी है भाई.
Check. Oh, mistake from Arvind.
Why
Slight
it's
inaccuracy.
plus slight name more than slight. It's plus 1.3 now.
What does that mean? So king c4. What's your answer? Rook c1 check.
Rook c1 check, king d5.
Rook d1 check pe. I think you have rook d4.
Rook
Okay,
d4.
that could be winning actually.
Rook c2 I think is the best try now. And now
Ah,
white plays rook a8. Oh, it's winning
okay.
actually. It's plus 2.5 suddenly after rook a8.
अरे wow. Rook g2 पे. Rook g8
Yes.
very important. Not rook f8. But Pragg के पास भी 10 ही मिनट है. This feels a lot like that game of Nodirbek and Pragg,
Hmm.
where
Hmm.
there also the king was super active on e4. I remember, and that's how Nodirbek won basically. So it's
Hmm.
like um, Pragg sort of lost a drawn position, drawn rook endgame, and now he's sort of winning a drawn rook endgame, which kind of makes sense.
Hmm. But yeah, it's gonna be hard for Arvind. Yeah, he's on 2.5, by the way. So I think there's nobody else on 2.5 actually, even before this round. Yeah, actually, there's nobody. Can we have the standings once? I think it's
वो
Thai Dai
देख रहे
Van
हैं
on 3, and I think Arvind is in last place at 2.5.
By the way,
Yeah.
king c4 played.
Okay, let's go back to the games. King c4 played. So great chances of Prague to win now, and also gift me a baggie. साज भाई किसी ने सुपर चैट भेजी है एंड 40 रुपए में लाइफ का आंसर चाहिए हमको. सहज भाई, व्हाट इज सक्सेस इन लाइफ?
To be happy, to be content with who you are.
So
But
are you
इसका
content, Saj bhai?
yes, exactly. It's my second favorite word from that starts with the letter C now. फर्स्ट वाला आप तो पता ही होगा, आप ही ने सिखाया.
मेरा लेकिन फर्स्ट ये है भाई, कंटेंट.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. I think it check on cloud. मेरे को check cloud से check कर लेता हूँ. I think it's losing though. Should be.
Okay, but I can still make a mistake though. I think so. It's not over, but yes.
Looks promising.
Do you think Arjun starts winning freestyle championship because he's recent from Rapid Blitz and a few weeks ago top 5 he won? I mean, of course he will
Yeah.
have chances, but आपको Magnus को हराना है.
My
So
Pragg
it's
is
not gonna
winning.
be easy.
It's winning.
He's
It's
winning, yeah?
officially winning. Yeah, it's +3.
Yeah, I thought so. It's just over,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I think you are winning a Maggie भाई. एक तो
Let's
सिल्वर लाइनिंग
go.
आपके लिए आज के दिन के.
Silver lining and yellow Maggie. Bhai. Let's go +1. But Arvind के लिए बुरा लग रहा है बहुत यार actually. 2.5 is -4, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
Losing this endgame also has to hurt, why?
He
Like
plays
4 moves ago, it was 0-0-0 from
he
what I can
plays
see. But
Thai
it is
Dai
lost
Van
now.
tomorrow, Sajbhai. So tomorrow, if he wins, he'll be off this last rank. But if he loses tomorrow, he's gonna be in last place by 1.5 margin potentially, which is gonna be
Wow.
insanely hard. So tomorrow's game is super important.
Hmm. Vedant, by the way, still in a drawn position chat. I think not much has happened there, but I think he will try to push. But and Ivanchuk, I think his best hope is Ivanchuk makes a like a blunder or something. But otherwise, it's a draw.
साझे में 2 में आया.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. So King C4, 10 minutes for both players. Arvind is objectively lost. I'm guessing with some King D5 pushing the pawns like this. Maybe Rook B2 is a possibility. But then because our pawns are situated very nicely, you can also go for some rook 8, rook g8 ideas. Stockfish is showing black can defend this position after a few moves. No, bhai, I think it's not. I just looked. Depth like 30 पे मैं गया था. It's lost actually with correct play. Right now king c6 is the best move, but then rook a8 is the winning move. So it is technically lost right now. You can stop with king c6, but then rook a8 only move, by the way, to win. And you give a check, only move again, king d4, rook d1 check, only move again, king e5, and then you have to play rook c1, which, okay, it's also a very difficult move to play rook c1 here, but somehow here white is winning. Apparently rook f8 is the move. It's also very difficult to play all of this with little time on the clock. Like Pragg के लिए यहाँ पे ज़्यादा risk नहीं है. You are already a pawn up and you're gonna collect at least 2 of these pawns, and then ये pawns बहुत dangerous हो जाते हैं. What about b5? b5, I think it would work, but the problem is after takes, your king is too far away. Also, there's rook b4. That's the simplest. Yeah, rook b4 check. Because you'll end game king pawn ending is lost, and you cannot capture with the rook because there's rook a7 check. Again, I'm taking this pawn. King is too far away. So you have to play rook b7, just say king pawn ending area, and that's also lost. Yeah, that's why b5 is not working. Like in an ideal world, अगर ये pawn traded होते तो ये king h7 पे बैठा रहता and black f6 खेल के just wait करता. And that's a theoretical draw. I'm guessing just जब ये endgame आई तब Arvind just became sort of confident, okay, maybe a bit overconfident कि ये कुछ भी यहाँ पे draw है, which is understandable, and that was his mistake. Trust me, it's gonna be draw. भाई नहीं कर रहा trust आप पे भाई, ये position lost है और Pragg जीतेगा. He's already objectively winning, and he has more time on the clock too. Sajan Sahil, what do you think Arjun's chance for winning freestyle championship considering his recent performance in Rapid and Blitz championship? And a few weeks ago, he was top 5 in all format. Yeah, I think good chances overall, but also you have to see how this tournament finishes for him, because I think it's a matter of hunger, it's a matter of your form. So I think sub Indian players mein utni, I mean, they're not looking like they are in form right now. I think it's like it depends on various factors. But right with this form, okay, it's not looking very promising. But Arjun ki wo jo World Rapid and Blitz wali form thi, like, yeah, sure, he's one of the favorites for sure. How does Pragg manage rook end games every time? That's the question, because like he when he's, I mean, every time it's some end game and वहाँ पे Pragg थोड़ा सा मतलब grind करता है. And I think he's done really well so far. It's not draw. I mean, this is like Magnus like quality, yeah, because it's not draw until it's a draw. जज भाई, चेस में लाइफ लाइन होनी चाहिए कि सी द स्टॉक फिश आस्क जीएम फोर्स और ड्रॉ तो भाई रिमूव करो ना उसमें से. फोर्स और ड्रॉ डजंट मेक सेंस. वो तो फिर विनिंग लूजिंग पोजीशन में मैं ड्रॉ कर लूँ, फिर गेम खेलने का पॉइंट ही क्या हुआ. आस्क जीएम दो इज नाइस दो, और आज स्टॉक फिश इज वेरी नाइस एक्चुअली. It would make things interesting. Actually, he gives a check after some thought, and I think Pragg will play king d5 without much thought, because if you put the king anywhere else, then I can give checks again. King d5 का फायदा है कि if I give this check, then you have rook d4, blocking everything, and maybe then I can try that e5 rook f4 wala plan to target the f7 pawn. But Pragg is thinking right now. Let's see what he plays. Does Erdogmus look like he's going to be the next Magnus? I think you should not. I mean, I don't think any player should aim to be the next Magnus. I think you should just be, the first Erdogmus in that sense, or the first Gukesh, or the first. I mean, you should never try to emulate another player. Also, it puts unnecessary pressure when he's only 14. Like, I think he's just enjoying and he's having a good time and he's playing amazing. 5.5 out of 8 is I mean, I did not expect that whatsoever from him. That's amazing. And I think Kal ka match could be like one of the biggest for him, because he's playing the world champion, who's not in form, who just lost to Bluebaum with the white pieces. So he knows if he plays a good game, he can potentially take down the world champion, and that's huge for him. My intuition says just take the king towards black pawns. That's correct. Yeah, king d5. And also to block the checks. If you give this check, then I have rook d4. That is the best move in the position here. Who do you think will end with the highest peak rating till 30-35 years of age? Gukesh, Pragg, or Arjun? Mm, rating wise, or first, like strength wise? Pragg maybe, yeah. Pragg maybe. Arjun as well, actually, I think. I don't know, but they're very close to each other. But I would say Pragg probably because he has the most. I mean, he plays very slowly, and that's a good quality in elite chess. Have I seen Judith Polgar's series? No, I haven't actually, but I did hear about it. Apparently, a lot of people in the chat spoke about it today. But I'll check out the trailer. Apparently, it's coming out this week. Yeah, in 2 years, Gukesh will be out of 20. भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? ये तो मैं comment ही नहीं पढ़ूंगा भाई. इतना no chance. His strength is definitely 2700 and above. Right? What are you saying? Of course not. Do I think Gukesh will defend his title? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think I told you. Besides Fabian Hikaru, I think कोई भी और Gukesh के साथ खेलेगा तो Gukesh is a favorite. Well, at least a slight favorite for sure because he's had the world championship experience. जो और किसी के पास नहीं आया अभी तक. And Fabi के साथ also like he has a very good record. Person like one-on-one record. So सिर्फ Hikaru बचता है. And Hikaru winning the candidates. If Hikaru wins, then yes, I agree. Hikaru will be a favorite. But apart from that, I'm not so sure. I think he will. End games are so tough 0.0 to 1.6. By also, I don't know if you remember the match of, I believe it was Anish and Nodirbek. No, Nodirbek and Sindarov, I think it. No, Anish and Sindarov it was. जहाँ पे king pawn ending थी. And it was 0-0-0. Then I think Anish makes a blunder, which is -5 straight, and Sindarov doesn't see it. And it's not even rook pawn ending, it's king pawn ending. That's the simplest form of any end game. So um, yeah, endgames are tough. They're very complicated at times. What's my rating? Like 2476 is my current rating right now. But improve hogi bhai. Stay tuned. Earlier you said Gukesh reached the point he has till now doing what he's doing, but it is time to readjust the approach because he's doing badly. Or does he keep maintaining the style? I think you keep maintaining your style and you find the right balance. Like for Arjun, you can see it the most clearly. He, like for example, the risks he takes, it has to be proportionate to the opponents or the style of your opponents, the strength of your opponents. You have to take risks accordingly, and I think same applies for Gukesh. You have to take risks in a very calculated way. So you keep doing what you do, but you balance it more, basically. Of course, easier said than done. मतलब बोलने में अच्छा लग रहा है, but yeah. By the way, King D5 played best move in the position. 6 minutes for Pragg and 7 minutes for Aravindh. Aravindh, I think, realizes now this is looking tricky. It's not as simple of a draw as I thought before. I'm guessing he missed that idea of e5 and rook f4, which I think is very understandable. And as soon as you see this, you're thinking, okay, now it's serious. Now I think I'm done. And you can see from Arvind's body language, he does not think that this is a good move. And by the way, rook c2 played. From the blue arrow, you can see rook a8 only move for Pragg to have any chance in the game. If he plays g3, it's gone. And he plays it by 1 second minutes ho jao immediately. And now, by the way, if flag goes rook g2, again an only move. Rook g8 is what you have to play. Rook f8 is also slightly, I mean, it's still good, but rook g8 is the critical move. Rook g8 is +2. Rook f8 is like not even +1. So rook f8 में draw सकता है. Actually, rook f8 आप नहीं खेलोगे because I have check and rook d7 and I defend the f7 pawn. So rook g8 makes more sense for sure. You push the g pawn ताकि मेरे king की entry आ जाए e5 f6 से, and then it's winning for me. I think he's winning, yeah. I think if he sees rook g8, it's over. That's my take. 2.5 out of 9 is tough for Arvind. Yeah, bhai, it's very tough. And also not a single win there. So definitely hasn't been the easiest event for him. And now he's not even 2700. So yeah, that's not simple. ये भी नहीं बोल सकते भाई रेस्ट डे तो कल ही था. So Yeah, it's looking tough for him. What happened in Gukesh's game? Gukesh's game was a bit sad. He got basically outplayed with the black pieces against Bluebaum Matthias, candidate. And yeah, it was just a one-sided game. Yeah, I feel like something went wrong in the opening for him, and it just felt like Bluebaum was better throughout. So maybe my guess is that he misremembered some of his prep and just didn't get a chance to find his footing throughout the game. And Bluebaum played a fantastic game. You have to give it to him. Even you see Rukjet bhai because I showed you. I think otherwise it's not easy to see moves like that. But yeah, Rukjet is a simple move, to be honest, to your credit. But if black plays g5, then rook g7. I mean, the follow-up is also not so simple. Yeah, check, king here, rook d7, I'm guessing. Then there is king f6, and that's just over. Welcome back, Sahil bhai.
Yeah, bhai. So things only got from bad to worse. Yeah, I think king has walked up. Rook has gone to the 8th rank. G2 pawn gaya, but rook f8 is incoming. So feels like Pragg is on path to potentially win this.
At 4 minutes though. Just 4 minutes on the clock.
Oh, I just noticed that. Wow. But okay, 30-second increment. I think good chances. Sahil bhai, what is Mokla?
No idea, bhai.
Should I Google this or avoid it?
I also avoided the previous word you told me.
Anyway, that's a word.
I still have my doubts.
Ask ChatGPT bhai. Meanwhile,
यही पूछूंगा ChatGPT से.
and chat, meanwhile, I think rook
Oh,
f8
rook f8
best move to
blunder.
get. Wait, what? That
I
was the best move, no?
नहीं rook g8 was the best move. Chat, you were saying rook g8 मुझे भी दिख रही थी. I told you it's not so simple. This was the critical move. And now Arvind has a golden opportunity to make a comeback here. And that is rook d2 and rook d7, which is not difficult. It's the only way to defend the pawn on f7. So he's back, essentially.
Easy though.
I think so, no?
I'm trying to
I
play
mean, for
around a
sure you're
bit.
playing king e5 now. You're not playing king c4. That makes no sense. And I go rook d7. Apparently, rook d7 is losing because of rook g8 again. तो f6 चेक पहले देना है आपको. और ये अरविंद के लिए भी बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, टू हिज क्रेडिट.
And if king b4, then what do you play after rook d2 check?
rook d2 चेक के बाद क्या खेल रहे हो आप?
King c4, sorry.
नहीं भाई, किंग c4 तो नहीं खेलेगा ना वो. किंग
Just to
लाइक
understand. But check
by
played. Check
all of
played.
this effort, rook d7, and you're playing the same position with one pawn less.
No, but I have rook
He
g8
plays rook
now.
d2 check, by the way. We'll see it now. I think he's playing king e5 for sure. For sure, I think he's playing king e5.
But
किंग
king
सी फोर
b5,
में
I
रुक डी
think.
सेवन भाई. सूखा पॉन मर गया ना जीटू का.
Maybe I can still push. I don't know.
See, I
e5.
told you.
Ooh.
I told you,
King
भाई. Like
e5
no.
played.
Now, by the way, f6 check is very hard for Arvind, because to not play rook d7 is a very difficult decision here.
Apparently, after f6 check, the crucial move for white is like king f4. And that's still giving good chances. Because after king f4, the only move for black is king c6. King c7, sorry. King c6, sorry.
King c6, yeah. To rook f7 पे g5 check. Oh, that's actually difficult. Very
g5.
difficult, actually.
Very difficult.
King here, rook here, check, king c5. भाई ये फाइनल पोजीशन भी कितना डिफिकल्ट है जज करना. लाइक मेरा बी पॉन है, आपके ई और जी पॉन है. सो डिफिकल्ट टू प्ले दिस.
Yeah, and b5 only move. I
He
think,
plays rook d7 भाई. Mistake. And Pragg
yeah.
finds rook g8 now. Now he's winning again. उसको पहले रुक g8 जाना चाहिए था. But yeah, maybe both players miss this.
And I think overall, I mean, this endgame was going to be difficult, Saj. I think it's more doubt tiny. This endgame
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be easy. And in practical terms, when you have less time on the clock, you will make a mistake. It's just eventuality. It's when it happens is the question, not if. It's very there that you defend such an endgame with precision throughout, no mistakes. And you saw Pragg's body language earlier, right? He was like, okay, बहुत बार जोक किया था हमने साथ लेकिन Pragg क्या लग रहा है विन करेगा. But now you see the body language. He's pumped up, yeah, sitting up straight, back
Yeah.
straight,
He feels
focused.
it. He feels he's winning now.
Yeah. And the best move is now g5, which already, I mean, then you have to play rook f8 back. And black is in zugzwang actually. What do you play as black? G5 rook
Uh,
f8, like you're literally in zugzwang.
G5, rook f8. Bhai, Zugzwang is crazy here. Rook f8 is the only move here or what? Yeah, only move.
Yeah. But it's a very normal one. And now rook e7 only is the move which
Is
maintains
it?
protection of the pawn, but king f6. And now you resign, yeah?
Hmm.
So I think you can just resign in 2 moves from now, actually.
No, no, no. He's not
Because,
gonna resign in 2 moves.
but like G5, rook f8, what do you play? It's over, I think.
Okay, but you sack the pawn and you still play on.
Maybe king c6 you play, actually. That's a move. Yeah, king
Yeah,
c6.
for example.
Check, king b5, king f6. Now what though? It's again kind of zugzwang.
Rook d3 आया था. King f7. That's also
Rook
losing.
d3, but king f7, rook f3, king g6, and should be lost. Rook f4. Oh, only move is okay. It's still deep, but Achha, Arvind didn't lose, but we lost Sahaj Bhai himself.
No, no, I'm back, bhai.
So Sahaj Bhai, इतना I am back तो Terminator भी नहीं बोलता भाई.
भाई crazy हो रहा है आज internet मेरा. Hey, bhai, did you hear about Nepo's prediction for about candidates? नहीं भाई बताओ.
ये किसी रशियन जगह पे उसने बोला था क्या? Because I would have heard about this. By the way, king
Oh,
c6, another big blunder.
I think he's going for g7 and then black is gonna take c5 and Arvind thinks के मेरा pawn ज़्यादा fast है, which he's right, but there must be some way to win this as white here. I'm guessing it's not gonna be easy though. Yeah, only one move
By the
here,
way,
king
it's
f6,
still tricky, yeah. I mean, still gonna be
b5.
tricky.
Ah, you just have e5, e6. Tempo आ रहा है भाई.
Hmm.
The big miss I think by Arvind here, provided he takes on g7, that is.
Of course he will, yeah. I can't
Mhm.
imagine doing anything else now. ये live position ये chat. This is the live position. Nepo says the favorites to win Sahaj Bhai are Pragg and Fabi. I mean, it's not a big surprise.
Takes, king f6. But yeah, I think I'm not really surprised by that. I'm surprised he didn't say Hikaru, because he's also for sure one of the players who's at the top.
Usually, it's always personal rivalry. Also, yeah, it's not just objectivity. I think even for top players, how your relationship, exists with other top players will affect your predictions, for example. So I wouldn't go too deep into it. He said Hikaru has decent chances. Fair. Saib, it's your favorite country to play? Netherlands, by amazing country. Amazing. If I only played Netherlands, um, I would gain 50 points, 100 points a tournament. So great
Mhm.
country. Okay, King
I feel
F6
the
only
same,
move.
but probably like France. Yeah, France में
Oh,
जब भी खेलता
France
हूँ
has
like it's
been
amazing.
horrible for me. By God, I
For me,
can't
it's
even
amazing,
start.
bhai.
It's been horrible for me, France. The first tournament I played in France was amazing. उसके बाद से बस डाउनफॉल ही चल रहा है मेरा. फ्रांस की अगर रेटिंग मेरी जितनी गई है हटा दो ना तो मैं एफएम तो बन जाऊंगा मिनिमम.
Bhai,
मिनिमम.
I think a
Like,
resignation incoming. E5, E6 is just lost. I think he missed E5, E6. Yeah, maybe because the pawn is
but
pinned.
even Rook F7 is winning actually. So it's not really a
Yeah,
big
but there
miss.
you have to calculate more because of queen ending में जा रहे हो. Like takes b4 and I'm queening first. You have to calculate here, right? You will
Hmm.
push. I mean, firstly, like okay, sure you're winning, but firstly I can go queen b3 check and I can take this. Yeah. Oh, actually, queen b3 check, but you have to see queen e6. Why? That's not simple.
Okay, but that is obvious,
Queen
no?
f.
Queen F5 check.
Why? But you
It's
have to
not.
see this from this moment after b5 rook
Ha, but I
f7
like.
के time पे सोचना है आपको ये.
But I think even I can calculate that Saj by. Like it's not too complicated. No,
Why
once I
I'll.
reach this position,
But if you
I
see all of these moves and then you see e5 e6 simple, you'll play e5 e6.
of course,
दो
of course,
चाल
of
का
course, of
threat है ये
course.
तो.
Of course. But I think Pragg has seen that. Like even Rook F7, he can calculate till Queen F5 easily. So I think at the end a miss from Arvind overall. And with this, Arvind's gonna lose more rating points, Sahaj. Like this is just not turning out the
Hmm.
way he would have wanted. And he's gonna drop I think losing another 4-5 points, he'll go like wall number 43 or 44 or something like that. So his Olympiad chances are taking a big dip, by the way.
Yeah,
His
for
chances
sure.
of qualifying for the Olympiad, I would say, have gone down drastically now. Would you say he has no chance of making the Olympiad team now?
Depends when is the cutoff for the
I
qualification. Like what?
think it was
When
either March, April, May, or April, May, and June in
he has
2024.
Pragg
Like these.
Masters, he has some events still, yeah, to make a
Yeah, I think
comeback.
Pragg Masters is the last chance. He will have to literally gain like 30 points minimum to 30, maybe 25, 25 at least, I can imagine. Maybe cover up some points here and then 25 points there, and
Hmm.
going to be hard. E5 played, by the way, best move. And I think this should be a cold shower for Arvind. E6 is just saving another tempo for white because attacks the rook. And this just should be resignation, actually. And we might end the day just, shy of midnight, Saj bhai.
True, bhai.
And for Pragg, the first win. Actually, this just shows, yeah, matlab you have a very bad start and just you hold fort, you will get that opportunity eventually. And tomorrow he plays hands. I mean, maybe he can, you know, create a sort of comeback here with a couple of wins in the last 3 rounds.
Hmm.
Vidit will be smiling at home. Actually, Vidit should be smiling. I think there is no competitor, honestly. I think Vidit will make it to the candidates list. I mean, as long as he has enough games, so I don't know what that criteria is. There must be some certain number of games you have to play, which Vidit likely would have played anyways, because he played the World Cup and so on. So the Olympia team is 95% confirmed now. I think it's going to be Arjun, Gukesh, Pragg, Vishi are likely not playing. Then fourth will be Nehal and fifth will be Vidit. I think that's pretty much the Olympia team for us in
Hari?
2026. कुछ
All
बोला
players
सर?
are 2700 and above, no?
Yeah. All players are.
Yeah.
Because
That's
Hari Krishna
the.
has lost rating. Arvind is losing
Hmm.
rating. SL is not even close, actually. Uh, where is SL, by the way? Wait, what?
SL has dropped a bunch of rating actually recently. Spoke to him some time ago.
Why is he below 2626? Because I don't see his name. That would
Yeah,
be.
why he is. He is below that.
Wait, what? Why he's 2608? I can't believe that. Wait, what?
Yeah,
भाई look at his rating
2608.
losses in 2025. जैन में 9 पॉइंट गए, फेब में 16, अप्रैल में 21, मई में 3, जून में 1 वापस, जुलाई में 2 गए, अगस्त में 2, सितंबर में 4, अक्टूबर में ही वन 26 एंड देन लॉस्ट 1 and 7. Like he's, oh my god, I can't
Why
believe
he
that
was
actually.
2598 also at some point, 2591 as well.
Wow.
So he was 2694, yeah? 269, no, 2698 in his peak.
Wow. I genuinely thought SL would be like a contender for the Olympia team. What is
Yeah.
your
I mean,
rating,
he's
Vishal bhai?
very
यार, my
solid, yeah.
rating is 200. So, I mean, I am not really a chess player, so to speak, but फिर से नहीं बता रहा भाई मैं.
अब तो भाई प्रणेश आ गया ना टॉप 100 में.
Hmm. Pranesh है, Aryan still there. Pranav भी है, रौनक भी है. But in terms of candidate, in terms of Olympiad, I think the list is pretty much confirmed. The worst thing somebody can do is now lose, like among Nihal and Vidit, just play like a bunch of classical events and lose a ton of rating. Uh, Arvind with an outside chance, if he can finish off well at Tata Steel still, I think there is still chances for him because he's playing Pragg Masters. वहां मौका मिलेगा, वहां पे he will have slightly easier opposition, तो 2650 वाले और player होंगे, he can beat them, gain some rating back, confidence back, and that might push him back to the top. Uh, but 95 to 98% team is solidly done. India will have one team because only the host team gets more than one team, and that's usually when it was taking place in India. But दो team open और women की किक होगी. By the way, King D5 played last try.
Yeah. Now F4, F5 and then you push E6. अभी E6 नहीं खेल सकते आप because there is Rook D6. You take this, I take this. That's the point. F4, F5 खेल के अब you can play E6 basically. Then also you're gaining a tempo.
Or
Both players
F4
are
just rook
basically on
F7
minutes
actually.
right now.
F4 rook F7 also wins, and yeah, F4 on the board. Pragg about to play it. Why is there a rating cutoff for your own team selection? There's no rating cutoff. It's just top 5. And जो country में top 5 hai, they are the ones who will play, and that's pretty fair. You don't want somebody choosing the players because then it can be biased. I think the simplest way is who has the highest rating. Basis की कुछ games तो खेली हैं. I think that's the cleanest criteria. B4.
B4 played. Rook takes is also winning. You get the same position with an extra tempo. But I guess you have to go into the queen endgame now.
The fact that G5 is also winning tells me कि भाई it's just.
Acha, G5, G6.
And the rook can also come back and give a check on D1 and then push the pawn. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, maybe that's too defensive, but. GCT can is rapid blitz and then some of the inviters. Do we know what the GCT list is? Like, do we know? I don't think they revealed the player list, no? Still till now, or did they reveal it? 25 में अर्जुन नहीं
Not
था.
sure.
I don't think they have revealed it yet, or have they? Oh, they have. 41 minutes ago, I see a Reddit post, and yeah, no Arjun. So very interesting. I'm checking the players. So it is. So the players are Gukesh is there, Caruana, Maxime, Levon, Pragg, Vincent, Anish, Firuza, Wesley. Bhai, this is a very tough, strong tour, yeah?
And no Arjun. That's interesting, actually.
2 years in a row.
That's actually very surprising. Being India #1.
And especially like because it's a rapid and blitz mixed schedule, right?
Exactly.
It's not just classical.
You should
Like
have
that's
Arjun there.
just weird, no? Like Arjun,
Yeah.
how is Arjun not there? Okay, that's a bit weird for me at least. Like if it was just classical, I would still kind of tough to understand, but I understand because team player barabar level ke hai. But rapid and blitz, I mean, he has the bronze medal in rapid and blitz. I don't know. Maybe maybe he had some other commitments. That's a possibility, but hard to know. Chad, we don't know,
For the
right?
GCT, I really doubt that, bhai.
Yeah, behind the scenes, पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है, but it's a bit of a shocker for me. Like, how is Arjun not there? Like, rapid and blitz hai, bronze medalist in both.
Oh, it takes queen endgame incoming, by the way.
Yeah.
So all the pawn E6, B2, E7, queen. थोड़ा
And
टाइम
chat,
बढ़ेगा इससे.
कई लोग कहते हैं ना white की advantage क्या है? Look at the advantage white has here. अगर black to play होता, he would have an extra tempo here. And he would get one more check and he would be winning the game. So white का पहला move advantage definitely counts for something.
Yeah. And also he's about to win the H6 pawn too. So connected pawns should be very simple. This is lost, I think.
Yeah. But I think यहाँ पे fight करेगा बहुत देर तक साज भाई. Usually these good end games people never give up, yeah?
No. I know.
Achha, you're right. King is on D5. Yeah, maybe there'll be some
Not
check,
because of the king. It's because you have 2 pawns. If there was 1 pawn, then yeah, this is a long game. If it's 2 pawns, no, I don't think so.
Saj and Sahil, don't you think Arjun is more powerful on board 2 than Pragg? I agree. I think he could totally play on board 2. It depends on the form, I think, कि Olympiad के time पे किसकी क्या form है. Let's not forget, Saj, if you remember, जब Olympiad आया था, तो पहले उन्होंने एक troll करके ऐसे एक seeding निकाली थी, जहाँ विदित था board 1 पे, याद है?
हाँ याद है मुझे.
They trolled us all, जहाँ with his board 1, like it was crazy. Gukesh board 4, I don't know what it was. Like, so they can decide this, the table order till the last minute. So there's no hurry there. So we'll have enough time. And,
so now what Pragg has to do is put the queen on E4. So queen E5 check. King कहीं भी जाएगा, C6 or C4. Queen E4 check. That kind of defends this, and next move you play F5 to completely defend G4, and then you push, and that's winning. I'm sure he sees this.
And imagine यार इंडिया में कितना competition है chat. With anything you do, IAS की तैयारी कर लो या engineering कर लो, NEET कर लो, DU में admission ले लो, like it's chess खेल लो, like जिस country में like different in other countries you will be in country number 1, and in India at the same rating, like you wouldn't make it in the third Olympiad team if they had one. Like, it's just insane kitna competition hai. Why are you saying there is no hurry there? Are hurry bhai, HURRY, bhai yaar. I know chess 20, I mean, chess 24 इंडिया हिंदी में बात करते हैं, इंग्लिश में कभी कभी, बट स्विच तुम्हें समझना पड़ेगा भाई.
हाँ भाई, वो तो समझना ही पड़ेगा. 1 minute by the way for Prague. There's like a 7 second delay or something. About to go for it for the queen to give queen e5 check. Or queen e6
Yeah.
check. Some hesitation.
Actually, queen e6 is also good. You can just take on h6 next. king c5 खेलेगा वो likely.
But I'll play
Because
king
queen
d4.
e6,
अच्छा, king d4 पे भाई
queen
queen
d4,
b6
queen
मत.
b6. Queen मर रही
हाँ.
है. So queen e6 is just winning the game on the spot actually.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. You win both. 39 seconds.
Only one team. One is women's and one is open. So women's की तो अलग ही. I think women's team is also fourth loss decided. I think it's Hampi Hareka, Vaishali Divya, and then fifth one depends whether Tanya is playing or whether uh, we have Vantika or I think I देखना पड़ेगा यार ratings में. I'm quite curious actually. I'm gonna
By the way,
check
queen
this.
e5 check played. King will move and queen e4 check. वही f5 का plan simple. He's not going for the pawn. I think he should have played queen h7. भाई उससे फर्क ना पड़ता. Position is still lost. This end game is completely lost. By the way, Ivanchuk is watching this game. तो उसका match क्या हुआ भाई?
By the way, chat in the
Ivanchuk drew.
women's. Oh, he drew, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Vedant
I
drew
mean,
him.
Vedant messed it up. In the women's rankings, Tanya is number 5th. I don't know if there's a number of games criteria. I think there might be. So Tanya, I don't know if she's played recently. I don't think so. So she might have to play. But if she maintains her rating, she will likely be the 5th member of the Olympiad team if she wants to play. So it'll be
Amazing.
Hampi, Divya. Oh, by the way, Divya is India number 2 now. Nice. Hampi number 1, Divya number 2, Vaishali number 3, and Harika number 4. And then Tanya comes in at number 5. पहले 4 तो fixed ही हैं. 5th वाले में थोड़ा सा अभी. I think there's only Vantika who can potentially catch up if she wins a few points or if Tanya loses a few. I don't think Savita or Padmini or Rakshita have a chance, unfortunately, unless they have like a month of their lives.
By the way, again, look at that. This, I mean, Ivanchuk just defended such a long and tiring game, and now he's looking at these two players. Yeah,
He loves chess,
that's
bhai. I think
dedication, chat. That's
very
कोई और
few
player नहीं
people,
दिखेगा आपको यहाँ पे जिनका मैच खत्म हुआ.
in the world who love chess as much as he does. Like, imagine winning a bronze or I don't know what medal it was. He won at the World Rapid and Blitz and just playing chess and forgetting about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
he had to run to the closing ceremony. Like, it's insane how much he loves the game. And he also plays like other games, like I don't know, poker खेलते थे, कौन सी games? Many versions of chess also he's tried, I think. But okay, queen e4 check. I think he's just pushing the f pawn, like f5, f6. Gold नहीं था. I don't think it was gold. He was playing checkers. Yeah, you're right. He was playing checkers, I think. Yeah, you're right. Gold था क्या? Oh, that's crazy. Maybe I'm not remembering it correctly then. Arvind. Usually, where would you have the king, Sahaj, here? I think the correct positioning of the king is somewhere in the corner. But which corner?
भाई वो आप दूसरी पोजीशन से कंफ्यूज कर रहे हो. If the
Yeah, I know. Like,
that
just
argument applies if there is no f. Let's say f and h pawns get exchanged, right? You only have a g pawn.
हाँ.
So what you do is you imagine this pawn as on the 7th rank, because nothing can stop it from going to the 7th rank. You can only stop it at the 7th rank. And उसका जो opposite square होता है reverse, so that's b1. That's where it should be.
हाँ.
Like in this area, it should be the king. But जब दो pawns है, then there is no hope here. By the way, he has a minute on the clock, so Aravindh has to play now.
Yeah, chat. The game will end in the next 5 minutes. I think 5 to 6, 7 minutes. It's going to be very hard to drag this game any longer. And I was trying to come up with a move, but King B5. Okay,
Now just F5, simple.
F5. Yeah, simple, solid, and sound. Oro lost today.
Yeah, very quickly actually he lost.
With this, Pragg will gain another 4 points, and he will cross Gukesh actually. So Pragg will be world number 11, Gukesh world number 12, and Vishisa world number 13.
11, 12, 13.
Hmm.
Out of all the cuisines you have and varieties you've tried so far, where does Goan cuisine stand by? I am not a big fan of seafood, so for me, not very high.
Yeah, even I don't eat seafood actually.
Yeah,
So,
I don't like it at all. So
and World Cup में I think we did try some dishes, but like इतना try करने को मिला नहीं कि because सारा वही था seafood ही था maximum, तो not something I eat too much. By the way, F5 played, H5, just take
H5
that pawn.
played, take, and then fix your queen on G6, and that's it. Take. He's gonna go Queen G5.
वाह क्या कोई सवाल है
Then
साल
some
भाई
check,
नेपाल टीम ऑफ
check, and
हाँ
like this.
सॉरी भाई मेरे को ओलंपियाड टीम का स्पॉट मिल रहा है तो मैं क्वेश्चन पढ़ लेता हूँ इफ नेपाल टीम ऑफर्स यू अ प्लेस इन द ओलंपियाड टीम यू स्विच फेडरेशन नहीं भाई क्या हो जाएगा ओलंपियाड खेल के वहां पे जाके हार ही जाऊंगा अंत में हर किसी से देयर इज नो पॉइंट नो
Still, you'll get to play the top players of every country.
नहीं बट स्टिल लाइक आई मीन व्हाई वुड
क्या
आई
पता इंडिया से लग जाए. You'll play Gukesh.
नहीं बट अगेन लाइक व्हाई वुड आई ditch my own country just to play some players like I mean it's not that crazy no like especially when I've played them before half of them at least. Right. I mean, imagine, yeah, you change for. Could you ever, Sajway, commentate with the same enthusiasm for another country? It's not going to happen. Like, even if you were paid more, even if you were living there, even if whatever, like, it's impossible for me to comment. जो खुशी मिलती है दिल से यार अपने देश को जीतने के लिए वो हो ही नहीं सकती. Like, I'm a biased
Huge
commentator,
if true.
भाई. Unbiased commentary करना आसान नहीं है.
Huge if true भाई. मानना पड़ेगा. आपने जो कहा वो एकदम सही था.
वाह वाह वाह. Hopefully आपकी भी आंखें
सुन के मतलब रोंगटे
चौंधिया गई
बैठ गए
होंगी
मेरे.
भाई उससे थोड़ी सी.
So now King G6. Simple. You give another check. I push my pawn.
6 seconds by the way for Pragg.
Wow. Another check on G1. यही प्रॉब्लम रहती है क्वीन एंडिंग में. बहुत सारी चेक्स रहती हैं क्वीन के पास. But okay, there's 2 pawns though. That's too much.
Maybe king h6, but check. Yeah, it's always difficult. Yeah, always tricky. 15 second. I like this. थोड़ा टेंशन है गेम में because there's less time on the clock. अगर यहाँ पे 4 घंटे होते तो या 30 मिनट होते
भाई
तो
वो
this would not
यही तो.
even be a
पर
game.
प्रॉब्लम इसमें है कि आप बार बार रिपीट कर सकते हो इसमें एंड यू कैन गेन टाइम फॉर Pragg.
हाँ, but still like I like कि time pressure है वरना मजा नहीं आता देखने में गेम में. Check. Now maybe king. नहीं.
King G6 is simplest now.
Queen e6.
क्योंकि
Maybe.
King G6 is simplest no. अच्छा Queen E6 ही खेल दिया उसने. लो चेक दिया तो वापस.
चेक दिया तो king g6 queen g1 king
And King
h7
H6 और King H7 पे Queen H7 चेक वापस and then King H6.
अरे बाप रे भाई फिर क्वीन हाँ यस यस ये देखा था मैंने यस कम ऑन
तो बेसिकली आई थिंक द डिफरेंस इज कि आप किंग H7 पॉन H6 पे रख सकते हो ऐसे किंग एंड पॉन H6 पे क्वीन को G6 पे. मेरे एरोज ही चलने बंद हो गए. क्वीन G6 पे एंड पॉन जस्ट F7 पे एंड देयर इज नो चेक्स फॉर द क्वीन एंड दैट्स द वे टू विन.
तीन सवाल हैं। पहला कि वी हैड मोर देन वन टीम इन द 2022 ओलंपियाड, यस, बिकॉज वो इंडिया में था तो होस्ट कंट्री को एक्स्ट्रा टीम्स मिलती हैं, यू कैन इनफैक्ट इवन फील्ड 3 अगर और टीम्स हो। सेकंड सवाल, Salve, how do top players cope with burnouts of such long games? I think it's very hard. Magnus once famously said कि यार उसे पूछा गया like at what age did you stop crying after losing? He said, who told you I stopped crying? So it's always hard. उनके पास
Hmm.
टीम है, they can remember कि it's just a game and tomorrow is another opportunity, but it's never easy. And I'm sure they're always tilted after a loss, as we saw with Gukesh here. Finally, how do you revive women's chess? I hardly see them cover women's chess like they're not playing often. Just Sahaj by question mark. Before you answer, Sahaj bhai, I think I kind of disagree. I think we did cover the final rounds of the Women's World Cup. And literally, matlab, the only reason we didn't cover the entire event was camera the hi nahi hamare paas. Otherwise, we covered the entire event. And women's candidates will be a major focus with 3 Indian players participating, right? And also, like, जब इंडियंस अच्छा कर रहे होंगे ना, आई मीन इट डजंट मैटर ओपन है वुमेन्स है, लाइक इफ वैशाली और दिव्या और हम्पी विन, इट विल बी अ मेजर मोमेंट। वुमेन्स वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हम कवर करेंगे विद द सेम एंथुजियाज्म as you might cover the open section world championships, Saad bhai.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I think they are, um, for especially for candidates, I think it's a very huge thing for us because last time I think सिर्फ वैशाली खेल रही थी, right, in the women's section in 2024.
Yeah, yeah, I think
Only
you're right.
वैशाली. तो इस बार एकदम flip हो गया. Instead of just one player in the women's, we have 3 players in the women's section, and then we have one in the open section. So it's like complete turnaround there. So yeah, I would say it's about how well they do. Yeah, there.
the, the thing is the day, let's say any, let's say Vaishali, Divya, Hampi become the women's world champion. And if you compare it to the day, let's say when Gukesh became world champion, you will not see a difference from our reaction. You will not see a
Mm.
difference from the reaction of the fans. And you will not see the difference in reaction in terms of the player reactions themselves. They will also react in the same way as Gukesh did, if that were to happen. So the moment does not reduce in intensity just because it's a women's section or open section. I think it's just as beautiful, just
I
as
think
amazing.
Humpy was there too last year. Was Humpy there?
Okay. I don't know actually. I think she took a break, no, for 1 year. So I'm not really sure if that coincides with the cycle. Uh, by the way, 18 seconds for Pragg.
Yeah, she was there. She came second actually.
Ooh, tough. 10 seconds. Does he have an eye on the clock? 8. Hello? 5. भाई 3. भाई 2 सेकंड पे खेला यार वो. He's getting it too
That's
close for
so
comfort.
risky, bhai. Why?
है ना?
Like F6 is something you should play quickly.
Yeah, I didn't even get it. Like, why take so much time?
King
बाप रे, that
F7.
was so close.
Check again. I think maybe he's just trying to calculate कोई repetition नहीं है board पे.
Yeah. Sahil bhai, what is the source of income for FIDE? I think multiple things. First of all, every event you host, I think उनका एक percentage एक जाता है FIDE को, like fee होती है, any FIDE related event. Second is of course camera rights, चाहे वो कोई भी company खरीदे या whatever. And of course like sponsors that they bring in. I mean, है बहुत sources है, ऐसा नहीं है, because they're the official organization, तो उससे काफी sources बनते हैं. Big chance of Vishy to play Candidates. I think he can't play it this time, but I don't think he wants to play Candidates anymore. He wants to play events जहाँ पे chess can grow. He can support other players as well. Uh, where is Harika nowadays? At home. I mean, she was playing the World Apple Blitz. She was there at Tata Steel as well. So maybe catching a well-deserved short break there.
Now I think how do you get out of these checks is the question. Because you play King G6, there's Queen G3 check. King G7 पे there's Queen G3 check. So maybe you have to move around. Oh, maybe King G8. You come
I
here
was
and then
thinking
King here. I think he's gonna
like
play it
King
now.
वापस ले आओ, like King H5 ले आओ, like somehow like the Queen G4 and Queen F5, something like
नहीं,
that. I don't know.
if I play King H7, you have to give this check, right? Then I put my king on H8. Then you have to give this check and then I play King G7 because Queen D8 से अगर आप C7 check देते हो तो मैं pawn push कर सकता हूँ. I think he's just
Okay,
trying to
C5.
shuffle the pieces around a bit to. He knows it's winning, but he's trying to gain some time also.
2026 will be defining year for Indian chess. That you are absolutely on point with. एक future है जहाँ पे Gukesh is still the world champion or Pragg is potentially, and we are the Olympiad champions. Like हमने 2 years in a row वो ले लिया. Maybe a women's world champion potentially. We have, at least a candidate who's going to challenge for the world championship. We might have a total world champion. We might have a freestyle world champion. We might have a world rapid and blitz champion. We might have a whatever EWC Oh my god, like it's just so packed. On the other hand,
एक
we
बार
don't
फिर
have
से
any of
बोलना है.
these.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
ये अभी बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है भाई, आने दो. ये खुद फील होगा. ये वाला मुझे बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई, वेट करो. किंग. ओके, यू हैव टू बी केयरफुल यार, कोई रेपुटेशन ना हो जाए यहाँ पे.
Yeah, king h8 though. No checks after that.
ट्रू. That's where he's going, I think.
14 seconds. 13.
He's really pulling it too close for comfort actually. ज्यादा ही कॉन्फिडेंस है अपने हैंड आई कोऑर्डिनेशन के ऊपर भाई. वीरेंद्र सहवाग है क्या भाई? मतलब टू 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 रिस्की.
He has 8 seconds now. Okay, 38 पे खेला वो. Yeah, Arvind has 4.5 minutes. Maybe he goes queen d4.
Maybe queen g6.
Queen
And
g6 is cute actually.
and some fun stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, queen g6 is very cute. Maybe there's h7 though. It's only raus hai. But it's cute.
Queen c5.
Now the फटाफट थोड़ा time gain करो. I think there's queen f8 check by the way. h7 पे yeah. That would be a draw. That would be dirty. Queen f8 check draw.
Ooh, bhai
But he goes
saab.
f7, queen g3 check. And
Nice
now
plan.
king g8 or h7, I think. Because queen check, then queen g3. This is exactly the position I was talking about. Okay, king, this pawn will be used as a shield.
Yeah. Now king g7
ये तो
maybe?
simple है ना भाई. Queen f6, king h8.
Hmm.
Queen f6 because I don't want you to give me these diagonal checks. And king h8 because I want to get away from the pin. That's it.
True.
Game over.
True. Queen g6
There
he
he
plays.
goes, queen g6. That's also fine.
And इसका मतलब शायद Pragg will win. He will go to 4 points. And tomorrow, and he resigns. Wow. So, bolte hi, and hard luck for Arvind. The tournament is not getting any better just yet. But for Pragg, that's an important win under his belt. He's still not equal score, yeah, -1, but at least he's catching up. And the next round will be so crucial for all the players. And Sahaj, bhai, maybe we can have the standings once and just try to understand कि
क्यों ही
by
देख रहे हैं
first place तो
standings?
but first place to gaya, I think that's pretty much guaranteed. We don't have a single player on the left side. But at least 3 of them are in the upper section of the right half, if that makes any help, if it helps that a bit. क्या बोल रहा हूँ अंग्रेजी समझ नहीं आ रही है, but if that helps. And now I think tomorrow is going to be a crucial game, yeah, between Gukesh and Erdogmus, who's in second place right now. Wow, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, tied second is no joke, by the way. So that will be an exciting match. And Arvind plays against Van, Hans plays against Pragg, and then Arjun goes against Vincent Keymer with the black pieces. So yeah, first place I think मतलब मुश्किल लग रहा है basically. 4 ही round बचे हैं, 8.5 पे होता है winner usually. So even if you win 4 out of 4, it's still not likely. But yeah, still some hope, but let's see.
एक चीज है कि टाई ब्रेक्स नहीं है, सो अगर बाय चांस विनर 8 पे डिसाइड हुआ, स्टिल दिस इज अ चांस, बट objectively I think we are essentially fighting for second place, but even then it will require some insane effort from one of the Indians. But all 3 Indians on 4 now, at least among the top 3, Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun all on 4, and Arvind on 2.5, really hoping he can catch a win tomorrow, and that will be important. So chat, आज का दिन आज खत्म होता है, लंबी स्ट्रीम चली आज I think, apart from day 1. So we'll see you tomorrow. परसों रेस्ट डे है, कल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है. कल अगर ऐसे ही गया तो आई थिंक वील हैव नो चांस. तो टुमारो इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट डे. Sajid, thank you for the amazing commentary. Sajid bhai, thank you for the amazing production. Both of them are always on point, and we'll see you tomorrow. And thank you Rakesh bhai for the amazing content you've sent. वो भी हम cover करेंगे. And take care chat. Thank you for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Good night.